Chapter 239. Wu Zhila raised his bowl of wine and said to Yang Fan, Erlang truly has a good plan. You only went to the Tubo capital once and effortlessly blocked the Tubo army of 100,000 for me. Haha, now that the snow has sealed the mountains, even if negotiations fail, I have no need to fear him. When spring comes next year, the water and grass will be lush, and there will be homes everywhere. He won't be able to fight even if he wants to. The sky is high and the earth is wide. Lousy can drag him to death, huh? Wu Zhila saw that there was only half a bowl of wine left in Yang Fan's bowl. He immediately grabbed the wine jug and filled it for him, enthusiastically urging, Come, drink, drink. Shenmu also raised his bowl and said with a smile, This bowl of wine should indeed be a toast to you. Helping Wu Zhila survive this winter and allowing him to recover his strength is only one aspect. On the other hand, the conflict between the Tubo King and Luan Trinling will only become more intense because of this. Regardless of whether or not the Tubo King realizes that he has been tricked by us, the intense wariness he has shown toward Luan Trinling will make Luan Trinling feel danger. If he wants to avoid this danger, he can only continue to hold on to his military power. Only then will he feel at ease. But the more he holds on to his military power, the more the Tubo King will be afraid of him. At this point, Shun Mu cheerfully said, It can be predicted that there will be a battle between the Tubo King and Luan Trinling, and in this battle, no matter who wins, our Tang dynasty will be the biggest winner. Erlang's plan will be meritorious to the country and beneficial to the world. We should drink to the fullest. Yang Fan repeatedly said that he did not dare. He raised his bowl and clinked it against theirs, and the three of them drank the wine together. Leaning against the fire, eating hot pot and drinking strong wine, Yang Fan felt as if his body was on fire. He pulled his collar back a little and asked, What do we plan to do after this? Shenmu said, The Tufan King and Luan Trinling are both wary of each other, but if they truly want to develop to the point where they are irreconcilable enemies, they still need time. We do not need to interfere on this side. We only need to quietly observe the changes. If they discover that someone is deliberately trying to sow discord, I'm afraid it will instead backfire on us. Wu Zhila's tribe has already been able to survive this winter. That's enough. When spring comes next year, there will be no place in the world that they can't go. In a year's time, they should be able to find and establish a new pasture. I think it's time for us to go back. Yang Fan asked curiously, Go back? Then the information I need. Did you think that I didn't do anything while I was waiting for you here? Shenmu smiled. Hee, I've already gathered all the information you need. Wu Zhila said, The snow is so heavy. Why don't you all stay in my tribe for the time being, and then leave when we migrate in spring? Shenmu said, Forget it. Although the snow is heavy, we are light and few in number, so this won't be a problem. I still have people waiting by the Huang River, and I trust that Erlang will also have to return as soon as possible. Otherwise, if there is no news for a long time, the imperial court might mistakenly believe that he has died outside. That would be very inconvenient. Hearing this, Yang Fan also felt that it was very reasonable. Although Wu Zhila wanted to keep the guests, it was not good for him to continue persuading them, so he could only agree. The three of them agreed that once the storm stopped, they would prepare to return. The Wu Zhila tribe would provide a few sledges to help them transport food for the people and horses along the way. After drinking for more than an hour, the three of them finally concluded their discussion. Yang Fan, somewhat tipsy, hurried back to his own residence. By the time he came out, the snow was still falling, but the wind had stopped. His body was hot from eating the hot pot, so he only wrapped himself in his leather robe and rushed back through the snow. After passing through several large, white, mushroom-like yurts, Yang Fan finally recognized his own yurt. Just as he was about to walk over, a person suddenly appeared from one of the snowy, mushroom-like yurts. His clothes were disheveled, and he was in the middle of fastening his belt. Behind him was a Turkic girl with a face full of spring. When she saw someone outside, she playfully stuck out her tongue and then shrank back. When Zhang Yi saw that it was Yang Fan, he laughed and said, Erlang, are you done drinking? Yang Fan stopped and said, Yes, you. I was wondering why I couldn't find you when we were drinking. You brought us back safely. I have to thank you for your help. I even want to offer you a cup of wine. Zhang, he waved his hand. It's nothing, it's nothing. This is all I can do. If not for third brother's explanation, I still wouldn't have known that your plan in the Tubo capital was so formidable that you defeated an army of 100,000. The Tubo king and the Tubo great minister both fell for your trap. Third brother said that in the blink of an eye, you trapped the king and killed the minister. Although I don't really understand, I know that this is an excellent plan. With a smile that was not a smile, Yang Fan said, Brother Zhang overpraises me. This little brother's plan only worked on 2 people. But Brother Zhang, Yang Fan waved his hand at the countless yurts in the snow and sighed with deep reverence. 1,000 years from now, Brother Zhang, you will be able to create a nation. Even after Yang Fan had walked far away, Zhang, he was still standing there in a daze. He rubbed his chin and blinked his eyes, muttering to himself in bewilderment. 1,000 years from now, I will be able to create a nation? How will I be able to create a nation? Will I be able to live that long? It's really hard to understand the words of a scheming person. Northeast of Huangshui City, 2 military horses galloped with all their might in the heavy snow. The 2 of them, each on a horse, trudged through the heavy snow that made it impossible to tell whether it was a field or a road. I can't walk. One of the soldiers who was lying on his horse pulled down his veil to block the wind and snow and shouted. As soon as he opened his mouth, the wind and snow poured into his mouth, choking him until he couldn't speak. This man was actually speaking Turkic. The other man pulled on the reins, turned his head, and pulled down his mask. Diancie, hold on. It's not easy for us to travel, and it's even harder for them to catch up. This man also spoke Turkic. He glanced at the end of the white road and laughed coldly. In such a heavy snowstorm, we can't see any footprints. Even the hounds they raise can't smell us. It's impossible for them to find us. He patted his bosom and chuckled. We've obtained such important intelligence from the Tang. When we return, the Kagan will definitely reward us handsomely. Perhaps we'll even be conferred the title of Dagon, Turkic official position, a relatively high-ranking military officer. Do you still remember our tribe's great beauty, Machi Qingyuan? If you become a Dagon, she'll definitely be willing to be your woman. Diancie's spirits rose at Yi In's words. He pressed down on his ribs. There had originally been a knife wound there, but it had been wrapped tightly with a long belt. The blood that had seeped out had already frozen into ice. His body felt cold, and he really couldn't hold on much longer. He didn't know if he could survive until he returned to the Turkic tribe, but when he thought of that enchanting and graceful woman, Diancie felt his heart heat up and his body fill with strength. Hiya! The 2 of them whipped their horses and sped up again. Diancie and Yin were cousins, and both of them were Turkic scouts. In fact, it wasn't only the Tubo scouts who ambushed the 100 cavalry. When they ambushed the 100 cavalry, one of their companions died. Because this person was perfectly fine the day before, it would be suspicious if they said that he died of a sudden illness. Therefore, they claimed to the public that this person was killed by horse bandits, but this time, he was also arrested by the government. Because stolen goods were found in their house, they couldn't explain and had been detained in the military camp. Today, they were originally brought in for interrogation by Qiushinji. In the end, because they had already been interrogated several times, the security was too lax. After Qiushinji had something to do and left, only 2 people were left to guard the tent. They were attacked by them, and then they changed into the clothes of the guards, stole the war horses, and sneaked out of the military camp. They had the token on them, so they were able to leave calmly. Diancie's injury was sustained when the soldiers discovered them and chased after them. Due to the heavy snowstorm, they finally managed to shake off the pursuit of the soldiers. As they ran, Diancie's vision darkened. He raised his hand and wanted to shout something, but he just plunged into the snow. The military horses of the air cavalry continued to chase Yi In front of them. Yin didn't notice that Diancie had fallen off the horse. He lowered his head, and his face was covered with frost and snow. He only left a small gap in his eyes, staring at the direction in front of him. The wind and snow became stronger and stronger. a man and two horses gradually disappeared in the vast snow. In Qiushinji's tent, Lu Shida, Qiushinji, and Wang Xiaojie stood there with ugly expressions. On the ground were two corpses whose uniforms had been stripped, and at the entrance of the tent were the corpses of two guards. The ground was dyed red with blood. On the side, a brazier that had been kicked over during the fight was still burning, and it was still emitting a faint red light. Qiushinji's face was livid. He said in a deep voice, "The two people at the entrance of the tent had their throats slit and were assassinated from behind." The two people in the tent had many scuffling scars on their bodies. Obviously, the reinforcements and the two scouts who were being interrogated worked together and killed them. When Qiushinji said this, his two weed-like, thick eyebrows emitted a cold, murderous aura. He stared at Lu Shida and said, "There are their spies in your army." Lu Shida ignored Qiushinji's question. His eyes were constantly moving between the four corpses in the tent and at the entrance of the tent. He had a contemplative expression on his face. Wang Xiaojie couldn't help saying, "This is Lord Lu's main tent. The possibility of two Fawn spies sneaking in is not high." Qiushinji sneered. "But how do you explain these for corpses? You can't possibly think that two bound criminals can kill four people so easily, right?" Wang Xiaojie said, "General Qiu only placed two guards at the entrance of the tent." Qiushinji raised his eyebrows and said, "Isn't this enough? They are just two prisoners who have been held captive for many days and don't even have enough to eat. In such a heavy snow and such a cold day. And they are in General Lu's main army. Do you want me to place all the guards outside as if facing a great enemy?" Wang Xiaojie was speechless after hearing this. Lu Shida slowly raised his head and looked at the empty tables. Then he looked at the snowflakes that were blown into the tent by the whistling wind. He said worriedly, "The two escaped criminals are not important. What is important is how many military secrets they stole. General Qiu, which past intelligence did you read today?" Chapter 240. On the vast snowy plains, there were no birds and few beasts. In this snowy weather, there was a group of people trudging with difficulty. The cold wind blew fine snowflakes in their faces, making it difficult to open their eyes. The weather was too cold. After walking for a while, their leather robes would be frozen stiff. When they knocked on it, it would make a ding sound like a leather drum. The horses were covered with a layer of white sweat. The hooves of the horses stepped on the thick snow and moved very slowly. In such weather, Yang Fan rode on the horse and, like the guards, strode forward against the wind and snow. "Erlang, come in and warm yourself." Shenmu poked his head out of the warm carriage. He was really afraid of the cold. There were 4 charcoal stoves in the carriage, making it warm inside. Yang Fan shook his head and said loudly to him, "I was born in Nanyang and have never experienced such cold. This is good. It will toughen your bones and make your body stronger." Shenmu still wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he choked on a mouthful of snow. Shenmu shivered and quickly retreated back into the carriage. He put down the thick curtains. Yang Fan smiled slightly and straightened his back even more. His face, neck, and hands were smeared with a layer of marmot oil. This thing was really good for anti-freezing. He had not experienced much of the cold in the north, but he knew that this kind of cold was very effective in training the body and will. Especially for a martial artist like him, practicing breathing in such a raging snowstorm would undoubtedly improve his martial arts. He regarded this as another challenge for himself, just like when he struggled with the undulating waves in Nanyang. In the distance, a small black dot appeared. That black dot moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a large snow plow. Shenmu's troop also had snow plows, but they were pulled by horses. It was just that by using the snow and ice, they could more easily pull heavy objects forward. Because the entire troop moved slowly, they did not need a dog to pull the plow. As for the snow plow that was rushing over, there were more than 10 of the most outstanding snow hounds. Once the snow plow was pulled, it was as fast as a flying arrow. Yang Fan didn't pay too much attention to it. It wasn't the first time he had seen this kind of snow plow along the way. Apart from Shenmu, There was no one else who could ride a snow plow in such a snowy weather and travel back and forth in the snowy region. Sure enough, the snow plow drove all the way to Shen Mu's car without any obstructions. Soon, a secret letter was sent into the car. The carriage continued to move forward, and the sled followed the large group of people. The hound that pulled the sled took the opportunity to rest. After half an hour, Shen Mu opened the curtain and shouted to Yang Fan, "Erlang, come in for a moment." Yang Fan thought that he was inviting him into the carriage to warm up again. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly saw Shen Mu's cold expression. His heart couldn't help but be moved. He turned over and got off the horse. He handed the reins to the kosher chickens beside him and jumped into the carriage. Yang Fan opened the door and went into the carriage. The cold wind whistled in, causing the charcoal stove to burst into flames half a foot high. When the door was closed, the flames fell against the wind, causing Shen Mu's face to darken again. When there was wind, the thick curtains were put down, so the carriage was very dark. Now there was a light on. The light was placed on the table, and the bottom was firmly fixed to the chopping board to prevent the carriage from bumping. Shen Mu gently pushed a letter in front of Yang Fan and said in a deep voice, "Something happened." After reading the letter, Yang Fan gently put it back on the table. Shen Mu took it and threw it into the charcoal stove. The fire lit up, illuminating their faces. Yang Fan asked, "Is the situation serious?" Shen Mu said, "Xiao Shenji went to Longyu this time with the mission of understanding the geography, military, people situation, etc. That day, he happened to read the information of a few important border cities, and these information were taken away by the 2 Turkic scouts who escaped." Yang Fan frowned. "So what?" Shen Mu did not answer. Instead, he turned around and gently pulled at the corner of the wall. With a crack, a wooden board fell and landed on the soft carpet like a guillotine. A map appeared on the wall. Yang Fan took a few glances and recognized that it was a map of the North, Longyu, and Hushi regions. Here, and here, Shen Mu pointed to 5 to 6 locations along the way and said, "These few locations are crucial to our defense against the Turkic Khaganate. Relying on the dangerous terrain, the Turkic Khaganate can only attack from these locations if they wish to attack Hushi and Longyu. If any of these locations were to fall into their hands, it would be equivalent to opening a door for them, and our country would be forced into a passive position." Yang Fan looked at the places that Shen Mu pointed at. Amidst the rolling deserts and high mountains, the few cities that can communicate with the Turks in Hushi and Longyu are scattered in the 3 military districts. Shen Mu said, "In such weather, it is not easy to mobilize the troops. Moreover, before we can determine the direction of the enemy's attack, we will not be able to replenish the troops in these places. Once the Turks grasp the situation of these places, they can choose a place to attack and occupy, and their troops will be able to charge through these openings." Yang Fan slightly frowned and said, "If the garrison here needs to divide some troops to defend against the Turks, we will have to transfer troops from the court." Shen Mu agreed, "That's right, but it will take a long time to transfer troops from the Central Plains, and most of them are foot soldiers. In this kind of weather, who knows how long it will take for them to arrive. By the time they arrive, these places will already be in ruins. We may be able to drive them back and retake these places, but this will cause many problems." Yang Fan said, "Firstly, it will naturally be the destruction of these areas and the expense of the expedition." Shen Mu nodded and said, "Secondly, Wu Mei has just ascended to the throne. If she wants to send troops, she will definitely place great importance on the generals under the Wu clan. The military power will probably fall into the hands of Wu Sanxi or Wu Qingxi. For the time being, it is not important whose hands the military power falls into. As long as the generals are good at fighting and dare to fight, it will be fine as long as they could drive the Turks back. But in the long run, it will be detrimental to the fate of our court." Yang Fan nodded. He naturally understood the meaning behind Shen Mu's words. If Wu Chengxi or the generals under Wu Sanxi's tutelage were in control of the military, they would also spare no effort to repel the Turks. However, this military power was in their hands. While the wolf outside had been chased away, the family had raised a tiger, causing endless troubles in the future. Yang Fan thought for a while and said, "There must be a third reason?" Shinmu nodded lightly and worriedly said, "I am afraid that the Turks will not miss this golden opportunity. Once this opening is opened, when the Central Plain soldiers are transferred over, the Turks will be driven back and the situation here will be settled. This is not something that could be achieved in 2 to 3 months. By that time, it will be spring and the flowers will be blooming. When the Turks receive the news, whether it is because they fell into Wuzheil's trap or because of the chaos in the West River of Longyu, they will not miss this golden opportunity. If they interfere, this war will not end within a year, and the conflict between the king and prime minister of the Turks will inevitably be stirred up. In this process, if either the Tubo king or great minister Trinling manage to seize control of the expeditionary army and win a major victory, they would have enough capital to suppress the other side, and thus they would be able to easily overwhelm the other side. Alternatively, the prime minister Trinling will turn the king into a puppet, or the king will completely strip Trinling of his military power and use peaceful means to resolve the internal conflict. If they can unify the power of the king and prime minister without any losses, it will be even more difficult to deal with them in the future. Hearing this, Yang Fan could not help but feel a headache coming on. He could not help but ask, "Brother Shun, do you have any good ideas?" Shinmu was silent for a while and faintly said, "Do you think I am the current emperor of Great Zhou? Even if I am the emperor of Great Zhou, I will not be able to do anything unless I am given a troop that can fall from the sky." Yang Fan could not help but fall silent after hearing this. Shinmu sighed and said, "Lu Shurda is indeed a veteran general who has been guarding the borders. He has already done his best to make up for it. First, inform the key passes to use ice and snow to strengthen the city's defenses. Second, inform the garrison generals of Heshi and Shuafang to transfer as much troops as possible to the front passes. Third, send someone back to Luo Jing and report this matter to the Empress. If the Empress can make early preparations, she will be able to transfer troops faster if a war breaks out here. Other than this, he has no other method. These things cannot be left unprepared, and once they are prepared, they cannot be hidden from the eyes of those who are observant. Thus, it is impossible for him to play the empty city stratagem to mislead us." Dispirited, Shinmu leaned back against the couch and whispered, "When we return to Luoyang, we should first submit the secret military report on Longyu. As for supporting the 10 Western Turkic Khaganate, we can also talk to the Empress about it. There is always a benefit and a drawback, so there is even more need to support them. However, don't mention sending troops to recapture the 4 garrisons of Anchi. If we delay this matter, who knows how many more years it will take, and the longer it takes, the more difficult it will be," as he rode on his horse. Yang Fan felt like there was a fire burning in his heart. This series of unforeseen events had filled him with an indescribable anger, but he did not know who he should vent this anger on. The wind and snow blew against his face, but he could no longer feel the cold. He only hoped that the wind and snow would get stronger so that the anger weighing down on his heart could be somewhat alleviated. After Shun Mu finished writing the letter, the man in the leather robe received the letter and was about to board the dog sled to leave. Suddenly, Yang Fan thought of something and shouted, "Stop right there." The man turned his head in surprise. His head was also wrapped up, revealing only his eyes. Yang Fan dismounted and said to the man, "Wait a moment, I still have something to say to your master." Yang Fan boarded the carriage and opened the door, allowing the frigid wind to pour into the carriage. Yang Fan did not close the door. Standing in front of the 4 charcoal stoves that were still spitting flames, Yang Fan loudly said to Shinmu, "The result of this contest of strength might not be something we can decide, but can we add a variable to it?" Chapter 241. To the south of Ili Mountain was Lan Province. To the north was the desert. The geographical environment was very different. However, the desert was not completely uninhabited. There were hundreds of lakes of various sizes scattered in the desert. Some lakes were freshwater lakes, some were saltwater lakes, and some were saltwater lakes. Although some were saltwater lakes, there were still many springs in the saltwater lakes, spewing fresh water day and night. Because of this strange landscape, there were many tribes living around the lake in this desert area. The Shaba tribe was one of them. Late at night, the weather was very cold. The undulating sand dunes were like small hills. The tallest were over 2,000 feet. The smallest were a few hundred feet to 1,000 feet. Behind these sand dunes, there was a group of people stealthily moving along the sand ridge towards the Shaba tribe. The Shaba tribe lived beside the lake. Behind them was a 200-jong-tall sand dune. The team stopped on the sand dune. A moment later, someone gave an order. These people carried long blades on their backs and jumped down the sand dune. Using the speed of their descent, they quickly rushed towards the tribe below the sand dune. Rumble, the sand here was made of sand. Close to 1,000 people rushed down the sand dune, causing a huge roar. It was like a few huge bombers flying over the tribe. It was like a deep and deep thunder. The sound was so loud that it could travel for tens of miles in this silent night. The people of the Shaba tribe were startled awake, but it was too late for them to react. Battle cries suddenly sounded. The quiet and dark lakeside tribe suddenly became a boiling cauldron of voices. The crying of women and children, the barking of dogs and horses, the clashing of blades, spears, swords, and halberds, cursing and shouting mixed together. The silent desert became a pot of porridge. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the land, the tribe had already quietened down. There were many corpses lying on the ground, blood flowing everywhere, freezing into red ice. The whole tribe was in the midst of recovering its peace. Some were counting their belongings and provisions, carrying away what was easy to carry. Some were burying their companions who had died in the previous night's melee under the sandy slope, and others were feeding the camels and horses they had plundered with beans, hay, and other fine fodder they had gathered. There were also some who were screening the captured tribesmen. These tribesmen were not all free people of the tribe. There were many slaves among them. These slaves included Tubo, Han, Uyghur, Khitan, Shirway, and even the Turks who belonged to the same tribe as the Shaba tribe. Because their tribe was defeated in a war between tribes, they became slaves. These mysterious visitors released the slaves and gave them property, food, weapons, and even women. Even the slaves who were originally timid and didn't dare to rebel against their former masters suddenly gained the courage to rebel when they received the property and weapons and turned their former mistresses into their own women. What's more, many of the slaves who had been mistreated by their former masters were weak and did not dare to resist in order to survive. Now that they had turned over and become masters, with these people as their backing, they wanted to treat their former masters even more cruelly than this unknown team. Very soon, these freed slaves and detained tribesmen figured out the origins of these people. These were two famous groups of horse bandits. One group was mainly made up of Han people, the Little Flying General, and the other group was mainly made up of Turks, the Black Whirlwind. Little Flying General and Black Whirlwind were the nicknames of the leaders of the horse bandits. Horse bandits didn't need any banners. In order to distinguish them, people would use the nicknames of their leaders to name them. There was a special person in the Little Flying General group, and that was Yang Fan, who still had a full beard. When he heard about the crisis in Shuafang, Longyu, and Higu, Yang Fan suddenly thought that since he looked similar to Ashina Muzi and was able to make the Tubo people suffer, could he do the same thing again and use this identity to cause some trouble for the Turks? As for how to cause trouble for the Turks, he had not thought of it yet. He planned to act according to the circumstances when he arrived at the Turks. With just a team of horse bandits, it was impossible for them to affect the military operations of the Turks, who had close to 300,000 soldiers. But with his identity as Ashina Muzi, it was hard to say. Like the Tubo, the Turks had serious internal conflicts, such as between the main tribe and the vassal tribes, and between tribes. If he could use Ashina Muzi's identity to make the Turks suspicious of each other, or even provoke a dispute between them, causing a greater turmoil, under such circumstances, the Turks would definitely not be able to send troops to attack the Tang dynasty. In this way, before they resolved their internal conflicts, the armies of Shuafang, Longyu, and Hushi could calmly respond, replenish their troops, adjust their deployment, and strengthen the city's defenses, rendering the intelligence they received useless. This plan was undoubtedly very risky, but it was indeed too tempting. Especially after the success at the Tubo capital, Shunmu had a taste of it. If he could use this plan to stop the hundreds of thousands of Turks from advancing south, this risk was clearly worth it. Thus, after careful deliberation, Shunmu decided to use Zhang Yi's horse bandits as the main force, and then borrow some elite cavalry from Wu's to disguise themselves as a group of horse bandits to infiltrate the Turks' territory. After that, they would act according to the circumstances. When it was time to be a bandit, they would be a bandit. When it was time to transform into a Turk army, Yang Fan would just tear off his beard. Once the plan was made, the biggest obstacles were the High House chickens and Big Bear, who were supposed to be mere decorations. Yang Fan did not want to use the military to carry out this operation. Firstly, Lu Shirda might not agree to such a risky operation. It would be too much of a responsibility for him to throw thousands of soldiers into the hands of the Turks to fend for themselves. At the same time, the spies were everywhere. Based on the information Shunmu received, the two Turk spies had only managed to escape with the help of a spy in the army. From the looks of it, Wu's tribe and Zhang Yi's horse bandits were purer. But how was he supposed to explain this to the High House chickens and Big Bear? Zhang Yi provided the simplest solution: kill them all. This method was truly without any repercussions, but Yang Fan could not bring himself to do it. In order to save the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, sacrificing two innocents seemed worth the price, but Yang Fan could not bring himself to do it. He wanted to convince these two to join his plan. As they passed by an oasis town, Yang Fan called them to his residence. He told them that through the court's secret reporting system, he had learned that a Turk spy had escaped back to the Turks with important military intelligence. In order to prevent a possible Turk attack, he wanted to use his resemblance to Ashina Musi to infiltrate the Turks and cause chaos. Besides the damage that would be caused if the Turks invaded, Yang Fan spared no effort in explaining how great his future would be once he succeeded. The High House chickens and Big Bear were no fools. From the fact that he had rushed to the Turkic cavalry division and then brought his men to Tubo to gather enough intelligence, they knew that he had another source of information and that he had the help of another faction. The two of them were just decorations. Their many years as scouts had trained them to be cautious and meticulous. They did not want to pry into Yang Fan's secrets, nor did they fear death. Their home was in Longyu, and Yang Fan's actions were beneficial to their family and elders. That was enough. Moreover, they knew what it meant if they succeeded in this venture. As a result, the two soldiers, who had always been adventurers, agreed to work with him. After that, Shunmu stopped at the small town and sent his trusted aides back to the Turkic cavalry division to ask for more men from Wu's. Even if there were spies in the Turkic cavalry division, they could not form a powerful intelligence network. With just one or two eyes and ears, they could not possibly send out any information on such a snowy day, unless he defected and never returned. Even so, Shunmu kept this important mission a secret. He sent his trusted aides to meet with Shunmu to discuss the matter. To the outside world, he only said that they had been attacked by bandits on the way and needed the protection of the Turkic cavalry division. Wu's had personally selected the bravest and most trustworthy 1,500 of his trusted aides. Only the leader of the team knew the details. Only when the 1,500 warriors arrived at the small town did he officially announce the mission to them. In the meantime, Shunmu had also notified the Huang River to send someone to pick him up. His men had arrived a little earlier than the 1,500 cavalry from the Turkic cavalry division. After all the arrangements were made, Zhang Yi and Yang Fan led the bandits and the Turkic cavalry division to change their route to the Turks, while Shunmu returned to the Huang River. Yang Fan and Zhang Yi led 2,000 men across the Heli Mountains and into the desert. Zhang Yi had spent the last few years roaming the lands. His primary task had been to gather intelligence for Shunmu, build connections, and complete some official missions. He was sworn brothers with Black Whirlwind, the leader of a band of bandits in Turkic territory. Zhang Yi brought his men to Black Whirlwind's camp, intending to buy some horses from him. Who would have thought that Black Whirlwind would hear that Zhang He had brought his men to infiltrate the Turks to do some big business and was immediately interested, insisting on partnering up with Zhang Yi. If they managed to snatch the goods and women, they would split the profits 50-50ths. Zhang Yi secretly consulted Yang Fan. Yang Fan wanted nothing more than to wreak havoc in this infiltration of the Turkic Khaganate, so there was no reason for him to refuse. Besides, with the help of this local band of bandits, he would have an extra pair of eyes and ears, increasing his chances of success. Zhang Yi agreed to Black Whirlwind's request, magnanimously stating that the gold, silver, and food they stole would be split 50-50, while the cows, sheep, horses, women, and slaves they stole would all belong to Black Whirlwind. Black Whirlwind was so delighted that he patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and called him brother. Thus, one group of real bandits and one group of fake bandits worked together to sweep through the Turkic tribes. The bearded Turkic Black Whirlwind, with his three-pronged heaven-supporting trident on his shoulder, roared with laughter as he watched the herds of cattle and sheep gallop past him. Then he turned to look at the treasures and beautiful women he had found in the houses of the tribal chiefs, and he couldn't help but laugh again. Zhang Yi and Yang Fan, whose beard was almost as big as Black Whirlwind, stood not far away, whispering in each other's ears. Yang Fan said, "Brother Zhang, we need to fight to sustain ourselves, so we still have to pretend to be bandits. However, sweeping through the small tribes on the borders of the Turkic Khaganate isn't very useful. We've already stolen enough horses, so we can move on." Zhang Yi glanced at Black Whirlwind, who was giggling foolishly, and asked, "What about him?" Yang Fan replied, "He has quite a few men with him, and they are still useful for the time being. At the same time, they can help us confuse the Turkic Khaganate. Let's bring them along for now. When they sense danger, he will retreat on his own. At that time, we can shake him off and do it ourselves." Zhang Yi nodded and walked toward Black Whirlwind. Not long later, Black Whirlwind's men escorted the captured cows, sheep, and women, and led the newly recruited highwaymen back to their base. Together with Zhang Yi, Black Whirlwind led the other highwaymen into the depths of the desert. Like a catfish diving into a school of sardines, they began their journey of stirring things up. Chapter 242. The Bathumi tribe was the first large tribe that Yang Fan encountered after entering the Turkic region. Their leader was the great arrowhead Xiao Mumu. The Turkic Khaganate divided the tribes in the country into 10 divisions. Each division was given an arrow of command. The leader of the division divided the tribes under his jurisdiction into the left and right divisions. Each division had 5 tribes, and each tribe was given an arrow of command. Therefore, a large tribe was also called an arrow. The great arrowhead was the leader. His official title was Urgin. He was the chief of the tribe who held great military and political power. Zhang Yi carried his arrowhead flag and rushed towards the great arrowhead Xiao Mumu's tribe. Although Black Whirlwind was a Turkic, his bandits were even more ruthless than the flying General Zhang Yi's men. Originally, Black Whirlwind was much more powerful than it was now. If they had not suffered heavy losses under the encirclement of the Turkic army, he would not have been unable to gather 2,000 horses when the flying general came to buy them. It must be known that when he was at his strongest, he would often bring 3 horses with him. Now, he finally had a chance to take revenge. However, Black Whirlwind had never dared to attack a large tribe like the Bathumi. He did not even dare to join forces with the flying general this time. It must be known that the Bathumi tribe had at least 7,000 string control warriors. However, the scouts he sent reported that most of the young warriors of the Bathumi tribe had left. This news immediately alerted Yang Fan. Right now, it was the winter season. There was no nomadic migration. Where could the warriors of a large tribe like Parthemi go? Yang Fan immediately thought, could it be that the 2 Turkic scouts that escaped have already reported to the Turkic Khaganate, and the Turkic Khaganate was gathering his troops to attack the Great Zhou's border fortress? In order to understand this point and understand the military movements of the Turks, he needed to attack this tribe and interrogate their leader. In order to make the warriors of the Baksumi tribe forget about the southern expedition and return to reinforce the tribe, he needed to inflict heavy losses on this tribe. At the same time, with the rank of this tribe's chief, he had the opportunity to meet Ashinamuzi. Yang Fan also wanted to show his face here, arouse the tribe's suspicion of Ashinamuzi, and incite conflict between them. Zhang Yi had received Yang Fan's instructions and insisted on taking over the Parmi tribe. Black Whirlwind was originally a little apprehensive. However, after careful investigation and confirming that the main battle power of the Parmi tribe had already left, his greed was immediately aroused. Now that he had the assistance of Xiao Fei General's 2,000 power soldiers, this was an extremely rare opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, he was afraid that he would never have the chance to attack such a large tribe again. Thus, the two parties hit it off and quietly made their way to the Parmi tribe. The Parmi tribe was the largest tribe in this desert region, so there was an extremely large freshwater lake in their pasture. There were also some trees and reeds, as well as pasture grass, sage grass, sea buckthorns, and other weeds. It was just like an oasis in the desert. Because this place was already within the Turkic Khaganate's territory, they did not have to worry about being invaded. The bandits that roamed the plains did not dare to attack this large tribe, so the defenses of the entire tribe were very lax. Yang Fan sent 2 skilled scouts, Gaoshi Chicken and Big Bear. In addition, Zhang Yi and Black Whirlwind chose a dozen or so vigilant and nimble warriors to open the way. They stealthily made their way to the Parmi tribe. On the way, they did not encounter a single roaming sentry. Only when they were 2 li away from the yurt settlement of the Parmi tribe did they discover 2 patrolling sentries with hunting dogs. Gaoshi Chicken and an archery expert under Black Whirlwind's command assigned their targets. They hid in the grass and observed their targets. At the same time, they drew their bows and shot arrows. They shot 2 arrows in rapid succession, first hitting the person and then the dog. They killed it with 1 arrow. As they continued forward, they did not see a single sentry. Big Bear immediately made his way back to report to Yang Fan. Yang Fan and the others led their horses and approached the tribe on foot. Although the other party did not have strict defenses, the tribe was too large. Their small forces could not take them all. Once they approached on horseback, even if they were at a disadvantage, their movements would definitely be discovered by the livestock and hunting dogs. If the people in the tribe discovered them early, they would not be easy to deal with. After all, even the old, weak, women and children had the ability to raise bows and fight. After receiving Big Bear's report, they secretly increased their speed. When they arrived in front of the tribe, the sky was already beginning to brighten. A sliver of light seeped through the thick and low clouds, making everything in front of them hazy. There was an endless number of yurts. A rough estimate showed that the entire tribe had more than 40,000 people. Yang Fan, Zhang Yi, and Black Whirlwind hid in the grass and carefully observed. Black Whirlwind's eyes lit up as he looked at the yurts. It was as if he was looking at countless cattle, sheep, treasures, and women. Yang Fan, on the other hand, was estimating how to take down this large tribe with only 4,000 soldiers. Most importantly, he had to capture their leaders and ensure that his plan was carried out. After thinking for a long time, Yang Fan whispered a few words into Zhang Yi's ear. Zhang Yi nodded and moved to the front of Black Whirlwind. He pointed forward and said, "The tribe is too big. We cannot capture them all in one go. In a while, we will charge straight into the main tent of the Big Arrow and capture their leader. The normal herdsmen can only flee in all directions. We do not need to care about them. We just need to capture those rich and powerful families and leave before their reinforcements arrive." This sentence was exactly what Black Whirlwind wanted. After the two of them finished their discussion, he raised his hand and waved. The warriors behind him got on their horses one after another and drew their weapons. Woo! Woo! The shrill sound of a horn sounded. The sound of hooves sounded like a dull drum. 4,000 wolf cavalry charged out and pierced through the main camp of the Bathumi tribe. They rushed straight into the depths of the tribe. Kill! 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 The sudden battle cries woke up the people of the Bathumi tribe. The cows, goats, and horses neighed uneasily in their pens. The men who woke up were disheveled. They hurriedly picked up their weapons and rushed out of their yurts. Countless horsemen galloped past their yurts and casually swung their sharp sabers, decapitating them. Some of the herdsmen had just climbed onto the backs of their horses when a long spear appeared in front of them and ruthlessly pierced through them. The person holding the spear did not even have time to pull back his spear. He loosened his grip on the spear and pulled out his saber. He continued to charge forward. Only then did the herdsmen who had been pierced by the spear slowly release their grip on the horse's mane. They fell head first and were trampled by the countless horses that continued to charge over. As for the yurts that were not in the path of the horse bandits' charge, the herdsmen who ran out in panic were not spared. Some of them had just opened the tent flap and ran out. Before they could straighten their backs, a quick arrow shot through their chest. There were also a few who had the chance to reflect a few arrows and kill or injure a few horse bandits. This immediately made the other horse bandits even more ferocious. They raised their horses and charged over to kill their entire family. Abandon your weapons and avoid death. You are not allowed to leave your tent. Abandon your weapons and avoid death. You are not allowed to leave your tent. The horse bandits shouted as they charged forward. As long as these herdsmen hid in their own yurts and could not communicate with each other or gather together, there was nothing to fear. As expected, the slaughter caused the herdsmen to be grounded. They hid in their yurts and looked outside through a crack in the corner. The group of horse bandits whizzed past without stopping for even a moment, heading straight for the residences of those with status in the tribe. This was very easy to recognize. It could be seen from the size and magnificence of the yurts. Seeing that the last group of horse bandits had also whizzed past, some of the bolder herdsmen poked their heads out. After confirming that there were no more enemies behind them, they immediately called for their families and hurriedly jumped onto the horses that they did not have time to saddle and fled into the wilderness. As long as there was a leader, there would naturally be others who would follow suit. Seeing that they had escaped safely and were not intercepted, the other herdsmen hurriedly helped the old and the young to mount their horses and fled frantically. Their actions were exactly what the horse bandits wanted. Otherwise, with so many herdsmen gathered together, they would not be able to suppress them once they launched an attack. If they let them escape in all directions, it would be easy to control the rest of the herdsmen. In order to satisfy the needs of grazing, the tribes on the grassland were very far away from each other. In the desert, the grassland was not plentiful enough, so the distance between tribes was even further. Especially for a large tribe like Parsimi, they probably needed a large area of grassland to satisfy their needs for survival. Therefore, the horse bandits were not worried that they would find reinforcements quickly. The Turks, who had survived years of internal strife and foreign wars, were indeed the most warlike people. Even though the horse bandits had rushed to the core area at the fastest speed, when they arrived, they were still met with resistance from the hastily assembled Turks. These Turkic leaders might have held great authority and lived a lavish life, but they were not fools who lived like princes or were unskilled in cavalry battles. They were brave on the battlefield, and even in the face of such a surprise attack, they had still displayed outstanding fighting qualities. A group of Turks in disheveled armor charged forward bravely and fought back frantically, buying time for the other tribesmen to gather. Black Whirlwind and Little Flying General knew that they could not allow them to form a powerful counterattack. They had to end the battle quickly. As long as they could capture the leader, the rest would be easy. The two of them led the brave horse bandits and fought desperately with the troops organized by the Turks. After all, the troops of the Turks were in a hurry and were gradually losing ground. Kill! Yang Fan urged his horse forward and thrust his spear into the chest of a large Turk. Exerting strength in his arms, he swung the man up and spun him in the air like a windmill. Then, he threw him forward and smashed into the body of an incoming Turk cavalryman, knocking him off his horse. The man fell to the ground with a clang sound. Just as he raised his head dizzily, he saw a tall horse appear above his head. Its two hooves were as big as the mouth of a bull, and a sharp spear was pointed straight at him. Drip! A drop of blood from the tip of the spear fell into his eyes. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and then he felt a great pain in his chest. That spear had already pierced through his thick chest, nailing his entire body to the ground. Yang Fan held the spear in one hand and the reins in the other. He looked around and saw that the situation in the camp was already under their control. The shepherds of the Pimi tribe on the outskirts were fleeing, while the rich and noble Turks in the core area were already surrounded by them. The battle was nearing its end. "Great Urgent, hurry and leave!" Someone shouted loudly. On his way here, Yang Fan had swept through the desert and could already understand some of the words they often used. Besides, the pronunciation of the official name of Urgent was Urgent. Yang Fan suddenly looked over and saw a Turk warrior pushing a disheveled man onto the back of a horse. The moment he turned around, he was cleaved in two by a horse bandit. The bearded man riding on the horse turned the horse's head and whipped his whip, wanting to escape far away. Yang Fan waved his arm, and the spear in his hand turned into a shadow. He threw it like a javelin. The spear carried a mournful long whistle and pierced the horse's belly with a pu sound. The horse let out a mournful cry and suddenly leaped, throwing the bearded man off its back. Chapter 243. The battle was finally over. Zhang Yi and Black Whirlwind, who were used to working together, had a tacit understanding of how to deal with the aftermath. Some escorted a group of women to get food, while others were responsible for cleaning up the slaves in the tribe, giving them weapons and valuables, and inciting them to rebel. Regardless of whether they were willing to join the horse bandits, as long as they did something subversive, they could create some trouble for these tribes. There were also people responsible for counting the cattle, sheep, valuables, weapons, and valuables in the village. Black Whirlwind could no longer laugh. It was not because he did not manage to steal any valuables, but because he had stolen too many valuables. He could not possibly transport so many cattle, sheep, and valuables back to his nest. Seeing that he had to give up some valuables, he felt a pang in his heart. The horse bandits occupied the best yurts in the Pasumi tribe and ate the best food to replenish their strength. Once they were energetic, they excitedly threw themselves into dividing and collecting the valuables and women. Of course, they did not get carried away. Even though they knew that the escaped herdsmen would not be able to find reinforcements so quickly, they still set up a sentry post 30 miles away. This was to ensure that once the enemy approached, they could immediately escape. The owner of the magnificent yurts in Xiao Mumu's tent had changed. Black Whirlwind was walking outside, feeling distressed as he pondered how many valuables he could not take away. Little Flying General Zhang Yi was in the tent interrogating the original owner, Xiao Mumu. "Arrowhead, as far as I know, your tribe has at least 7,000 bowstring control warriors. How did they all become old, weak, women, and children? Where are the people? Could it be that they're all dead?" Zhang Yi leaned against the soft silk bedding. On his knee was a woman with an enchanting body. The tent was very messy. The bedding was not even folded. Arrowhead Xiao Mumu had woken up from his sleep and hurriedly ran to fight. The woman on Zhang Yi's knee was one of Xiao Mumu's beloved concubines. Her name was Tuobarurin, and she was from Dangxiangchong. She was a very beautiful woman, but now she had become a plaything on Zhang Yi's knee. As Zhang Yi asked Xiao Mumu, he patted the woman's round buttocks lightly. He even hit a spot. Yang Fan casually sat down at a table in the side room. Listening carefully, Zhang Yi was actually filming the general's order. Xiao Mumu glared at Zhang Yi with a venomous gaze and did not say a word. Zhang Yi chuckled and waved his hand indifferently. "Drag one of his sons out and kill him." "Wait." Suppressing his anger, Xiao Mumu said in a low voice, "The Khan has ordered all the warriors to gather at Shui Yinhua tribe." Zhang Yi leaned forward and asked, "What is Gugulu gathering his troops for in this heavy snow and cold winter?" Xiao Mumu said, "It is said that they have received important information from the Tang people. They want to send troops to capture the Tang people's cities and seize their wealth and women. This time, all the tribes that participate in the war will keep whatever they seize. There is no need to hand it over, so all the tribes have sent a large number of troops." "Oh." Zhang Yi straightened his back and pinched the plump buttocks of the beauty. He pretended not to care and said, "I heard that Gugulu is bedridden. He actually still has the mind to attack the Tang dynasty. Could it be that his illness is fake?" Xiao Mumu swallowed his anger and said, "The Khan is indeed ill. Now, the one in charge of the military is Mok Yabgu. Zhang Yi grunted and continued to ask for information. Xiao Mumu was under someone else's roof and did not dare to not lower his head. However, his knowledge was limited and he could not get any more useful information out of him. Zhang Yi gave Yang Fan a look and said, "All right, escort them out and pack up the goods as soon as possible. This is not a place to stay for long." Yang Fan agreed and brought a few people to escort Xiao Mumu and his family out. As soon as they left, Zhang Yi ordered his men, "Go, guard outside the tent. If anyone comes, tell him to wait for a moment." With that said, he reached out and tore the clothes of the beauty on his knees. With the sound of ripping silk, a pink and curvy butt leaped into view. Tuoborin exclaimed in surprise, and Zhang Yi pounced on it with a smile. Yang Fan escorted Xiao Mumu and his family out of the tent and walked towards an even larger tent nearby. That was where Xiao Mumu usually gathered to discuss matters. It was very spacious, and there was not much furniture inside. Currently, some of the tribe's chief stewards and their families were all locked up here. As Yang Fan escorted them back, his beard gradually fell off due to the wind. Of course, this falling of his beard was done by him, but no one else knew. Half of Yang Fan's beard had already fallen off, but he was still unaware. He swaggered in front of everyone and entered the tent where the nobles were locked up. Looking at the nobles, he arrogantly said, "All of you stay here. We are the people of the little flying general. We only seek wealth, not to kill. As long as you are well behaved, you won't lose your life." When the nobles in the tent saw that half of his beard had fallen off, their gazes at him suddenly became a little strange. A child was surprised and wanted to shout. Fortunately, his mother discovered it and hurriedly pulled him into her arms. Her hand that was hidden under her big sleeve gently covered his mouth. After Yang Fan gave the order, Xiao Mumu and his family were also escorted in. Yang Fan walked out again. As soon as he turned around, the beardless side of his face suddenly reflected in Xiao Mumu's eyes. When Xiao Mumu saw his appearance, he was shocked and almost tripped on the carpet. Yang Fan went out, the curtain was lowered, and the guards with knives were guarding outside. The nobles in the tent suddenly surrounded Xiao Mumu. Someone whispered, "Big arrowhead, that person is disguised." Another person said, "Do horse bandits need to hide their head and show their tail? Will there be any problems with these people?" One of the tribal elders stared at Xiao Mumu and asked in a trembling voice, "Big arrowhead, last year on the 8th of May, when worshipping the gods, the Mozi Yabga brought his sons with him. Do you still remember what his sons looked like?" Xiao Mumu couldn't believe what he saw. When he heard the question, his face suddenly changed and said, "You also saw it? Is it really him?" The elder said, "If my old eyes are not blurry, this person must be him." The other nobles looked at each other and asked, "Big arrowhead, who are you talking about?" The two largest Turkic tribes were the Ashina tribe and the Ashina tribe. Later on in the Khitan kingdom, the Yelu clan and the Shao clan were connected by marriage. In order to resolve the conflicts within the tribes and bind the two tribes together, the Ashina clan of the Turkic royal clan and the Ashina clan, the largest tribe outside the Khitan clan, were also connected by marriage. The Ashina tribe worshipped the sun, and the Ashina tribe worshipped the gods. In order to unite the two forces, the Turkic people combined the sun and the sun, using the sun as the god and the heaven as the name, forming the custom of worshipping the sun. Every year on the 8th of May, the leaders of the Turkic tribes would gather together and build a high platform on the open grassland to worship the gods. Almost every noble would attend this grand festival. Xiao Mumu and the elder were the representatives of their tribes who had participated in the worship last year, and both of them had seen Ashina Muzi. The other nobles began to ask the two about it, and when they were certain that the person they saw was Ashina Muzi, the entire tent was in an uproar. Why would Ashina Muzi do this? Our Ashina tribe has been connected by marriage with the Ashina tribe for generations. I say, could it be because of that bloody battle 80 years ago when our two tribes fought over the Chigar Plains? That can't be. It's been so long since that war. Even though the two tribes have been connected by marriage for generations, it was inevitable that there would be many wars. For a moment, some people even remembered the grudges that had been sown between the two tribes decades ago. Xiao Mumu lightly shook his head. That's impossible. Our tribe has had a rather good relationship with them over the last few decades. There's no reason for them to pretend to be bandits just to take revenge on us because of an old grudge from decades ago. Besides, if it was because of this, then he should have killed all of us. Why would he spare our lives? The elder thought for a moment, and then his expression suddenly changed. Arrowhead, I heard that the Kagan's illness is very serious this time. The great shamans of the various tribes have all been invited, but none of them can do anything. Xiao Mumu did not know why he was suddenly mentioning this matter. He nodded. That's right, I also heard that the Kagan's illness this time. Why are you bringing this up? The elder said with a gloomy face. The Khan has a son, but most Yabu holds great power. If anything happens to the Khan, it is very likely that the one to inherit the Khan's throne will not be the Khan's son, but the older brother, Mos Yabu, will be the next Khan. Xiao Mumu thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. That's right, this possibility is very high. However, this is the matter of the Ashina tribe. The throne has always been produced in their tribe. What does it have to do with our Ashina tribe? The elder said, I am afraid that the Khan's sons are not willing to see the Khan's throne fall into their uncle's hands. Ever since the reign of Chimin Khan, our imperial court has established the system of establishing the heir to the throne. If there is no heir to the throne, the descendants are superior to the younger brothers. Although Mokeshi Yabu holds great power, he is, after all, not legitimate. If he wants to buy the tribes to support him, he has to pay a price. And to pay a price, he needs money. Xiao Mumu's face changed when he heard this. The elder's words were clearly saying that Mokeshi Yabu saw that his elder brother was dying. In order to seize the throne, he sent people to pretend to be bandits, plunder the wealth of the tribes, and then buy the hearts of the tribes. This reason was undoubtedly more convincing than the bloody war between the two tribes 80 years ago. Even if the people of this era often traveled far and wide, it was not as common as the movies, television, newspapers, and the internet in the future. In this era, very few people knew that there could be people who looked exactly the same in this world. From the start, they never thought that the person who looked exactly like Ashina Musi could be someone else in disguise. We have to pretend that we don't know anything about this matter. We can't let him see any flaws, or we will all die. Xiao Mumu's expression was solemn as he exhorted the nobles. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, If we can escape with our lives, I will personally see the great Yabu of my tribe and report this matter to him. Chapter 244. Yang Fan left the tent where the dignitaries of the Parmi tribe were imprisoned. He fixed his beard and immediately went to see Zhang Yi. When he reached the tent, Zhang Yi's guards stretched out their hands to stop him. Yang Fan was unwilling to pay attention to him and barged in with a push. Zhang Yi was lying on the bed and was working hard to drill the crude oil. Seeing Yang Fan barge in, Tuobaran exclaimed and quickly covered her face. Zhang Yi pulled the blanket over his body in a sorry state and said with some vexation, Second, you can't even wait for a while? Yang Fan saw the situation in the tent and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In front of this woman, he couldn't even talk about official matters. Yang Fan hurriedly retreated out and answered, Yes. Big chieftain, this subordinate has something to report. Zhang Yi said, Wait a moment. I'll go out after I put on my clothes. The moment the curtain fell, Zhang Yi's drilling for crude oil action immediately turned into tamping. The sounds of thumping were fast and urgent, as though the ground beneath him was trembling. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Yi stood in front of Yang Fan in a refreshed state. Yang Fan gave him a thumbs up and asked, Where is the location of the Shui Yintawa tribe? Do you know? Zhang Yi thought for a moment before bending down to pick up a stone and started to draw on the ground. Of course, it was impossible for him to know the topography of the entire area, but he was familiar with this area. He could remember the location of every lake clearly. This was the capital to protect his life in the desert, and most of the tribes here relied on these lakes to survive. Yang Fan looked at the crooked map that he had drawn and tilted his head to take a closer look. He nodded and said, This place is where we are? Zhang Yi said, yes. Yang Fan said, from the looks of it, we are not far from the Shui Yinhua tribe. Zhang Yi laughed dryly and said, from this map, it is indeed not far, but if we really want to rush there, who knows how long we will have to walk and how many tribes of all sizes we will have to pass by. Yang Fan frowned and said, what about the location? The direction can't be wrong, right? Zhang Yi looked closely at the clumsy map he had drawn and said confidently, the location can't be wrong. I have a very good memory. I can remember people and roads. Yang Fan nodded, stroking his chin as he said, from this position, it should be in the center of the Turkic tribes. Since they've gathered their forces here, it's impossible for us to determine which pass they intend to attack. Zhang Yi said, then what do we do? Yang Fan pondered for a moment and said, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's go to this Shui Yinhua tribe. Zhang Yi exclaimed in shock. The hundreds of Turkic tribes, big and small, are all there. Even if one of us fights 100, we won't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Yang Fan glared at him and said, idiot, who said anything about fighting? He tore off his beard and stuck it back, leisurely saying, I, Ashina Musi, want to go to Shui Yinhua? Who dares to stop me? Zhang Yi suddenly understood and said, right, we've been fighting and killing along the way. How could I have forgotten about this? Then what about Black Whirlwind? Yang Fan said, I'm afraid that after this battle, he'll be full. If he eats any more, he'll be stuffed to death. If he's willing to continue with us, then we'll take him with us. Didn't you say that there are still many small and large tribes between here and Shui Yinhua tribe? We'll continue to fight our way over and create more chaos. When we get close to Shui Yinhua tribe, we'll turn into one of the Turkic tribes attending the meeting. Black Whirlwind isn't stupid and won't follow us to such a dangerous place. When the time comes, there's no need for you to chase him. He'll leave on his own. Zhang Yi nodded and asked, when do we move? Yang Fan said, we can't wait for the fleeing herdsmen to find reinforcements. It won't be good for them to guess our general direction. We'll leave immediately. In front of Yurt, Big Bear paced back and forth, a fierce struggle in his heart. After taking over this tribe, the Turkic bandits under Black Whirlwind had been unbridled, robbing and raping women. Even the cavalry of the Tukashi tribe were just as vicious. This had always been the rule of the grasslands. The victor had the right to control everything of the loser. Cattle, sheep, property, women, and even the loser himself could become slaves. And most of the women of the grasslands also had this understanding. Whoever was the victor would become their new master. The women of the grasslands had long since accepted this rule in their unique living environment. No matter how much they loved their original husband, they rarely resisted after being kidnapped. Most of them would calmly accept reality and become the new husband's wife. Moreover, they would earnestly and dutifully take on the responsibility of taking care of the family. Just like the later king of the grasslands, Genghis Khan, his mother and main wife had both been kidnapped and turned into someone else's wife. As a result, the actions of these bandits did not meet with any resistance from the women. Seeing this situation, Big Bear could not help but feel tempted. He and the kosher chickens were specialized in extremely dangerous scouting missions. Each mission would last at least a few months, and at most a year. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous. Once they were seen through, there was no chance of survival. The reason why they had not married at this age was not because they were too taciturn during blind dates, but because their identities were too dangerous. Who would be willing to become a widow at any time? Their taciturn behavior during blind dates was precisely a habit developed after many failed blind dates. Big Bear was still a virgin. Seeing how others could do whatever they wanted and how the women did not resist, Big Bear could not help but feel tempted. In the tent behind him, there was a very pretty Turkic girl. When the bandits under Black Whirlwind had charged into this household to rob their belongings, they had been stopped by the owner of the household and had wanted to draw their sabers to kill him. It was Big Bear who had passed by and stopped the bandits from violating the girl. He could sense that the girl had a good impression of him. Moreover, these bandits were like wolves and tigers roaming around, looking for anything that could be taken away. The people in the tribe were all scared witless. The girl even had a fawning attitude towards him, as if she wanted to rely on him for protection. If he wanted to sleep with this girl, she should not object, right? Big Bear struggled in his heart. One moment he was beaming, the next he was crestfallen, and the next he seemed to think of something. His face turned red. After struggling for a long time, he finally made up his mind. Stamping his foot, he turned and rushed into the tent. The beautiful Turkic girl timidly rose to her feet. Seeing his strange expression and burning gaze, she suddenly understood and shyly lowered her head, shooting a quick glance at him. Big Bear gathered his courage. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Zhang Yi shout from outside, "Is the camel ready? Let's go. Let's leave immediately." Big Bear wanted to vent his anger like a pig. Lowering his head, he sullenly walked out. On the top of a sand dune across the wide freshwater lake from the Basumi tribe, a person quietly stood. Her entire body was wrapped in a yellow robe and a headscarf. Her face was also covered with a cloth of the same color, revealing only a pair of curved brows and a pair of delicate eyes. Those curved brows were like the crescent moon reflected in the water of the lake at night. Those bright eyes were like the twinkling stars in the moonless sky. Her hand was outstretched, and the camel's head was lowered, licking the salt from her palm. That small and thin hand was a little thin. Tin Ano had been following Shen Mu for a long time, all the way until Shen Mu entered Big Dipper Valley and took up residence in the Tukashi tribe. This entire winter, she had been keeping watch at a small tribe that Shen Mu had to pass through on his return journey. But on the return journey, she had finally lost track of Shen Mu. When Shen Mu returned, it was snowing heavily. This sort of weather was especially dangerous for a lone traveler like her, and her horse had diarrhea. When she finally arrived at the oasis town where Shen Mu had stopped, Shen Mu had already been escorted east by the people from the Huang River. She saw Yang Fan, Zhang Yi, and all the other people that Shen Mu had left behind. These people had sneakily crossed Mount Heli and entered the Turkic territory. Tin Ano had thought that Shen Mu was among them, so she chased them all the way to the Turkic territory. This girl had a bit of perseverance. Even now, she still thought that Shen Mu had arrived at Lanyu. Tin Ano did not understand what Shen Mu and the horse bandits were doing in Lanyu, but she only needed to follow him all the way and know all his whereabouts. Her young master would analyze these matters, and she did not need to worry. Her young master never needed anyone to worry about him. Tin Ano stood there quietly, blending into the yellow sand. The people on the other side could not see her at all. She watched as the people in the distance had already left, then gently pulled on the reins. The camel immediately, obediently knelt down. Tin Ano mounted the camel's back and gave a light shout. The camel stood up and led her along the undulating sand dunes. The yellow sand made the blue sky look a little black. A camel and a person walked alone. Suddenly, a clear and melodious song rang out in the silent desolation. On the 7th day of the 7th month, come by coincidence. 7th young lady, please come early. Teach your child's heart, teach your child's hands. Embroider a sky full of stars and send you back to the heavenly palace. The desert was terrifying and full of unpredictable dangers. This danger was even more fatal to a person who traveled alone. However, the greatest danger was not the danger caused by the desert's terrain or climate, but the loneliness of traveling alone in the vast world. As far as one could see, one could not see a single living thing. One could only hear the sound of one's own breathing and the sound of one's own camel stepping on the sand dunes. When monotonous sound entered one's ears, it would feel like a drum was beating in one's ears. Singing was the best way to relieve the heavy pressure of the monotonous and lonely journey. But this song could relieve the pressure on her eardrums, but could it relieve the pressure in her heart? The figure walking alone was filled with loneliness, just like her lonely song. Chapter 245. The Shui Yintaol was a large tribe of the Turkic Khaganate. This tribe had originally belonged to the Tiela tribes, formed from the Shui and Yintawa tribes. During the reign of Emperor Taizong, the chief of this tribe had once, with the support of Li Shimin, established a khaganate and fought for power with the Turks, contributing greatly to the spread of the Tang dynasty to the north. Later on, when the Turks once more rose to power, the Shui Yinhua army was defeated and forced to surrender, once more under Turkic rule. At present, the territory of the Shui Yinhua tribe was located in the center of the Turkic lands. With the soldiers of the various tribes gathered here, it was guaranteed that the soldiers of the various tribes would arrive at the same time, so that there would not be a situation where the soldiers of the various tribes were waiting for the soldiers of one tribe to arrive late. But this made things even more difficult for Yang Fan. He could not predict where the Turks would attack based on where they were gathering their soldiers, and thus he could first send a warning to the fortress. Thus, Yang Fan decided to infiltrate the Shui Yinhua tribe and act according to the circumstances. Along the way, they continued to alternate between conscripted Turkic soldiers and highwaymen. When they encountered tribes that were easy to take down, they would pretend to be highwaymen and rob them of their goods. When they encountered powerful tribes, they would pretend to be the soldiers of some tribe rushing to meet up with Shui Yinhua and swagger past their tribe. Halfway through the journey, Black Whirlwind felt that he was too far from his base and that it was time to turn back. He discussed this with Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi insisted on continuing. However, Zhang Yi very straightforwardly agreed to Black Whirlwind's suggestion, and after splitting the spoils, the two groups split up. This time, Zhang Yi's group had also obtained a lot of cattle and sheep. As they were getting closer and closer to the Shui Yinhua tribe, they could no longer pretend to be bandits to avoid being exposed, so they also needed food. The people of the steppe mainly ate livestock. Zhang Yi's group drove the cattle and sheep they had captured all the way to the Shui Yinhua tribe, so they did not have to worry about starving. When the Turks went to war, soldiers and horses were conscripted from the various tribes, and the conscripted soldiers had to prepare their own weapons, horses, and rations. Although their rations included stir-fried noodles and dry biscuits, they mainly ate living animals, namely cattle and sheep. Every conscripted group was like this. As long as they went out to battle, they would drive large herds of cattle and sheep, and when they were hungry, they would slaughter a few of them to fill their stomachs. In the wars between the Tang dynasty and the nomadic tribes, when they won, there was often a special section in the war reports to count the number of cattle and sheep seized from a battle. It wasn't that they fought their way into the enemy's tribe, but that once the enemy suffered a defeat, the three armies would retreat in disorder, and these cattle and sheep would become the spoils of war. They didn't have any soldiers' pay. The khaganate wouldn't care about this, and neither would the tribal chiefs. They had to prepare their own weapons, horses, and rations. Without soldiers' pay, they had to rely on the spoils of war they seized from the battlefield to make up for their losses. That was why they were braver than anyone else when they were winning. Once they won a battle, they would burn, kill, and loot, turning soldiers into bandits and causing great disasters to the land they occupied. It was precisely for this reason that when they lost a battle, they would scatter faster than anyone else. If they died, their families would suffer, and they wouldn't even receive compensation. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, they were likely to end up as slaves. Thus, when they lost a battle, they would often see the strange sight of the great Khan only having a few people left to protect him. This was because their parents had died and their parents were married off, leaving them to fend for themselves. Groups from other tribes gradually appeared on the road. Just like Yang Fan's group, they were also dressed in disarray, their armor and weapons all different. They were herding a herd of cattle and sheep, and those who didn't know them wouldn't even think that they were soldiers. They would think that they were a group of armed livestock peddlers. Yang Fan's group easily blended into this group and headed for the Shui Yinhua tribe. At noon, they finally arrived at the Shui Yinhua tribe. Worried that they would be interrogated, Yang Fan's group had intentionally stayed at the back, only sending a few Turks to follow the group to scout out the situation. However, they discovered that there was no one responsible for receiving these warriors from the various tribes. When these warriors arrived, they would choose a place on the vast snowy plains that was warm and sunny to set up camp, erecting yurts and pens for livestock. Only then would the leader lead a few people into the territory of the Shui Yinhua tribe to pay respects to the commander-in-chief of the three armies. Yang Fan relaxed upon seeing this, and they began to look for a place to set up camp. Since all the tribes had set up their tents in places that were warm and sunny, the tents were not densely packed. In the snowy region, facing the sun and the wind, the tents of the tribes were lined up in rows, while the areas facing the sun and the wind were empty. Thus, Yang Fan's group followed suit and set up camp on a slope facing the sun and away from the wind. They had come rather late in the first place, and now that they had deliberately made way, they set up camp on the outermost edge of the continuous line of camps. This way, if any accident occurred, they would be able to escape as quickly as possible. Soon after, Yang Fan, Zhang Yi, Gao Sheiji, Big Bear, and the others rode toward the Shui Yinhua tribe. As a large tribe located in the center of the Turkic Khaganate and blessed by the heavens with a freshwater lake on its side, some of the residents of the tribe had gradually stopped their nomadic herding and turned to merchants. This stable lifestyle made this place no longer just a complex of yurts. Although it was still called a tribe, it had already begun to take the shape of a city. The tribe was surrounded by yellow mud walls that were more than 1 zhang tall. The wind and rain had cracked the walls, making them look like an aged face. The city gate was a tall gate that was unguarded. The Turkic Khaganate still did not have a complete tax system, and if one had to pay a toll to enter the tribe, those fierce shepherds would pull out their sabers and fight to the death. Upon entering the city, one could see that it was a chaotic scene. There were rows of shacks, mud houses, and yurts that were commonly seen on the steppe. The influx of foreigners had caused the peddlers to become more active, and the rows of shacks were covered in smoke as they sold all kinds of snacks and inferior wine. The wine-loving warriors of the steppe were the largest customers here. Many of them did not even buy any appetizers, but instead bought leather bags of inferior wine that they drank with relish. Only the wealthier ones would sit down in the shacks, make a few pancakes, cut up a plate of beef, and drink to their heart's content. Yang Fan, Zhang Yi, and the others were all dressed in Turkic robes and had Turkic hairstyles. Coupled with their fierce and dirty beards, they looked no different from ordinary black Turks. Just like everyone else, they had sheathless sabers sheathed on their belts and swaggered around as if no one else was around. Yang Fan was walking forward when the Koshek chicken suddenly pulled him. Yang Fan turned his head and saw that the chicken was listening to a few people talking in a shabby wine shack. After listening for a while, the chicken suddenly turned to Yang Fan, and with a strange glint in his eyes, he whispered in Chinese, "That person is the Turkic spy that escaped from the Huyuan army." As he spoke, his eyes swept under the canopy. Yang Fan looked over and saw a dirty sheepskin carpet under the canopy. There was a small round table with a few grassland snacks and large wine bowls on it. 5 or 6 big men with red faces and thick necks were sitting cross-legged there. The person indicated by the kosho chicken was facing the outside of the canopy. He was talking animatedly with his tongue hanging out. Yang Fan vigilantly looked left and right, then lowered his head and said in a low voice, Let's go in and drink." The old Turkic man was overjoyed to see more guests and hurriedly invited them in. Yang Fan and the others sat down on a relatively clean rug in the corner and ordered a few dishes of braised meat, dried tofu, and a jar of inferior wine. They pretended to drink. The one drinking and bragging was Ian. His cousin Dian Si had died on the way, but he had actually managed to escape back to the Turks. It was precisely the intelligence he had sent that had prompted Moshe to make up his mind to fight. In truth, Kaghan Gudolu was currently seriously ill and unfit for war, but Gudolu had still not appointed a successor. No one knew if he intended to pass the throne to his own son or to his younger brother, who had fought alongside him. Moshe felt very uneasy. At present, he was acting as the representative of the Turkic state, and he wanted to fight a great victory to increase his influence among the tribes. In this way, his elder brother would be forced by the circumstances to pass the throne to him. Thus, he was very keen on fighting this battle. To ensure victory, immobilize the tribes, and, for the first time, proposed that in this southern campaign, the tribes would not have to pay tribute to the Kaghan and could divide the spoils among themselves. Yin had not been made a Dagon, but his position was not low either. Moshe had personally appointed him as Helan. This Helan was not the Helan with a compound surname, but a military officer of the Turks. His status was a little lower than that of a Dagon. Moshe had already said that if he succeeded in capturing a Tang city, he would be promoted to Dagon, and once he was promoted to Dagon, he would become a hereditary official. When Yin arrived at Xianchuo, the warriors from his tribe and the neighboring tribes heard that he had been appointed an official. Some invited him to drink, and some invited him to eat. Thus, for several days, Yin had an endless feast. Today, this group of people was from his tribe, and they had taken the initiative to invite him to drink. During the feast, Yin could not help but brag about his heroic deeds to these people. Hey, those Tang scouts were very stupid. With that kind of disguise, I saw through their flaws at a glance. Diancie and I brought people to set up an ambush halfway. Yin talked nonstop. Every time he told a story these days, the story became more thrilling and exciting. If it continued to develop like this, he might become a storyteller. In the corner of the tent, Zhang, Yi, Big Bear, and the others pretended to drink and chat, listening to them. Yang Fan and the Gaoshi chicken whispered to each other, as if they were talking about something intimate. In fact, it was the Gaoshi chicken who was quickly translating Yi An's words. Among these people, only Yang Fan did not understand the Turkic language. You're bragging. You think you can escape from the Tang camp just like that? Yan was provoked by that tribesman and could not help but say something. When Yang Fan, who was sitting in the corner, heard this, his eyes immediately shot out a frightening light. Chapter 246. Yan said, "You still don't believe me. We refused to admit that we were scouts and pretended to be timid and obedient. Those Tangs couldn't do anything to us, and gradually, they didn't care about us anymore. That day, their great general transferred us to be interrogated again, but we still pretended to be crazy." The great general was getting impatient. Suddenly, someone came to look for him, so he left with his guards. Yin drank a mouthful of wine and said proudly, "It was also because the wind and snow were too heavy that there weren't many guards outside." After he left, there were only 2 people in the tent watching over us. Those 2 people didn't care about us at all and actually dozed off there. The 2 of us suddenly attacked and knocked them out. We put on their clothes and left. With their waste tokens, no matter how heavily guarded the camp was, couldn't we come and go as we pleased? The clansmen who were listening with great interest said with regret, "You left just like that? Why didn't you kill those 2 Tangs?" Yin said, "If your clothes were covered in blood, how could you leave?" At that time, after knocking them out, we only cared about putting on our clothes and leaving for fear that if we delayed, other soldiers would come. After all, that was the main camp of the Tangs. We didn't dare to waste our time and were in a hurry to find horses. The others nodded and said, "That's true. To be able to escape in such a situation is already a blessing from the gods." The Gaoshi chicken translated to Yang Fan sentence by sentence. When Yang Fan heard this, a strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes. He asked in a low and cold voice, "Did you hear it correctly? He really said that?" The Gaoshi chicken looked at him strangely and nodded vigorously. Yang Fan repeatedly pondered over what Yin had said earlier, and a wisp of icy coldness faintly suffused his eyes. He was the only person other than Shunmu who understood the secret report sent by Shunmu's informant. The secret report had a very detailed description of the process of the 2 Turkic spies' escape. At that time, there were 2 people in the tent watching over the 2 spies and 2 halberd-wielding warriors guarding the door. However, according to Yin, there were only 2 people in the tent. Based on the many praises that Yin had just said, if there were really 4 guards in the tent at that time, in order to show his bravery, he definitely wouldn't have said too little. Then what about the 2 halberd-wielding warriors whose throats were slit at the back of the tent? Didn't he say that there were Turkic scouts in Lushirta's army? It was true that Yin could boast about how valiant he was when he assassinated 100 cavalrymen and how difficult it was for him to escape from the army camp and be pursued. But how could he make up such an important fact that he was rescued by an insider to be completely unrecognizable? The grassland herdsman valued credibility and sincerity. Deception was a very serious matter, and inappropriate exaggeration and a complete fabrication were very different. Moreover, Yin said that at that time, he only knocked out 2 imperial bodyguards. He didn't kill them because he was afraid that the blood would stain his military uniform. However, when the 2 people in the tent were discovered, they were clearly beheaded. Who did this? It was daytime, and it was a snowy winter. How could the 2 guards be so tired that they dozed off? It wasn't like it was summer. Was there a need to sleep? So thirsty? Yang Fan had served in the Jinwu Guards and was an imperial guard in the palace. His brother, Ma Qiao, was now the personal guard of a general, so he knew very well how strict the military discipline was for a person chosen by a great general to be a personal guard. Before this, Yang Fan had never doubted Qiu Shinji. Although Qiu Shinji was bloodthirsty, cruel, and unscrupulous to achieve his goals, he was still a general of the Tang dynasty. Would he do such a despicable thing for the sake of his own selfish desires? But at this moment, this person is very important. We have to get our hands on him. We have to keep him alive. Yang Fan lowered his head and said to the Gaoshi chicken in an inaudible voice. The Gaoshi chicken looked at him in surprise. Seeing his serious face, it turned his head and said a few words to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi didn't want to waste his brain thinking about why. Anyway, before he set off, Shenmu had already told him to listen to Yang Fan for everything. Since Yang Fan said so, he would do it. So he nodded happily. Yin continued talking. He talked about how he and Dian Ci changed into military uniforms and escaped from the barracks. They were found again and chased by the soldiers. He added oil to the fire and talked about how brave he was. Finally, when he talked about his cousin Dian Ci dying on the road, he burst into tears again. Everyone hurried to comfort him. Yin said sadly, Dian Ci liked our tribe's Miss Machi Qingyuan the most. He even planned to go to her house and marry her after he became an official. Who would have thought that she would die in the vast snow? A clansman beside him comforted, people can't come back to life. Don't be sad. As for Miss Qingyuan, even if Dian Ci came back alive, he wouldn't be able to see her. She's already married. Ian wiped his tears and asked, she's already married? Who did she marry? That clansman said, she's been married for almost a year. She married a rich man from the Shui Yintua tribe. He lives in the city. His name is Tiefu Rongji. He's a dead old man. Sigh, what a pity, a flower of our tribe. What a pity. That buttocks that are as firm as a mare's and breasts that are as big as a cow's. Ian said happily, is that so? They'll have to buy some gifts to visit her later. A few clansmen immediately revealed a warm expression. Yang Fan and the others waited patiently at the side until these people finished drinking and dispersed. Those clansmen all walked out of the city and back to the barracks. Because Yin wanted to visit the flower of their tribe, he walked in the opposite direction alone. He bought some very gaudy jewelry from a peddler, humming a song as he walked unsteadily. Yang Fan and the others immediately followed behind him. Yin asked around and found Tiefu Rongji's house. Rongji was a Turkic who had already left his nomadic lifestyle and turned into a merchant. He could be considered to have a small fortune in this city. He spent a large sum of money to marry this Miss Machi from Yin's tribe, whose beauty had spread far and wide. But in the end, he was struck down. His already old and weak body died in less than half a year. His 4 wives divided up his family's property. Machi Qingyuan obtained a wine shop that was still managed by the same workers. Every day, she would have an income, so she lived a leisurely life. The Shui Yinua tribe had always been large and had a large population. Coupled with the fact that the warriors from the surrounding tribes would occasionally come to the city for a stroll, the streets were bustling with activity. Yang Fan and the others had no way to make a move, so they could only follow Yin from a distance and watch him walk into a wine shop. The wine shop had a front shop and a back residence. The workers managed the business in the front shop while the lady boss, Machi Qingyuan, lived in the residence in the back. As one of the wealthier clans in the area, the foundation of her house and the walls that were less than half a person's height were all made of stone, while the top was made of mud mixed with grass. It was more orderly, stylish, and tidier than ordinary clans. At this moment, Machi Qingyuan was warmly sending off her lover from the back door. Back in her tribe, Machi Qingyuan had been a playboy by nature. After marrying Rongji, She had only been a bride for less than half a year. Once Rongji died, she reverted to her old ways. In any case, there was no one to care about her now, so she became even more aggressive. As a result, she had many lovers. The person she wanted to send away was called Helian Xiaofei, and he was a small army commander in Shuiyinhua tribe. Under his care, even though Machi Qingyuan managed a wine shop as a woman, no man dared to bully her. Helian Xiaofei had obviously just obtained his satisfaction. Not only was his smile frivolous, even his steps were a little frivolous. He frivolously pinched Machi Qingyuan's plump breasts, chuckled, and said, "Then I'll go back now. I'll come find you again tonight." Machi Qingyuan was as sturdy and tall as most of the prairie girls, but her facial features didn't look ugly because of her broad frame. On the contrary, she looked very charming, especially her plump breasts and round buttocks, which made these sturdy men from the prairie even more infatuated with her. Hearing Helian Xiaofei's words, Machi Qingyuan giggled and said coquettishly, Haven't you had enough fun just now?" Helian Xiaofei said, "Hee, we're going to set off soon. This trip will take at least a few months before we return. Of course, we have to feed you first." While the two were teasing each other, a waiter's voice suddenly came from the front yard. Machi Qingyuan hurriedly said, "All right, I won't send you off. I have something to do in the shop. I'll be waiting for you tonight." Yang Fan and the others led their horses all the way to the wine shop, stopping not far away. Yang Fan said, "There are too many people walking around in this city. If we wait for him to come out, it won't be easy to make our move. We can only sneak in and capture him." He pondered for a moment, then said to Zhang, "Brother Zhang, can you get us a carriage? This person is very important. We must capture him alive. When we take him away later, we can't leave any traces behind." Zhang smiled and said, "What's so difficult about that? As long as we have money, there's nothing we can't do here. Just leave this matter to me." Yang Fan said, "All right, go get us a carriage and park it at the entrance of the backyard." Zhang responded and hurriedly led the other two away. Yang Fan then said to Gisako and Big Bear, "When the carriage arrives, the three of us will sneak in. It's best if we don't alarm the people in the shop, but if we're discovered..." At this point, Yang Fan suddenly had a strange feeling as if someone was spying on him. Turning his head, Yang Fan saw people walking back and forth on the street. A fully loaded carriage was creaking and twisting as it slowly moved forward. Not far away, two drunken warriors were quarreling on the side of the road. The hawkers on the side of the street were shouting out their wares, and a thin Turkic warrior was leading a camel as he leisurely dodged the crowd. There was nothing out of the ordinary about him. Yang Fan frowned. Although he didn't discover anything suspicious, he still couldn't get rid of that sudden palpitation. He turned his head and said to Gisako and Big Bear, "Forget it. It's best if there's someone outside to receive us. You two go in, I'll stand guard outside. It's best if we don't reveal ourselves, but if we do, you too." Yang Fan used his palm like a knife and lightly chopped down. Gisako and Big Bear understood. They nodded, handed the horse to Yang Fan, and quietly dispersed. Yang Fan led the horse and subconsciously looked back, but he still didn't see anything strange. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Grandmaster said that the older one is in the martial world, the more timid they are. Am I considered an old martial world veteran? Why am I suddenly so suspicious? Teneno calmly led the camel and walked away at a leisurely pace. It wasn't until he turned a corner of an alley and left Yang Fan's line of sight that her secretly tense shoulders relaxed. She let out a soft sigh and stroked the beautiful curved beard on her lips. She thought to herself, "This guy has only been a horse bandit on the grassland for a month. How did he become more vigilant than a wolf? I only looked at him twice, and he almost noticed me." Chapter 247. A cavalry unit rushed towards Shui Yintua tribe with fluttering banners. Different from the usual tribal warriors who drove cattle and sheep, wearing different armors and weapons, this unit of less than 3,000 people was dressed neatly. Their armors and weapons were also neat and uniform. Although they had to carry their food, cattle, and sheep as they hurried through the vast grasslands, there were special people driving at the back of their troops. They had special auxiliary soldiers. This was Ashina group. He was currently on his way to the Shui Yintawa tribe and was less than a day away. If he moved a little faster, he might arrive today. Ashina was very excited. His uncle, Gugalu, was gravely ill, and his father, Moshe, could not leave his side at this critical moment. Thus, someone had to be appointed to lead the army in his stead. Of Moshe's many sons, he was the one who had fought for this opportunity. Together with the great Yabgu of the Mu-In tribe and the great Yabgu of the Ashid tribe, he would govern the southern expedition. Ashina was a special agent, so his position was lower than that of the Yabgu and the special agent, but he was representing his father Moshe. Ashina was well aware that he was not the most outstanding of his father's sons. The reason he had obtained this opportunity was that the great Yabgu of the Mu-In tribe, Mu-In, was about to become his father-in-law. Ashina had relied on his handsome appearance to win the favor of the little princess of the Mu-In tribe, Muhiwa. The great Yabgu of the Mu-In tribe had many sons, but he only had this one daughter, so he treated her like a pearl in his palm. Moshe believed that by sending this son, the three factions would be able to better cooperate. Mu-In would not treat his only son-in-law unfairly. Ashina walked at the front of the group in high spirits. He believed that this was a test his father had given him. His uncle was gravely ill, and all the authority of the Turks was in his father's hands. There was an 80 to 90% chance that his father would inherit the throne. If he could fight this battle well, then the future Turkic Khagan would be, Tuamo. Ashina turned his head to speak to his deputy, Tuamo. Just as he turned his head, something strange happened. Under the white snow on both sides of the wilderness, dust suddenly rose up as if many groundhogs were popping out from under the snow. The vines were covered with a layer of white snow. If the snow was not lifted, it would blend in with the snowy plains, making it impossible to notice. At this moment, the cover of the vines was lifted. Countless archers hid half of their bodies in the pit, and sharp arrows rained down on them. One of the marksmen who shot first released an arrow almost at the same time as he leapt up. Without aiming, the arrow shot towards Ashina throat. Ashina action of turning his head to speak had saved him. That arrow had been aimed at his throat, but now that he had turned to speak, the wolf fang arrow pierced through his throat, leaving behind a trail of blood in the air. Ashina shouted and fell off his horse, his hand covering his throat. With this, several more arrows shot past his original position, piercing into the bodies of several horsemen behind him. The unlucky 2mo did not even make a sound as he was struck by 3 arrows. One of the arrows had pierced through his right eye, the arrowhead emerging from the back of his head. The power behind this arrow was truly astonishing. The terrain here was flat and open, the best place for archers to display their power. This was the heart of the Turks, and Ashina had come from the Khagan's court in the north. He would not have imagined that someone would dare to ambush him here, nor would he have known about the series of bandit attacks in the south of the Khagan. For a moment, wolf fang arrows were shot from all directions in a frenzy, carrying with them an unparalleled hatred. Like a sickle cutting grass, a large group of people and horses were uniformly cut down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp arrows pierced through the air, whistling through the air. Every arrow was accompanied by a miserable cry. These archers who were lying in ambush were all skilled archers who could at least fire 2 or 3 shots in a row. Their shooting speed was fast and accurate. Countless knights did not even know what was going on before they were shot through and fell off their horses. Charge out! Charge out! After all, the elites of the Khagan's court were not ordinary. Although they were shocked, they did not panic. They immediately raised their shields and jumped off their horses. Using their shields and horses to defend themselves, they tried to launch a counterattack. A moment later, the sound of hooves thundered in the distance. The Turkic horsemen, carrying the banner of the Ashids, swarmed over. An official hiding behind a horse's corpse exclaimed, "What are the Ashids doing? Are they rebelling?" The chief of the Basumi tribe, Great Arrowhead Shao Mumu, raised his saber and rushed to the front. His face was twisted with hatred as he roared madly. "Kill! Kill them all and avenge our tribesmen. Behind the wine shop, in Machi Qingyuan's boudoir, the proprietress knelt there like a horse. Her loose hair was like a horse's mane flying in the wind. Kneeling behind her, Yin galloped madly like a horseman. Sometimes the lady boss was on all fours on the ground, and sometimes she was facing the sky. Even though Yi and was like a mad bull, as if his energy was inexhaustible, she was like the thick earth, still enduring it steadily, even letting out very comfortable moans. There were only cows that worked themselves to death. How could there be fields that were damaged by plowing? Wanjun Qingyuan was an outstanding beauty in their tribe, and Yin was also one of her pursuers. However, his status was low, his family was poor, and he wasn't handsome. Although he knew that this woman was very dissolute, it was impossible for her to take a fancy to him. As a result, he never dared to have any delusions. In the end, when he came today, he brought some small gifts from Machi Qingyuan and bragged to her about what official position he had already obtained and what official position he was going to obtain. When the proprietress heard this, she immediately felt that she would have a great future if she were to climb up to this man, since she had the intention to seduce him. How could Yi and still hold himself back? With just a slight signal, the two of them turned into a ball of dry firewood and raging fire. Gao Shi stealthily snuck to the door and lightly patted Big Bear's shoulder. Big Bear quivered in fright. Gao Shi said, "What are you doing? The carriage is already here. Why aren't you making your move?" Big Bear had a difficult expression as he said, "That bastard is like a raging bull, never stopping. How can we make our move?" Gao Shi gritted her teeth and said, "We can't wait any longer. Let's charge in, knock him out, and take him away." Big Bear said, "What about that woman?" Gao Shi said, "We can't say anything. We can only do her." Big Bear nodded his head. The two of them made a hand signal to each other and suddenly exploded, pushing the door open and charging in. Yin was in the midst of feeling like an immortal when he suddenly remembered his dead cousin, DNCI. Gnashing his teeth in anger, he growled in a low voice, "DNCI? DNCI? Brother will do it for you. Watch, brother will do it for you." Ugh. The back of Yi An's head received a heavy punch, and he fainted on Machi Qingyuan's body. Gao Shi pulled a robe and wrapped it around his body, tucked it under his ribs, and turned around to leave. When Gao Shi's fist was about to land on the back of Yi An's head, Big Bear pounced over. Machi Qingyuan suddenly saw two burly men barging in and was so frightened that she was about to scream, but a knife was thrust into her mouth, scaring her so much that she didn't dare to move. When Gao Shi left, Big Bear saw her shining white body, her shining white breasts, and his pair of shining white eyes. He quickly averted his gaze, not daring to take another look. Machi Qingyuan tried to move her mouth away from the knife's edge and said in a trembling voice, "You? Who are you? What do you want?" I am." Big Bear stammered and couldn't say anything. Remembering Yi An's instructions, he suddenly tightened his grip on the knife's hilt. Machi Qingyuan saw his grip on the knife and panicked. She hurriedly pounced over and hugged his legs, begging, "I beg you, don't kill me. I promise I didn't see anything. I'm just a pitiful widow. I beg you." As she hugged him, her cheeks suddenly pressed against a hard place. It turned out that Big Bear had been watching a live erotic scene outside for a long time, and his body had already reacted. Machi Qingyuan immediately realized that she still had a way to save her life. She immediately stuck out her proud chest and deliberately showed off her plump breasts and buttocks, saying in a seductive voice, "I'll serve you, okay?" Big Bear blushed to his ears and didn't know what to say. The lady boss didn't say anything and reached out to untie his belt. Big Bear's vital part was suddenly grabbed, and he felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. He couldn't help but shiver. Why hasn't he come out yet? Outside, the unconscious Yi and had been thrown into the carriage and tied up tightly. His mouth was stuffed with a rag, and his body was covered with pasture grass. After waiting for a long time and not seeing Big Bear come out, Yang Fan couldn't help but frown. Gao Shi said, "I'll go take a look." But a moment later, Gao Shi ran back and said, "He's fine, he is covered in blood and is looking for clothes to change into. You guys go first, leave 2 horses." Yang Fan was also afraid that the carriage would attract attention if it stayed at the door for too long. So he agreed and left with Zhang, Yi, and the others. Gao Shi walked out of the door and held onto the reins of the two horses. He turned back to look at the half-closed door and then looked at the carriage in the distance. His face twitched a few times, revealing a very strange expression. In Zhang Yi's camp, Yin, who was tied up, knelt there with a face as pale as the ground. He never expected that after overcoming all the difficulties and obstacles along the way, he would be captured by the Tang in a big Turkic city just as he was about to be promoted and make a fortune. He knew that this time, he wouldn't be as lucky as last time. Since he was in their territory, how could these Hans not be on guard? Yang Fan asked, "Where are you guys planning to attack?" Yin hung his head dejectedly and said, "I don't know." Seeing Zhang Yi walking towards him with a cold smile, Yin hurriedly said, "I really don't know." Yang Fan coldly snorted and said, "Mobilizing so many troops and making such a big scene, they must have already decided where to attack. You were the one who sent the intelligence back, and you have just been appointed an official. How could you not know about this?" Yin scowled and said, "Actually, the place to attack has not been decided yet. With the detailed intelligence, we have great confidence in attacking any place. As for the specific location, it is not good for the great Yabgu of Mosh to act arbitrarily. We will wait for the 3 great Yabgu to arrive before we can discuss." Seeing that he did not seem to be faking, Yang Fan said, "Take him away first. Later, we will catch someone to verify it." Zhang Yi waved his hand, and immediately 2 burly men came forward, lifting Yin and taking him away. Yin had just been taken away when Gao Shi and Big Bear appeared at the entrance of the tent. Yang Fan asked, "Killed? Did you leave any traces?" Big Bear's face turned purple, and he stammered, Did not leave any traces." Yang Fan looked at him strangely and asked, "Did you drink too much?" Big Bear embarrassedly moved to the side. Yang Fan looked over and saw that behind Big Bear's tall figure, there was actually another person standing. Compared to Big Bear's burly figure, her figure was really very petite. She wore a man's Turkic-style robe and hat, but her facial features exuded a delicate air unique to women, and her expression was one of fear. Yang Fan looked at this woman and then at Big Bear, his face full of confusion. Big Bear knelt on the ground with a thud. After holding it in for a while, he said in a muffled voice, "Let her stay. I still don't have a wife." Chapter 248. The soldiers of the Khan's court were indeed elites. Even though they were ambushed, they still managed to drag the half-dead Ashina Muzi into Shui Yintua city. When these bloodied and wounded soldiers fled into Shui Yintua city, they first aroused the ridicule of the warriors of the other tribes. People like them, who were not of the Khan's lineage, had always been looked down upon and despised by the Khan's lineage tribes. Now that the warriors of the Khan's court had ended up like this, they naturally gloated. At this time, they thought that the people of the Khan's court had encountered the horse bandits. They could only think so. Otherwise, what enemy could they have here? In the end, when the red-eyed Shao Mumu led the soldiers of the Ashina tribe and charged into Shui Yintua city, they realized that something was wrong. Some tribes that leaned towards the Ashina tribe and the Ashina tribe, or those that belonged to the 2 major factions, immediately became nervous. The stragglers who were wandering around returned to their encampments and told their leaders about this matter. After an urgent discussion, the tribes that had close relations with each other immediately pulled out their tents. The various tribes that had been mixed together were now clearly separated. The camps of the Ashids and their vassal tribes occupied one corner of Xianchuo city, while the camps of the Ashina and their vassal tribes occupied the other corner. Fortunately, there were still many neutral tribes that had gathered at a third place outside Xianchuo city, equidistant from both sides to show their neutrality. The camp that Zhang Yi had just set up also followed the chaotic tents and chose a new encampment. In this way, he was surrounded by large and small tribes that maintained their neutrality, which made him even less conspicuous. The scuffle spread into Shui Yintua city. Great Chibagu of the Shui Yinhua tribe and Great Yi Protector Mu In of the Mwaha tribe, who had already arrived, worked together to stop the riot. They ordered the soldiers of the Ashina tribe to withdraw from the city and set up their encampments. Only then did the matter come to an end. Later, Great Yi Protector Zhu Tu of the Ashina tribe rushed to Shui Yintua city in a threatening manner. When Muin questioned why his tribe had attacked Ashina Muzi, Zhu Tu instead pursued the matter of Ashina Muzi pretending to be a horse bandit and plundering their tribe. Zhu Tu also brought many witnesses from the victim tribes. These people were not only from the Ashid tribe, but there were also people from other tribes. At this time, Zhu Tu finally realized that something was wrong. The quarrel between the three sides was naturally fruitless because Ashina Muzi was still injured. Even if she wanted to defend herself, she wouldn't be able to do anything. In order to prevent the situation from escalating, Zhu Tu had no choice but to cooperate with Baku to suppress the matter. Over the next few days, some tribes came to complain about Ashina Muzi's atrocities. Even though Ashina's own tribes were also attacked by the horse bandits, because these tribes were already close to Shui Yintawa tribe, they were not harmed as much. How could Zhu Tu believe their words? He only thought that this was Ashina Muzi's craftiness. In order to hide her identity, she was only putting on an act against her own tribe. Seeing that the various tribes were in a heated argument, the great leaf protector of the Mun kingdom ordered his horse to report to Mu Mo, hoping that the great leaf protector could personally resolve this matter. On the other hand, some tribes that were originally neutral but received news from their tribesmen that they were robbed by Ashina Muzi all joined the Asha tribe's camp. Both sides were at daggers drawn, and the situation was on the verge of breaking out. Seeing this situation, Yang Fan felt that if this situation continued to develop, it would cause a huge battle between both sides. This would inevitably cause their southern expedition to become a bubble. Thus, he patiently stayed in the neutral camp. It wasn't that Yang Fan didn't think of taking a risk and launching an attack on one of the camps to incite a war between both sides. However, the tribes were still fine during the day. Once night fell, they would be facing a great enemy. Moreover, the surroundings were boundless plains, especially the snowy plains. No matter how dark the night was, there was a kind of white misty light that made it impossible for people to hide. As long as they made a move, they would immediately attract the attention of the surrounding tribes. Moreover, the strictly guarded Ashina and Asha tribes had already placed their sentries 30 miles away. It was impossible for a sneak attack to succeed. Not only would their lone army be completely annihilated, but their plan to incite discord would also be seen through. Therefore, it was better not to make a move. Regardless of whether this matter could be resolved peacefully, it could still plant the seeds of suspicion between the two major tribes. As the days passed, the southern expedition plan was delayed indefinitely. Although the cattle and sheep brought by the various tribes were enough to eat, these cattle and sheep were originally estimated to be consumed during the southern expedition. If this continued, it would definitely not be enough. On top of the original quarrel, the various tribes had an additional layer of worry. Many tribes wanted to retreat. At this moment, Muamo sent someone over. Muamo had his own considerations for insisting on sending troops to the south while his brother was critically ill. Other than building a huge military contribution, he also had the purpose of using external military affairs to reduce internal resistance. This was to make the process of his succession more peaceful. It had to be said that this time, he did not have much of the main force under his command. The main force was made up of the troops from the other tribes. Even if their leaders wanted to support Gu Dolu's son, they would have to hesitate. Once he offered sacrifices to the gods and formally inherited the throne, everything would be settled. Therefore, he did not want the southern expedition plan to come to a premature end, nor could he leave the Kagan's court at this critical moment. He had sent Xianshur, an old and highly respected minister of the Turkic Khaganate. Because he had predicted that the delay would cause the various tribes to run out of food, he had also generously sent over tens of thousands of cattle and sheep to be distributed to the various tribes for free to replenish the needs of the three armies. C was an official position, second only to the Kagan and Yabgu. Xianshur was almost 80 years old. He was a fair and gentle man who rarely participated in the disputes of the various tribes. He had a friendly relationship with the various tribes and enjoyed a high reputation among the Turkic tribes. Most importantly, he had just celebrated his 78th birthday. At the time, Muammo had sent 2 nephews to celebrate his birthday, and one of them happened to be Ashinamuzi. Although Ashinamuzi had not gone to celebrate the birthday at the same time that the southern tribes had been attacked by the bandits, in terms of geography, even if Ashinamuzi had traveled day and night, she would not have been able to reach the southern border and pretend to be a bandit to plunder the wealth. Old Asien, travel-worn, rushed to Shui-Yintoa from the northernmost land. He summoned the leaders of all the tribes, big and small, and swore an oath in the name of God, using old Asien's lifelong reputation to prove to them that Ashinamuzi had gone to congratulate him on his birthday, and told them the time when Ashinamuzi left his tribe. It had to be known that the first person to say that he had recognized him was Xiao Mumu. Even if he had traveled day and night from old Ashinsher's tribe to Xiao Mumu's, he would not have been able to reach the southern border so quickly, and in this era, the fastest means of transportation was the horse. The bitter and hateful Ashid leaders could not deny what they had seen, but old Ashinsher's prestige was simply too high, especially at the age of 80. Someone who had always stood aloof from worldly affairs would not be able to join in and give false testimony. For a moment, the truth was so confusing that no one could make heads or tails of it. Soon after, Mumo's envoy issued a strict order that Zhu Tu, Mu-In, and Ashinamuzi would still be the commander-in-chief. The 3 of them were to formulate a plan for the southern campaign as soon as possible and move out within a time limit. If they had any objections to Ashinamuzi pretending to be a bandit, they would have to wait until the southern campaign was over. It wasn't that Muammo didn't want to replace his unfortunate son, but he had to act tough at this time. If he replaced Ashinamuzi, the Ashid leaders, who had never trusted old Ashinsher's promise, would definitely think that he had a guilty conscience, which would lead to endless trouble in the future. When Yang Fan heard this news, he couldn't help but be disappointed. On the day that he had kidnapped Yi and Shui-Yintoa City had been thrown into turmoil by the chaotic battle between the 2 tribes. This had actually provided him with a cover. Yin and the wine shop owner, Machi Qingyuan, had disappeared for no reason, and no one had the time to pay attention to or search for them. He had mingled in the enemy camp, free and at ease, without the slightest danger. But his goal in coming here had been to stir up conflict among the Turkic tribes, gather intelligence on them, and then send a message to his stronghold on the frontier. Although he had accidentally captured Yin, the witness who could prove that Xioshinji was up to no good, he had failed to accomplish these 2 important tasks. Instigating the conflict between the 2 tribes only delayed their actions and bought time for the border army to deploy troops and reinforce the city's defenses. However, this period of time was not enough to ensure the safety of the frontier fortress. It would have been better if old Asien had been delayed for a month. When the flowers bloomed in spring, it would be the most important period of the year for the nomadic tribes to produce and live. If Moshe wanted to send troops at that time, it would definitely cause the opposition of all the tribes. As Yang Fan digested the intelligence he had gathered, he began to think of a countermeasure. The conflict between the Ashid and Ashina tribes had already dragged on for some time, and Muammo had even issued an order to hasten the battle. Once the 3 commanders decided on a target, they would probably immediately move out and do their best to delay the battle. If this was the case, even if they could send the news back before the Turkic army arrived, they would only be able to do so 3 to 5 days ahead of the rest of the Turkic army. This would only make the defenders of the stronghold more vigilant, and the reinforcement from the rear would not be able to arrive in time. But was there a better way? It seemed impossible to stop the movement of such a large army. Could it be that after taking so many risks to sneak into the desert, they would return empty-handed? This was not fair. This was really not fair. Yang Fan gave a long sigh. He turned his head and saw Big Bear sitting at the entrance of the tent, happily chatting with a kosher chicken. Ever since this guy had been nourished by a woman, his personality had become much more cheerful. Seeing how happy he was, Yang Fan was furious. He glared at him and said, "Go away. Don't disturb my thoughts." Yang Fan's original position was not much higher than his, but Yang Fan was from Luojing, so his status was slightly higher than his. However, in the past month in Mo Bay, Yang Fan had actually been the commander of these 2,000 people, and his authority had unknowingly accumulated. Big Bear didn't dare to retort. He chuckled good-naturedly, then lifted his butt and walked away. Yang Fan was amused and annoyed at the same time. He shook his head and said, "I really can't stand this bear." Zhang, he chuckled and said, "From what Ian said, this woman seems to be a little too casual. But look at how Big Bear is with her. The two of them are like honey mixed with oil. That woman seems to have become a good wife and loving mother. Hey, fate is a strange thing. It's useless if others don't like it. If he thinks it's good, then it's really good. If he thinks it's good," Yang Fan repeated with a smile. He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly stopped. He seemed to have thought of something. Chapter 249. In Xianchuo City, yurts were set up in an open space. This was Ashina Musi's temporary encampment. Ashina Musi came to Shui Yintao with 3,000 elite troops, but they were ambushed by Xiao Mumu. More than 800 of them died in that battle, and more than 1,500 were either lightly or heavily injured. In order to prevent the Ashai tribe from continuing to seek revenge against him, his men were specially allowed by the Shui Yintao tribe to station in the city. The outskirts of these tents were where the uninjured soldiers were stationed, and further in was where the injured soldiers were recuperating. The morale of these soldiers was low because some of them were destined to become disabled. On the grasslands, the strong preyed on the weak. The concept of the strong being respected was deeply rooted in every corner and every level of the tribe. There was no protection for the disabled soldiers. Once they were disabled, they would become completely useless. It was better if there were brothers, uncles, and nephews in the family. Otherwise, the future would be very bad. Therefore, once you enter the inner circle, you could feel a special sense of oppression. The soldiers passed on this impression to you through their sighs, their sad faces, their listless demeanor, and their sluggish footsteps. They were the bravest soldiers, but they were also the weakest. Bravery did not equal strength. As soon as Muin walked in, he felt the pessimistic, resentful, and desperate atmosphere that permeated the entire camp. He couldn't help but frown, but the people here weren't his tribesmen, so he couldn't say anything. When Muin walked into Ashina Musi's tent, Ashina Musi had already received the news and quickly came out to welcome him. Ashina Musi's injuries weren't serious, at least not fatal. After recuperating these days, he could move freely. If one didn't look at the thick bandage around his neck, one wouldn't even notice that he was injured. The sneak attack had hit him and saved him. After he fell off the horse, he didn't suffer any more injuries. The rain of arrows mercilessly rained down on the bodyguards behind him, turning them into assassins, but he was unharmed. The sharp, wolf-like edge of the arrow had slashed his throat, but the wound hadn't healed yet, so he couldn't speak. When Ashina Musi saw Muin, he bowed to him and didn't speak. Because his neck was wrapped in bandages, even his face was a little wooden, as if he didn't have any expression. He saluted Mun and invited him into the tent to talk. Muin was about to become his father-in-law, and his position was higher than Muin's, so Muin didn't need to be polite with him. Muin stepped into the tent, followed by Musi. Muin sat on the blanket and asked in a pleasant tone, "Is your injury okay?" Musi smiled and made a gesture to tell him that it was okay. Muin said, "Yes, you have to recover slowly. I know you're injured and ambushed by your own people. You've also been wronged. You must be sullen. However, you can't be so angry. You're already injured and it will hurt your body." It was said that after Musi woke up, he was extremely furious and even killed the doctor who came to see him. Muin ordered him to do so. Musi sat quietly and did not move. Muin continued, "With old Asian as your witness, Zhu Tu and Xiao Mu won't dare to make a scene no matter how dissatisfied they are. You don't need to worry." Ashina Musi tried his best to squeeze out a smile, but he still didn't move. He couldn't speak or even nod his head. If he moved, his neck would be affected. They didn't have the skills to suture wounds, so they could only let the wound heal slowly. If he moved, the wound would rupture. How long would that take? Muin sighed. Your father still wants you to be the commander-in-chief. I understand his painstaking efforts, but your injury hasn't healed yet. You'll have to suffer a little. Musy hurriedly waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. Muin nodded. Yes, it's good that you can't speak now. Zhu too is still angry. If you can speak, the two of you will inevitably quarrel again. It's just that your father has ordered us to dispatch troops as soon as possible. As for where we should attack, the three of you need to discuss. Muin sighed. After all, you also represent some tribes. If the target you choose isn't what they want, it won't be easy for you to be the commander-in-chief. Musy waved his hand, pointed at Muin, cupped his fist, then pointed at himself, waved his hand, and cupped his fist again. Muin was baffled. He watched Musy gesticulate a few times before trying to figure it out. You mean, I'll make the decision and you'll act according to the target I choose? Musy forced a stiff smile on her face and gestured to him that it was as she had said. Muin wanted to say something, but hesitated. He sighed. All right, recuperate well. I'll go back and think about it. Tomorrow, I'll discuss this matter with the other chiefs. Muin stood up and left. Musy hurriedly stood up and sent him out of the tent. When they reached the entrance, Muin said, All right, we're a family now. There's no need for so many formalities. You're still injured, so don't catch a cold. Go back and rest. Musy placed a hand on his chest and bowed deeply. Muin heaved a sigh of relief and left. Musy stood at the entrance of the tent and watched Muin leave. When Muin's figure turned around a few yurts and disappeared, he suddenly turned around and waved his hand. One of his guards immediately rushed over. All of Musy's personal guards were shot dead in the sneak attack. Now, he could only find a few people from his tribe to protect him. These people suddenly became his personal guards, and they were quite happy. However, Agent Musy had been somewhat temperamental recently, and they were somewhat afraid. Musy gestured to the guard. The guard understood and immediately went to prepare. Musy returned to the tent and put on a fur cloak and a hat. It was strange that even with his status, his fur cloak and hat were only of ordinary quality. Not long after, a few guards came over with an ox cart. Musy boarded the cart and pulled down the curtain. The ox cart quietly left under the protection of a few guards. After Muin left Musy's camp, he mounted his horse and walked a few steps. Suddenly, he saw a red horse galloping towards him like a fiery cloud. It was a rarely seen horse in the area. It was taller and more majestic than the other war horses. The horse was red, and there was a young lady riding on it. She was also wearing a red robe. The horse galloped over and suddenly stopped. She neighed and stood up on its hind legs. Then it paused heavily. The girl in the red robe called out, "Father, how is Musy?" The girl was about 16 or 17 years old, and she had delicate features. Because it was winter, the Turkic robes she wore were a little loose. However, her slender waist was tightly bound by a wide leather belt, and her pair of tight and slender legs were wrapped in long leather boots. One could still see her slim waist and exceptionally graceful legs. She was wearing a warm hat with a circle of white fox fur around the brim of the hat, which set off her pretty little face, making her look quite beautiful. Although her demeanor was somewhat wild and unruly, because of her delicate little face and the beautiful and soft curves of her pink lips, she appeared somewhat charming. When Muin saw her, his originally gloomy expression immediately turned into a cheerful smile. "Hiyue, why are you here?" Muhiyue replied, "I was in the tribe. I heard that Musy was injured, so I rushed over. Is he all right?" Muin replied, "Oh, he's fine. It's just that his throat is injured, so he can't speak for the time being." Before Muin could finish, Muhiyue said hurriedly, "I'll go see him." With that, she kicked the stirrups and charged into the camp. Muin couldn't summon her in time. He could only shake his head and laugh bitterly. "A grown girl can't be controlled by a man," Yang Fan asked cautiously. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Gao Sheiji replied with certainty. "Disabled soldiers are destined to be abandoned. They were brave in the beginning because they wanted to snatch more things or get promoted through meritorious deeds. Now that there's nothing to talk about, why can't they just take what they want?" I was also afraid that the information I got wasn't accurate, So I found 2 wounded soldiers who used to be Musie's personal guards. I promised them a lot of money, but the information I got was the same. Yang Fan pinched his chin and pondered. So you're saying that his throat was torn and he can't speak anymore? Gao Sheiji replied, yes. That's what the doctor said. That's why he was shocked and angry and killed the doctor with 1 strike. You should know that if he became mute, he wouldn't even be able to be a special agent, let alone the Khan's position. How could a person who couldn't even speak rule a tribe? However, his injury hasn't healed yet, so he still has a glimmer of hope that he can speak after his injury is healed, even if it's a little hoarse. These days, he quietly leaves the camp every day, disguises himself, and hurries to a great shaman in the city. Musie promised the shaman a lot of money, hoping that he can use witchcraft to heal his injury. Yang Fan paced lightly in the tent. Gao Sheiji's gaze followed him for a while and said, you plan to take him away when he secretly goes to treat his injury and then impersonate him? Yang Fan slowly turned around and said, his throat is injured and he can't speak. I look exactly like him, so there's no problem at all for me to pretend to be him. As long as I kill all the guards around him and take him away, I can put on his clothes, pretend to escape, get injured, and be found. I can immediately take his place. Because his temperament has changed after his injury, even if his daily life is different from usual, no one will suspect anything. Who would have thought that Musie has been replaced by someone who looks exactly like him? In this way, I can use Musie's identity to participate in all their military plans and even induce them to act according to my intentions. That's right. Gao Sheiji clapped his hands in praise, and his eyes shone with excitement. Erlang's plan is wonderful. Although it sounds a little risky, the wonderful thing is that Erlang looks exactly like him. Unless 2 Musie appear at the same time, even if Erlang does something unusual, no one will think that Erlang is a fake Musie. I think this plan is feasible. Yang Fan said with a faint smile, is it feasible? Didn't you notice anything wrong? Chapter 250. The chicken thought for a moment and frowned. What's the problem? Yang Fan said, my goal is not to replace Musie, but to impersonate her and stay in the Turks as their Secret Service officer. It's easy for me to sneak in, but how can I leave? Will they allow me to walk around alone and leave at will? Even in the past, I needed someone to accompany me, not to mention now when the Ashina and Ashina tribes hate each other. The chicken was startled and said, yes, this is a big problem. Yang Fan said, also, if I sneak in alone and get the information, how can I send it out? How can I send a message? Can I let Musie's subordinates send the information to you? The chicken was stunned again and murmured, then what should we do? Yang Fan said solemnly, our plan to divide them is actually quite effective. Not only did it plant the seeds of suspicion between the 2 tribes, but it also delayed their journey. But now it's wishful thinking to stop their army from moving south. The chicken nodded and said, then shall we leave? Yang Fan shook his head and said, I'm not willing. We've gone through all kinds of hardships and finally sneaked into the dragon's pool and tiger's den. I'm really not willing to return without success. The chicken spread his hands and said, what else should we do? If there's really no other way, we can only stop while we're ahead. If we're greedy enough, I'm afraid we'll overreach ourselves. Not only will we not be able to do anything, but once we fall into the enemy's hands, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Yang Fan said, I also know that it's impossible to stop their southern expedition at this time, but I'm thinking, can we let them fight according to our ideas and let us pick a pass for them, a place where we can prepare the most, defend the most, and replenish the troops most conveniently? The chicken said in a daze, then, you still have to sneak in and be Musie. Isn't this the same as coming back? Yang Fan shook his head gently and revealed a mysterious smile on his face. Musie mysteriously disappears every day, don't you think? The Gaushi chicken's mouth slowly opened wide enough to stuff an egg in. After a long while, he moaned and said, Erlang, isn't that too risky? The next day, the tribal meeting was held in the mansion of the great Chi of Shui Yinawa tribe. Among the 3 commanders, only Musi was absent. In fact, the others had expected that he wouldn't show up. Although old Ah Xian had stepped forward to mediate, and Zhu Tu and Bega were responsible for suppressing the potential conflict between the two clans, it was hard to guarantee that the two clans wouldn't clash again if Musi showed up. When choosing a target to attack, there were two main considerations. One was which target had a higher possibility of being captured, and the other was which target would bring more benefits. Every conscripted tribe cared about the second point the most. Only these supreme commanders cared more about the first point. In the current situation, it was more appropriate for Musi to entrust his father-in-law to represent him. With his qualifications and status, it was impossible for him to play a leading role in the meeting. Even if he came, he would still listen to Zhu Tu and Mu En's opinions. Therefore, Musi handed this matter over to Mu En and focused on healing his injuries. If he really couldn't make a sound from his throat, not to mention the outcome of this battle, even if he led his troops to the south and fought all the way to Luoyang and occupied the entire Great Zhou dynasty, the position of the Great Khan would not be his. Therefore, the only thing he cared about now was his injuries. When the leaders of various tribes arrived at Bayegu's mansion to participate in the meeting, Musi got into the ox cart and left his camp. He quietly rushed to the great wizard's house. In truth, such a simple disguise was rather dangerous when Ashid's tribe was deeply hostile to him. However, he did not dare to let others know that he couldn't make sound. If that happened, Muin would probably break off the engagement. If he lost the support of the Mwaha tribe, he would truly be finished. The great wizard of the Shui, Yintuwa tribe's name was Dwayne. Because the Turkic tribes were successively influenced by the Zoroastrians, Nestorians, and Buddhists, the local shaman had gradually declined. Although they still maintained a grand ceremony of worshiping the heavens and gods every year, this was already a national tradition and a political gathering. It was becoming increasingly disconnected from the beliefs of their tribes. Therefore, although the shamans of the Turkic tribes were not as glorious and prestigious as their ancestors, they still had a certain number of supporters in the tribes. This was especially true when it came to problems that the Zoroastrians, Nestorians, and Buddhists could not solve. There were still many shepherds who hoped that their shaman could solve their problems. When Musi quietly arrived at Dwayne's house, the door was quiet. In order to avoid attracting attention, Musi did not want to appear in the great wizard's house with other patients. Thus, he had paid a large sum of money to ask the great wizard to find a reason to temporarily refuse visitors and only treat his wounds every day. Dwayne naturally obeyed. The back door opened quietly. Musi got out of the carriage and entered the courtyard with her two attendants. The door was immediately closed again. The carriage and other guards outside the door slowly moved to the opposite wall and pretended to rest. There were two people standing in the courtyard. Musi glanced at them. One of them was somewhat familiar. He had seen him the first 2 times he came back. He had no impression of the other, but he did not care. He only made a gesture of inquiry to the familiar person. The person immediately bowed and said, "The great wizard is waiting for you. Please." Musi nodded and walked toward the house. The person glanced at his companion and nervously followed. "You're here. Let's begin." A man with a hoarse voice walked out from behind the curtain. He was wearing a half-body armor with strange patterns of mythical beasts and a colorful skirt tied around his waist. His face was smeared with all kinds of oil paint. The light in the room was very dim. There were all kinds of old colored banners and curtains hanging everywhere, gently swaying in the wind. It made him look even more mysterious and terrifying. Musi frowned slightly. He felt that the great wizard's voice was slightly different from before. However, the great wizard coughed a few times and dispelled his doubts. Musi nodded and automatically walked over. He sat down on a futon with many strips of cloth hanging on the edge that were similar to the great wizard's colorful skirt. The great wizard Dwayne had been replaced. His family was now under the control of Yang Fan's people. The person who was pretending to be the great wizard was called Yin Jiha. He was one of Zhang Yi's men. When he was young, he used to be a wizard apprentice. He knew a little about this, so he was asked to pretend to be Dwayne. Yenji's face was smeared with white paint. He looked at Musi with a strange pair of eyes and said, "The Secret Service is about to set off. I will hurry up and finish the healing ceremony before the Secret Service leaves. For the next few days, I'll have to trouble the special agent to pray twice a day instead of once a day. Otherwise, if we can't complete the ceremony before the special agent leaves for the expedition, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Musi heard this and quickly made a gesture that he would do as he said. Yinjia nodded. He opened his red-painted lips and gave him a creepy smile. He then turned to the altar and began to speak in a language that no one could understand. It was a very long speech, and it was so vague that no one could understand what he was talking about. Musi sat there with her legs crossed and was drowsy. Suddenly, the voice stopped, and the copper bowl was knocked on, and a man jumped out from behind the curtain. Clatter, 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 clatter. Musi looked up. This person was dressed like the great wizard. He wore a hat with a lot of pheasant feathers on his head. He wore a leather armor with pictures of mythical beasts on his upper body. He wore a colorful skirt with a bunch of bronze mirrors and bells hanging on it. He also had a colorful flag on his back. He held a sheepskin drum in one hand and a drumstick with many iron rings in the other. He danced and sang. Spirit dancing wasn't just for show. A real spirit dancing ritual required 2 hours of continuous singing and dancing. In modern terms, that was 2 hours. Such a long period of time would be a strenuous task for anyone. Therefore, older wizards wouldn't be able to complete the spirit dancing ritual. Therefore, they would choose one of their apprentices to do the spirit jumping with them. This was the case with the great wizard Dwayne. Musi only looked up and then lowered her head. While the spirit jumping was inviting the god, she silently prayed to the god in her heart, hoping to be saved by the god's power. Big Bear was wearing a set of strange clothes that resembled a barbarian's. He was shaking his head of chicken feathers as he beat the divine drum and sang the divine tune. He was swaying his divine buttocks, and he was very happy. He felt that this matter was very interesting, but he didn't know that it would take at least 2 hours to dance the divine drum. Baegu's mansion was the most luxurious building in the city. Its scale was similar to that of a landowner's mansion in the countryside of Shaanxi province, but it still had the roughness and crudeness of the grasslands. There were not as many finely crafted places. However, there was no place in the mansion that could accommodate hundreds of chiefs. Therefore, Baku built a circle of yurts in the middle of the spacious open space in front of his mansion to accommodate the chiefs to rest and eat. The spacious open space in the middle was used as a meeting place. Because this meeting was very important, Zhu Tu, Mu In, and Baegu each sent a team of 100 people, led by their trusted generals. They surrounded the meeting place and strictly guarded it. No one was allowed to come close. When the leaders of each tribe arrived, they were only allowed to bring one guard with them. The leaders of the other tribes were still arriving. Baegu, Zhu Tu, Mu In, and the others had already arrived. These leaders each occupied a yurt. Because of the disparity in status, the leaders of the other tribes didn't dare to barge in. At this moment, a few knights in gray robes surrounded an ox cart and stopped beside the yurts. They dismounted from their horses and did not rush over. Instead, they just wandered to the side as if they were looking for someone. After a while, one of them handed the war horse to his companion and quickly walked up to a patrolling Turkic warrior. He asked in a low voice, "Are you someone from the great Yabgu of the Mun kingdom?" The warrior looked at him and said impatiently, "Yes. Who are you? What do you want?" The man smiled and said, "Musi wants to keep the great Yabgu of the Mun kingdom a secret. Please pass the message." Chapter 251. The warrior glanced over and said to him, "Just you wait." After the warrior left, he led their guard captain over. The guard captain quickly walked up to them and asked, "Where is Special Service Musi?" The curtain of the carriage was lifted and a face was revealed. The guard captain saw that this person was wearing a furry leather hat, and the collar of his leather robe was standing up as if he was afraid of the cold. When he raised his head, he could see his appearance clearly. The pale and thin face was Musi. Musi was about to become the son-in-law of their tribe. The guard captain recognized him and hurriedly saluted, "Special Service Musi, why are you here?" Musi gestured to him a few times, and the guard captain was confused. Suddenly, a person beside Musi smiled and said, "It's like this. We, the Special Service, have some ideas about the target to attack. We need to discuss it with the great Yabgu of the Mun Kingdom. The person who spoke was Koshiki. The guard captain smiled and said, "Oh, so it's like this. Then, let's invite the special service in. The special service is the main person in this meeting." Koshiki said, "We, the special service, came dressed like this because we don't want others to see us. You also know that the Ashids are very dissatisfied with us, so you can bring us to meet the great Yabgu of the Mun Kingdom secretly. Don't let others know." "I see." The guard captain thought it made sense and nodded. "In that case, please come with me, special service Musi." Musi got out of the carriage and took a step after him. The guard captain glanced at him and Koshek explained, "We, the Secret Service, can't speak now. In the camp, the Secret Service took a lot of effort to explain to me what he meant. In a while, when he is discussing with the Mu in Yabgu, I have to be the Secret Service's mouth for a while." The guard captain said, "Well, just you alone will be enough. Today, each tribe leader is only allowed to bring one guard. If there are too many people, I'm afraid it will attract attention." The Koshek chicken agreed and followed closely behind Musi as they walked in. The tribal meeting hadn't started yet. Some tribe leaders who knew each other took this opportunity to visit each other. On one hand, they could exchange feelings, and on the other hand, they could ask each other about which city of the Tang dynasty they wanted to attack. If their opinions could be unified, even if they weren't the commanders couldn't ignore their opinions. The leader of the imperial bodyguards led Musi and the Koshek fowl all the way inside without any obstruction. Because he was leading, the guards did not even bother to check. Musi put her hands in her sleeves and lowered her head slightly. She only cared about moving forward steadily and did not look around. In a short while, they arrived in front of a large tent. The Koshek fowl rushed forward and whispered in the ear of the leader of the imperial bodyguards, "Check if there is anyone else in the tent first." The guard captain understood and asked them to wait beside the tent while he entered the tent. Sure enough, there was a tribe leader who came to visit Muon. The two of them were holding hands and laughing, chatting happily. When the guard captain walked in, Muin glanced at him. The guard captain signaled him with his eyes. Muin knew that there must be something important, so he shook the man's arm and said, "Ah, hi. We old brothers haven't seen each other for a long time. How about this? I'll first prepare for today's important discussion. Come over tonight. We old brothers will have a few drinks." The man laughed and said, "All right. You go ahead with your work. I'll go meet the other old brothers. We'll talk tonight." Muin sent him to the entrance of the tent. After they cupped their hands, the man left. Muin asked the guard captain, "What's the matter?" The guard captain gestured to the side and said in a low voice, "Great Yi Protector, Special Agent Musi is here to see you." When Muin turned around, he saw Musi raising his head. Muin couldn't help but be surprised. "Why are you here?" As he said this, he quickly turned back to look at the big tent beside him. When he didn't see Zhu Tu at the entrance, he was relieved. He quickly pulled Musi and said, "Come in and talk." Muin pulled Musi into the tent. The Kosho chicken was about to follow. Muin turned his head and frowned unhappily, scolding, "What are you doing in here? Don't you know the rules?" Musi quickly pointed at the Kosho chicken and pointed at his neck. There was a thick bandage wrapped around it, making his neck so stiff that he couldn't bend it. He couldn't even nod his head. Even turning his head required his shoulder to support it. It was like a stiff neck, looking very comical. The guard captain quickly explained, "Great Yi Protector, this person is Special Agent Musi's bodyguard. He understands Special Agent Musi better. Special Agent Musi can't speak, so you need him to talk to you." "Oh," Muin responded and pulled Musi's arm into the big tent. He made a gesture to the guard captain at the entrance. The guard captain immediately put down the tent curtain and stood firmly at the entrance. In the tent, Muin said to Musi, "Why are you here? Did you change your mind? Do you want to participate in the meeting?" Musi waved his hand and gestured to him. Muin looked at the Kosho chicken in confusion. The Kosho chicken coughed and said, "Special Agent Musi said that he thought about it carefully yesterday and has some ideas about our target. He wants to let the Great Yi Protector know." Yang Fan's men bribed Musi's crippled bodyguard. In order to have someone to rely on in the future, the bodyguard became their eyes and ears under the temptation of money. Every day, he would patrol around the marshal's tent and observe the movements there. However, they only knew that Yaba Mu went to the tent yesterday, but they didn't know what he said to Musi. In this way, Yang Fan had to be extra careful in disguising himself as Musi. He had to be as smooth as possible in his speech and not reveal any obvious flaws. In this way, if the two of them had discussed the target to attack yesterday, he wouldn't be suspicious. As expected, Muin didn't show any abnormalities. He only said, "Oh, then what do you think?" Yang Fan made up his mind and pointed to the simple map hanging in the tent. Muin understood and got up and walked over. Yang Fan also walked over and pointed at the few passes they could attack. Sometimes he waved his hand, sometimes he frowned, and sometimes he pointed to the Turkic and Tubo territories. Finally, he pointed to the position of White Pavilion and pressed it heavily. Muin was confused and could only look at Yang Fan's translator. The Kosho chicken said, "Great Yi Protector, our special agent Musi said that the best place to attack is the White Pavilion." Muin turned his head to look at the map and asked while stroking his beard, "What's the reason?" The Kosho chicken said, "Before coming, Special Agent Musi has explained to me for a long time. I have guessed the Special Agent Musi's meaning bit by bit. Now I will tell the Special Agent Musi's meaning to Lord Yabgu. If I am right, Special Agent Musi, please clap your hands. If I am wrong, Special Agent Musi, please wave your hands." Yang Fan stood tall and straight like a crane in a flock of chickens. He raised his noble head and gently applauded. The Kosho chicken coughed and moved to the front of the map, explaining with his saliva flying everywhere. "Lord Yabgu, you see, in these Tang passes along the border, the difficulty of attack and defense are about the same. This White Pavilion is the closest to us. We have been delayed here for many days. If we choose a target that is further away, there'll be two difficulties. First, when the flowers bloom in spring, the snow will be muddy and it will be too difficult for the army to march. Second, it will be a long journey and it will be easier for the Tang to prepare early." Muin reached out and pointed to the desert area marked on the map, and then to Liangzhou and several other big hills. The Kosho chicken said blankly, "What does Great Yi Protector Musi mean?" Muin laughed involuntarily. He was so attracted by Musi's pointing that he almost forgot that he could speak. She actually copied him and gestured on the map. Muin said, "If we choose White Pavilion, there are two difficulties. First, we have to cross a section of the desert. Of course, this is not a big problem. We have raided the Tang in the past. The main problem is that this place is very close to the north. Behind us is Liangzhou. It will be relatively easy for the Tang to replenish their troops and provisions. What if we choose Liaochuan? The area there is the narrowest, and it is also very close to the Tubo. If they send troops at the right time, the Tang will be attacked from all sides, and it will be difficult to deal with them." Musi gestured on the map for a while, and then gestured for the Kosho chicken to speak. The Kosho chicken said, "We have also thought about the problem that Great Yi Protector Musi has thought about. The area around Liaochuan is too poor. Our harvest there is far less than that of White Pavilion. Moreover, although there is Liangzhou behind White Pavilion and Hushi and the north on the left and right, the Tang army in Hushi has to guard against the Tubo, and the garrison in Hushi has to guard against our attack from other places. It is impossible for them to send more troops to White Pavilion. Even if all the Tang army in Liangzhou were to go to White Pavilion, their strength would still be far from ours. There are a few advantages for us to occupy White Pavilion. First, we can attack Liangzhou. The Tang army in Liangzhou may not be able to defend it. Once we occupy Liangzhou, we can cut off the Tang's main route to Longyu and Hushi. Under the joint attack of us and the Tubo, the Tang who are alone in Hushi and Longyu will have no reinforcements and no rations. This piece of land will definitely be ours. If the Tang have already taken precautions and a large number of reinforcements come in time, we will not be able to take Liangzhou in time. Then we can go down from White Pavilion and besiege Liangzhou. We can loot the richest cities around Liangzhou and then return to the desert safely." Muin was still hesitant. Benefits and risks were proportional. Attacking White Pavilion and then Liangzhou, raiding the richest cities nearby, was indeed a huge benefit. But this was also the easiest place for the Tang to replenish their troops and rations. Especially since this place was too far away from the Tubo army. They could not rely on the strength of their allies. When Yang Fan saw that he was still hesitating, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He quickly made a few gestures and pointed on the map. The Kosho chickens followed the words they had discussed in advance and took out their trump card. Big E Protector. Actually, this isn't just the idea of our special service. Last night, Great E Protector Musey sent someone again. His idea is also to seize White Pavilion. Oh, hearing this, Mu-In was indeed moved. He quickly asked, "What does Musey mean?" The Kosho chicken said, "The Khan is critically ill. It's impossible for the tribes to fight outside for a long time. It's meaningless to occupy. Looting is enough. Moreover, there is a dispute between the Ashid tribe and my tribe, and there are some grudges between us. If each tribe can seize enough wealth and women this time, everyone will be happy, and it will be easy to heal the previous conflict. Otherwise," Muin thought about it and felt that it made sense. If they did not gain any advantage in this battle, the tribes would be resentful, and the Ashid tribe would inevitably make use of it. Would the Khan Sun let go of such a good opportunity? The Mwaha tribe had already stood together with Musey. This was the reason why they were connected by marriage. It was most beneficial for the Mwaha tribe if Musey became the Khan. From this point of view, the benefits and harms of this battle did not matter much. What was important was the impact this battle would have on the domestic political situation. Thinking of this, Muin nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. We will do as Musey says." Just as Muin said this, a girl's delicate voice came from the door. "Go away. Why are you so sneaky? Am I not allowed to go in?" Before he could finish his words, Mu Hiyue lifted the curtain and barged in. Her pretty face was slightly gloomy, as if she was displeased. But when she saw Yang Fan, she immediately beamed with joy and said, "Ah, Musey, you're here." Chapter 252. Squeak, squeak. The wheels of the ox cart made a series of squeaking sounds. Yang Fan sat upright in the carriage. His back was straight, his neck was straight, and his eyes were slightly slanted as he looked at the girl beside him. Mu Hiyue was sitting right next to him, watching him with a smile. She glanced up and down, finding it very interesting. She had taken off her warm hat, but there was also a circle of white fox fur on the edge of her coat, which made her face look quite beautiful. Mu Hiyue gently twisted the shiny black braid on her shoulder, tilted her head, and looked at Yang Fan with a smile. The more she looked at him, the brighter the smile in her eyes became. After a long time, she suddenly burst into laughter and said, "You really make me laugh to death." She spoke in Turkic, which Yang Fan couldn't understand at all. Yang Fan, who couldn't understand, kept his neck straight and squinted at Mu Hiyue. Anyway, he couldn't speak in the role he was playing. As long as he didn't speak, he wouldn't make a mistake. Mu Hiyue looked at his embarrassing look and couldn't help laughing and fell into his arms. Outside the cart, the Gaosho chicken and the other guard heard the bell-like laughter coming from the carriage. They couldn't help but look at each other with a strange expression. Mu Hiyue panted and smiled while lying on Yang Fan's lap. She looked at him with a pair of smiling eyes and said, "Looking at your honest look, it's really fun. When I went to see you yesterday, your subordinates said you want to find out who framed you. I waited for you for a long time, but you didn't come back. Fortunately, you can still move, which means your injury is not serious. Today I see it's really so. Fortunately, it's just a scratch, but it's in the wrong place." Mu Hiyue talked for a long time, but Yang Fan didn't understand a word. But he couldn't just ignore it, so he rolled his eyes and made a few gestures that even he didn't understand. Mu Hiyue frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Fan made a few more gestures, but Mu Hiyue still couldn't understand them. Suddenly she called out, "Arkham, come in." Akam was the alias of Gaoshi Chicken, a very common Turkic name. Confused, Gaoshi Chicken hurriedly dismounted and boarded the ox cart. Mu Hiyue was still lying on Yang Fan's lap. She didn't avoid him and just asked lazily, "What are you talking about? Even I don't understand. Tell me." Yang Fan hurriedly signaled the Koshek chicken with his eyes and gestured for a while again. The Koshek chicken knew his true identity, after all, and combined with his actions, it guessed his worries and said, "The special agent is saying that in a while, you just send him halfway and don't follow him back to the camp." Also, he looked at Yang Fan's movements and said, "Also, don't go to the camp to look for special agents in the future." Muhiyue abruptly sat up and asked with a straight face, "Why?" Yang Fan hurriedly gestured to the Koshek chicken again. In fact, the Koshek chicken didn't quite understand what he was trying to express. After all, the words at this time were not rehearsed by the two. He could only explain according to the reason he found. "It's like this. Many of the 3,000 warriors we brought are injured. Before fighting with the Tangs, many of them have become disabled. Their morale is very low." "Oh." Muhiyue rolled her big black eyes and asked in surprise, "What does that have to do with me going to Simu Sea?" The Koshek chicken said, "You are the fiancé of the special agent. If you often appear in the camp at this time, what do you think those disabled warriors will think? Just now, the special agent told your father not to visit him, and that he would come quietly if something happened. This is to prevent Zhu Tu from thinking that our two families are on the same side." Muhiyue pouted and reached out to hold Yang Fan's arm. She said, "Our two families are on the same side. What's wrong?" Yang Fan was pressed against his elbow by her plump breasts. He only felt that the place he touched was soft. He was so scared that he did not dare to move again. He could only widen his eyes and look at Gao Shi as if asking for help. The Koshek chicken said awkwardly, "Of course, but now Zhu Tu is angry but has no place to vent. There is no need to provoke him. I don't let you go to the camp because I am worried that the soldiers will gossip." Muhiyue held Yang Fan's arm hard and said, "I am going to Simu Sea. How am I bothering them? Whoever dares to gossip, I will cut off his tongue." The Koshek chicken laughed dryly and said, "After all, this is the special agent's first time to be the commander-in-chief. To win the war, we still need these soldiers. After winning the war, when the special agent marries you, it will be especially glorious, won't it?" This sentence moved Muhiyue. She thought for a moment and turned her head to Yang Fan and smiled gently, saying, "All right, then I will listen to you. But you have to come to my grandpa's place to see me often. Otherwise, I will go to you." Yang Fan glanced at the Koshek chicken. The Koshek chicken nodded repeatedly. Yang Fan didn't know what Muhiyue was talking about. Seeing the Koshek chicken nodding, he revealed a smile and patted Muhiyue's little hand gently. Muhiyue lay back in Yang Fan's arms. When she turned her head, she saw the Koshek chicken was still standing in the carriage. She immediately glared with her almond-shaped eyes and said angrily, "What are you looking at? Get out." The Koshek chicken obediently turned her buttocks and walked out. As soon as the curtain of the sedan was put down, Muhiyue put on a sweet smile and squeezed into Yang Fan's arms. Yang Fan knew this woman was Musi's fiancée. If he didn't show any affection to her, it would inevitably arouse her suspicion. If he wanted to show some affection, he didn't know to what extent the two had developed, so he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Muhiyue twisted her body and found the most comfortable position to lie down. Seeing him sitting stiffly, she couldn't help glaring at him coquettishly and murmured, "Bad guy. You seem to have changed after getting a little injury. You used to be careless with me, but now you are well behaved." As she was saying, the bold and shrewd Muhiyue actually pulled up Yang Fan's hand and stuffed it into her arms. Yang Fan was startled, but he didn't dare to resist. He put his hand in along the collar of the loose robe and didn't feel nervous at all. As soon as Yang Fan's big hand went in, he felt a ball of plump, soft, and warm, tender flesh. Although it wasn't very big, like two jade bowls that could be grasped with one hand, it was unusually elastic. Although Muhiyue's action was bold, she was still shy after all. She tyrannically stuffed his hand into her arms and closed her eyes shyly. However, Yang Fan's hand pressed on her chest stiffly and didn't move anymore. Muhiyue felt strange and couldn't help opening her eyes again. Seeing her surprised look, Yang Fan quickly put on a lustful expression. Gently and slowly twisting, wiping and picking, like playing the pipa and kneading dough, Muhiyue's face turned into a rose color, and she let out a soft moan from time to time. She completely buried her hot little face in a Yang Fan's arms, and the soft moans came out from Yang Fan's arms. It was so ecstatic. Yang Fan couldn't stop chanting in his heart. Muhiyue wasn't the only one who was aroused by such teasing. Yang Fan was no longer a virgin, and now he also wanted to taste it. After Yang Fan left the tribal meeting, Muin immediately started to contact some of the more powerful tribal leaders to inform them. Of course, he only contacted those who were on good terms with Muha's tribe, or those who were on the same side as Moshe. He was about to become Mu Si's father-in-law, and was fully qualified to represent Mu Si to communicate with Moshe's tribe. In the meeting that day, Zhu Tu's target was actually the same as Muon's, which was Liao Quan. His reason was similar to Muon's. That place was the narrowest part of Hushi Corridor and could receive an effective response from the Tubo people. At the same time, it was the westernmost point of Tang's influence, and it was too far for Tang to send reinforcements. If Muon didn't get the hint from Yang Fan beforehand, they would definitely hit it off, and this topic would be passed smoothly. However, Muin already knew Moshe's real strategic intention, so he naturally tried his best to encourage the tribes to agree to attack by Ting. At the meeting, the two Yabgu protectors expressed their own views and argued endlessly. At this time, a scene that made Yang Fan not know whether to laugh or cry appeared. His previous actions to instigate disputes between the tribes had indeed produced an effect, but now it had an adverse effect on him. Some of the neutral tribes who were victims for no reason and still had doubts about whether Mu Si was the murderer now stood on Zhu Tu's side and supported him. As a result, the two sides had been fighting for a whole day without a result. That night, Mu In and Zhu Tu held a banquet and invited friendly tribal leaders. They wanted to unify and decide who was better the next day. Mu Si, who didn't care about the location of the attack, was exhausted after being tormented by Master Yin for the entire afternoon. She went to bed early after returning and didn't care about the matter at all. The person who was monitoring outside waited until the bodyguard they bribed limped over and told them that Mu Si had indeed gone to bed. Then, the fake Mu Si immediately appeared on the stage. He rode on an ox cart and secretly met with many tribal leaders to rope them in to support the idea of attacking by Ting. After a night of clamor, the meeting resumed early the next morning. They were also anxious. With hundreds of thousands of people staying here for one more day, they didn't know how much food they had to consume. They really couldn't afford it. Early in the morning, several fast horses were galloping towards Ashina Musi's camp. Ever since the battle with the Ashid tribe, Ashina Musi's camp had been set up in a separate territory in the city. It was quite a distance away from other people's houses and yurts. If someone came close, it would be easy to notice. The fast horses had just galloped off the main road and turned towards Musi's camp. Suddenly, Gosher Chicken flashed out from the side of the road and waved at them with a smile. "Hey, Attila, where are you going?" Attila was the Mun Kingdom's guard captain. When he heard someone calling him, he hurriedly reined in his horse and saw that the person calling him was Arkham, who accompanied Mu Si to the meeting yesterday. Attila smiled and said, "The great Yabgu asked me to invite the special agent to make a trip. We must confirm the target today. If the special agent doesn't want to show up, you can wait in the great Yabgu's tent first. When things are clear, we can assign tasks. If we confirm the target today, we will definitely send troops tomorrow." Gosher Chicken said, "Ah, what a coincidence. The special agent feels bored staying in the tent all day and wants to disguise himself and go out for a walk." Look, Gosher Chicken turned around and saw Mu Si sitting steadily in an ox cart and smiling at him. Chapter 253. The meeting of the Turkic tribes finally came to an end. The timing of the attack requested by Musi did not allow them to discuss indefinitely. They had to reach a conclusion as soon as possible. As for whether to attack Liao Chuan or Baiting, as long as Musi did not show up, Zhu Tu would only consider the war itself. From this point of view, no matter which place they attacked, there would be advantages and disadvantages. Unlike Muin, he did not have a clear political goal. Therefore, he did not insist on his own opinion in this debate. After the meeting, The tribal leaders rushed back to make preparations. Muin briefed several tribal leaders who were on good terms with him and hurried back to his tent. Several guards were standing guard at the entrance of the tent. Muin lifted the curtain and walked in. Seeing her father, Muhiue quickly sat up from Yuzi's arms and gently combed her slightly messy hair. She looked natural and at ease. The children of the grassland were not so bashful and had always been generous in matters of love. The customs of the grassland also encouraged this practice. In some couples who were in love with each other, the lover would go into the woman's yurt at night, and the woman's parents would sleep in the same yurt. According to custom, they would also pretend not to hear anything. As the apple of Muon's eye, Muhiue, who was spoiled by her uncles, father, and brothers, was even more unscrupulous. Muin pretended not to see the intimacy between the two and coughed to Muzi, saying, "The target has been confirmed." Muzi had just pulled her hand away from Muhiue's chest, and her fingertips still felt slippery like water. Seeing her father coming in, she couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. She quickly straightened her body and looked at Muin seriously. Muin sat down beside her and took out an arrow of command from his bosom. The pattern of the arrow of command was strange and ancient. It was made during the first Kaghan of the Turks. Different from the batch of arrows of command that were given to the tribal leaders to manage their own tribes, this batch of arrows of command had a ruby at the top of the triangle, which was equivalent to the tiger seal used to mobilize troops. "We will go down from me, river, and attack baiting." Zhu Tu took another route, going down from the Gobi Desert in between the two deserts. He would also divide his forces and pretend to attack the Tang stronghold at Yanhai to confuse the Tang army. "You and I will travel together so that the two of you won't fight each other when you meet." Muin glanced at his daughter. Hearing Muon's arrangement, Muhiue knew that her father was taking care of her lover. She couldn't help smiling happily. The pitiful Muzi widened his eyes and listened to Muon's every word seriously. Even though he had learned a little bit of Turkic language, he couldn't understand anything except for the word baiting. Because it was the name of a place in the Han region, it was directly transliterated. He couldn't help but feel delighted. Muin passed the arrow token to him and instructed, "You should also go back and make arrangements. We will depart at sunrise tomorrow. You will follow me from the rear." At this point, Muin glanced at his daughter and said in a serious tone, "Going to war is not a joke. You must return to the tribe early tomorrow morning. You're not allowed to send me off in the army. If you break the rules, it will be detrimental to Muzi's achievements." "Oh," Muhiue pursed her lips and agreed unhappily. Muzi held the arrow token and didn't move. He didn't understand Muon's words. Muin thought that he couldn't bear to part with his daughter and wanted to stay with her for a while longer. He couldn't help but frown and wave his hand. "Let's go back first. Your father has high hopes for you in this war. Don't be careless. How can a man be blindly sentimental? I'll wait until you've won a great battle. Then I'll marry you." Hearing this, Muhiue couldn't help blushing even though she was generous. Muzi understood his meaning when he waved his hand. He quickly stood up and gave a deep bow to him. Then he turned his head and looked at Muhiue affectionately. Muhiue was happy to see her lover's eyes. She also stood up and said happily, I will send Muzi back. Special service. I heard that we are going to attack the White Pavilion." After leaving Muin's tent, Yang Fan still wore his leather hat and straightened his collar. He walked out quietly among a group of guards. Gao Shi Chicken, who was walking beside him, took the opportunity to ask him some questions. As soon as the meeting was over, the chiefs of various departments left while discussing. As for the location of the attack, Gao Sheiji had already heard them mention it. This matter could not be hidden from the three armies, and they would definitely announce it to the three armies later. Because the long borderline was full of mountains and precipitous ridges, there were only a few passable valleys and passes, and the distance between them was very far. Even if they did not say it, as long as they set off, the soldiers would know where to attack. However, Gao Shi Chicken didn't know the details. Yang Fan deliberately kept Muhiue by his side and brought her out. He wanted to convey Muon's words to Gao Shi Chicken through her. Of course, even if he didn't do it on purpose, this passionate girl would probably be tired of staying by his side. Yang Fan casually made a few gestures, smiled bitterly at Mu Hyue, and made a helpless expression. Mu Hyue understood and quickly said, "Well, we will set off at sunrise tomorrow. Mu Si will be my rear army and follow me to attack the White Pavilion from Mi River. Zhu Tu will take another route, passing through the Gobi Desert between the two deserts. At the same time, we will divide our army to pretend to attack GNC to confuse the Tang army." Gao Shichicken nodded and said, "I see." Yang Fan had already predicted this situation. Although he didn't understand what Gao Shichicken was saying, he knew what he was asking. At this time, seeing him nodding repeatedly, he knew that he had asked the question. At this moment, the big stone in his heart fell to the ground. They went out of the tent area and boarded the ox cart. Mu Hyue suddenly put her hand into Yang Fan's arms and took out the token arrow. She threw it to Gao Shichicken and said loudly, "Hey, you take it. Inform the Deputy General of the Army to prepare early." After saying that, she hugged Yang Fan's arm and said affectionately, "You will be leaving tomorrow morning. Spend more time with me today." In the house of the great warlock Vaudern, Yin Jihe's eyes were slightly closed. He shook his head and mumbled something, but no one knew what he was saying. Big Bear was wearing bells all over his body, jumping and jumping until he was sweating profusely. He had been jumping for more than 2 hours. He jumped until his legs were sore and weak. He really couldn't stand it anymore. He jumped to Yin Jihe's side and gently touched him. When Yin Jihe opened his eyes, Big Bear pouted to the side. Yin Jihe looked and saw Mu Si sitting there with her eyes closed. She seemed to be still praying devoutly. Big Bear mouthed to him and said, "It's time. I'm dying of exhaustion." Yin Jihe couldn't help but laugh. He grabbed the copper bell from the table and shook it. He smiled at Mu Si, who opened her eyes at the sound, and said, "All right, the last ritual is finally completed. Before the special service members recover from their injuries, as long as they don't make a sound, don't eat meat, and pray once every day before bed, they will be fine." Mu Si was moved to tears and repeatedly cupped her fists to express her gratitude. She also took out a bag of golden beans from her bosom. She knew that he honest did not stand on ceremony and kept it in her bosom. Mu Si then clasped her palms and retreated. Xianchua City was livelier than usual today. The news of tomorrow's departure had already spread. Many tribal warriors took the last chance to come to the city to drink and buy daily necessities. The peddlers knew that the warriors gathered by the tribes would leave tomorrow. They also lowered their prices to promote sales. The streets were bustling with people. Mu Hyue held onto Yang Fan's arm like a happy skylark. She chattered nonstop along the way. Yang Fan only needed to maintain his Mona Lisa smile. He didn't even need to make a gesture. Mu Hyue bought a bunch of random things, including some jewelry. In fact, the jewelry sold in the market was of low quality and inferior workmanship. They were used by ordinary shepherd families. This little princess of the Mwaha tribe was born with a golden rice spoon in her mouth. Of course, she wouldn't care about it. She just bought it for her mood. In front of Mu Si's tent, a few horses galloped over. The soldiers guarding the camp immediately raised their weapons and shouted, "Halt!" Gao Sheiji pulled the reins and asked loudly, "Is Special Service Mu Si here?" "We are here under the order of the great Yabgu of the Mu-In Kingdom." The soldier guarding the camp said, "We are Special Service, brought some heavily injured brothers to seek medical advice. We are not in the camp now. What orders does the great Yabgu have for us?" Gao Sheiji said, "If that's the case, is the Deputy General here? I have important military information to report." The soldier guarding the camp looked at them and retracted his spear. One of them said to Gao Sheiji, "Tell your men to wait outside the camp. Follow me." Gao Sheiji dismounted from the horse and followed the soldier into the camp. Mu Si's Deputy General, 2Mo, was shot to death in the sneak attack of the Ashid tribe. Mu Si temporarily appointed another Deputy General. When Gao Sheiji saw the Deputy General, he took out a golden arrow inlaid with rubies and presented it with both hands. "The great Yabu has ordered that the army will depart tomorrow at sunrise." Gao Sheiji handed the arrow to Mu Si's Deputy General and explained the detailed plan to him. Then he left. The deputy general was very responsible as he was newly appointed. He immediately ordered the 3 armies to prepare for departure. As for the injured soldiers, he didn't need to ask for Musi's permission. He just left them here and waited for their relatives to come and pick them up. This was the usual practice. On the street, Yang Fan and Mu Hyue walked arm in arm like a couple. Tin Ano followed in the dark and was secretly surprised. She had been tailing Yang Fan and naturally knew that this Musi was the real Yang Fan. In fact, she had never seen Musi's appearance and didn't know that Yang Fan was pretending to be someone else. The grassland girl beside Yang Fan was very sunny and cute. What puzzled Tin Ano was that Yang Fan couldn't have come all the way here just to flirt with a girl from the grassland tribe. Who was this girl? What was his purpose in getting close to this girl? Why was Yang Fan able to enter and exit the Turkic tents freely? What was his current identity? There must be many secrets here. Tin Ano really wanted to understand these secrets. At this time, Musi, who had left the great shaman's house, rode on the ox cart and leisurely drove on this street. Chapter 254. Look, does this pendant look nice? Muhyu suddenly found a lot of small jewelry in a small stall. Among them was an amber pendant. The sunlight shone on it, making it sparkle. Muhyu immediately picked it up and excitedly said to Yang Fan. Yang Fan showed a Mona Lisa smile as usual. Muhyu rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "I want you to buy it for me." Yang Fan kept smiling. One of his men immediately took out money and bought the pendant. Muhyu took off her warm hat and put the pendant on. She tilted her head to Yang Fan and said playfully, "Does it look nice?" She had beautiful facial features, wheat-colored skin, big bright eyes, red lips, and a droplet-shaped amber droplet hanging from her forehead. Her already beautiful and moving face became even more charming. Yang Fan had to admit that she was really a very beautiful girl on the prairie. Muhyu saw the appreciation and praise in her lover's eyes. She couldn't help but feel happy. She winked at Yang Fan and was about to act coquettishly again. Suddenly, Yang Fan's eyes flashed. He took a step forward and grabbed Muhyue's wrist, turning around and walking to the ox cart. Almost at the same time, when Yang Fan turned around, Musi, who was sitting in an ox cart, had just moved her eyes away from a fox skin stall and looked over. "What are you doing? I haven't had enough." Muhyue was unhappily taken to the ox cart by Yang Fan. Yang Fan made a gesture to his men to hurry up and put down the curtain. Muhyue sat next to him and looked at his action. She suddenly realized something, and her displeasure turned into shyness and happiness. She covered her mouth and giggled. She said in a very enchanting and charming voice, "What? You suddenly find my appearance very attractive, don't you? What a pity you can't do anything now." Her eyebrows were also curved, and her eyes were also smiling. From her elegant eyes, there was a kind of ambiguous and enchanting look. Clearly, she had tasted the forbidden fruit with Musi long ago. Yang Fan suddenly saw Musi and jumped in fright. He had no choice but to quickly help her into the car. Looking at her expression, he knew that she had misunderstood something, so he decided to make the best of it. He smiled and pinched her soft and charming face. Muhyu gazed at Yang Fan. Her soft and charming eyes suddenly became moist, as if water was about to drip out. She glanced at Yang Fan with her watery eyes and said in a sweet voice, "It will take you at least 2 or 3 months to come back. Will you miss me during such a long time?" When Yang Fan heard this, he didn't understand at all, but looking at her expression, he knew that she was saying sweet nothings. He gently stroked her soft hair a few times, pretending to respond with tenderness. His other hand gently lifted the curtain a little, wanting to see the situation outside. Looking through the gap, Yang Fan was shocked and hurriedly lowered the curtain again. Musi's ox cart was driving side by side with him. Musi didn't cover the curtain. Yang Fan lifted the curtain slightly and saw his face. Muhyue saw Yang Fan's action. She rolled her eyes and suddenly felt shy. She gently punched Yang Fan's shoulder and said coquettishly, "Bad guy." Yang Fan turned around. He didn't know what this girl had eaten wrong. Why did she suddenly look like she was in love? Muhiua, on the other hand, was bashful. She bit her plump red lips and said in a sweet voice, "You can't even move, but you're still full of tricks. Considering that you're about to go to war, I'll let you have some fun. Just this once. Don't do it again." Yang Fan didn't know what she meant and continued to smile at her. Muhiue's eyes suddenly became misty. Her pretty cheeks blushed. She glanced at Yang Fan and gently stuck out her tongue to lick her lips. Then she threw herself into Yang Fan's arms and reached out to untie his belt. Yang Fan's entire body froze. Could he resist? If she jumped out of the carriage in anger and embarrassment, she would immediately find Misty. Then his whole plan would be ruined. Even leaving Xianchua City alive would be a problem. While he was in a daze, a soft, wet, hot, and intimate feeling came to his heart. Yang Fan's hands that were supporting the sheepskin mattress immediately tightened. Creak, creak. Two ox carts were moving side by side. One had the curtain lifted, and the other had the curtain closed. The road was not very smooth. Both ox carts were a little bumpy. The one with the curtain closed seemed to be shaking more frequently. Tin Ano led the camel and followed behind the two ox carts. She felt like she was in a dream. She saw Musi. After she saw Yang Fan get on the ox cart, she just turned her eyes and saw Musi. At that moment, she thought that Yang Fan was proficient in some kind of spell and suddenly moved from the ox cart in front to the ox cart behind. As Tin Ano followed, her confused thoughts gradually cleared up. She had figured out the crux of the matter. No wonder Yang Fan could casually interact with Turkic nobles and enter their camps. The Yang Fan, who appeared later, must be a Turkic noble. Yang Fan was using his identical appearance to impersonate him. Was this Shenmu's idea? What were they trying to do? Suddenly, Tin Ano recalled that girl from the steppe who seemed to be a couple with Yang Fan. Was that girl Yang Fan's lover or Yang Fan's lover? She couldn't have mistaken him for her lover, could she? That shouldn't be the case. Even if Yang Fan looked like that person, his voice should be different. Besides, he was someone from Southeast Asia. How could he understand Turkic? Tin Ano's mind was full of question marks as she walked. When Yang Fan's driver and his guards saw Musi, they finally understood why Yang Fan had been in such a hurry to board his cart. They forced themselves to remain calm. The two ox carts of Musi walked side by side until they reached the end of the long alley. Only then did they slow down, allowing Musi's cart to drive ahead. The two ox carts staggered towards Musi's camp one after the other, but the distance between them was getting further and further away. Tin Ano also slowed down, keeping a good distance from the ox cart behind her. She felt that the crux of the problem lay with Yang Fan. If she kept an eye on Yang Fan, she would be able to find Shenmu and discover their secret. In the distance, she saw that the ox cart had stopped, and then the Turkic girl stepped down, followed by Yang Fan. The two seemed to be discussing something, and then a guard brought over a horse. The Turkic girl mounted the horse and galloped over. Tin Ano hurriedly moved to the side of the road. As the horse approached, Tin Ano raised her head and glanced over. She saw the Turkic girl sitting on the horse, her face covered by a circle of white fox fur. It was as red as a flower and exuded an indescribable charm. Up ahead, Yang Fan had boarded the ox cart again. This time, the ox cart did not continue forward, instead slowly turning onto a fork in the road. Tin Ano continued to keep the ox cart a good distance away, hiding herself in the crowd of merchants. After walking for less than an hour, she noticed that the ox cart had stopped in front of a secluded residence. Tin Ano wandered around, buying a few items from a nearby peddler. While asking about the situation of the household, the peddler told her that it was the home of the city's Grand Shaman Dwayne. Zhang Yi, Gusako, and the others were all present at Dwayne's home. Upon seeing Yang Fan arrive, they all gathered around him. Zhang Yi gave him a thumbs up and said, "Erlang, other than my third brother, Zhang Yi has never admired anyone. This time, I truly admire you." Ha! Without even batting an eyelid, the entire Turkic Khaganate has been played in the palm of your hand. Yang Fan laughed and adjusted his belt unnaturally. He coughed and said, "It's not over yet. This is the most critical moment for us. We have to be extra careful. We can't fall short of success at the last moment." As he spoke, Yang Fan untied the bandage around his neck and said to Zhang, "Tomorrow, you will be responsible for bringing our men safely back to Longyu." Zhang nodded, "No problem. As long as we can leave this place, I am confident that I can return." Yang Fan asked again, "Who is familiar with the roads here?" Zhang Yi pulled Yinja, who was pretending to be the great god, over and said, "There, it's him. He is very familiar with the roads here." Yang Fan said, "Good, then you stay and follow me, Gusako and Big Bear. In a while, you will prepare the horses, water, and food for the journey. We will stay here tonight and wait for their army to set off. After ensuring that there are no problems, we will immediately set off and rush to White Pavilion to warn them." Yin Jiha, Gusako, and Big Bear nodded their heads, and the crowd dispersed. Tin Ano hid in the dark and did not see Yang Fan coming out. She decided to guard nearby. She believed that no matter what Yang Fan was plotting, the truth will come to light soon, because she had heard the news that the Turks were about to send out their army. The next morning, all the tribes started to move out. Due to the previous dispute between the Ashina and Ashina tribes, all the tribes were divided into 3 groups. The tribes that were loyal to the Ashina and Ashina tribes camped together with them to express their stand. The neutral tribes were gathered at the 3rd place, so the neutral tribes needed to hurry over to meet up with them. Early in the morning, the Ashina and Ashina tribes started to dismantle their tents and prepare to set off. The tribes that were affiliated to them also dismantled their tents and drove their cattle and sheep to prepare for the inspection and departure. The neutral tribes woke up earlier than them. Some tribes started to move early, dismantling their entire camps, loading their tents into carts, and driving their cattle and sheep to meet up with them. These neutral tribes were assigned to Zhu, Mu'in, and Musi. Inside the city, Musi had also gathered all the soldiers who could still fight. Under the protection of a 1,000-man army sent by the Mu'in, they left the Anchuo city and rushed toward the Mu'in camp. The sun rose high in the sky. The endless line of tents in the neutral tribe's camp had already disappeared. The snowy plains were a mess, and the majority of the tribes had already left. Several horsemen rode over and saw that there were still 2 or 3 tribes that were dismantling their tents. A horseman rushed over and said in an aggressive tone, "Hey, which tribe are you from? Why are you so slow?" One of Zhang Yi's Turkic soldiers went up and said with a smile, "We are from the Kesa tribe. We're almost done, almost done." He mentioned the name of a tribe that had just left not too long ago. "Oomph, hurry up. You still have to drive the cattle and sheep over. How long are you going to waste? The great Yi Protector General is still waiting to summon his troops." The horsemen reprimanded them and rushed toward another tribe that was slowly dismantling their tents. Zhang Yi's men slowly loaded the carriages, observing the movements of the other tribes. Apart from them, when the last tribe was ready and hurriedly left, they also sped up, packing up their luggage. They also set off, but they weren't heading toward the Ashina or Ashina tribes. They quickly left in the opposite direction. Chapter 255. Inside the city, Yang Fan and his men had already started to make preparations. They had prepared a Lele chariot. The tall wheels almost reached a person's shoulder. This kind of grassland tool was fast and durable. The reason why Yang Fan had prepared a Lele chariot in addition to the horses was because they wanted to reach the White Pavilion before the Turkic army to warn them. The Turkic army had split into 2 groups, and there were 2 routes of advance. One of them would follow the Mo River from the east side of the desert. This group was led by Mu-In and Mu-Si. The other group was led by Zhu, and they would advance from the west side to the east side. His route of advance was through the Gobi Desert, and on both sides was a vast desert. No matter which route Yang Fan took, he would have to pass through a long stretch of no man's land. There were very few people in that area, and there were very few water sources. If he wanted to pass through that area, he had to prepare sufficient food and water beforehand. Big Bear had left the city early in the morning to scout the situation. When the Turkic army had gathered and set off in a grandiose manner, Big Bear immediately rode back to the city to inform Yang Fan and his men. According to their plan, they would make a circle around the Turkic army and then quickly advance to the White Pavilion before the Turkic army and inform the garrison of the Turkic army's arrival. They had a light carriage, and there were only 6 or 7 of them. Their speed was much faster than the rest of the army. As long as they could reach the White Pavilion 4 to 5 days in advance, the garrison would be able to prepare in time. The garrison in Liangzhou would also be able to quickly send reinforcements. Even the capital would be able to quickly receive the news. The fire beacon communication system of the Tang army was very fast. When Yang Fan and his men arrived at the city gates with the Lei chariot, the chief of the Shui Yintuo tribe, Beigu, was leading his men back to the city. Beigu had already gone to send off Zhu Tu, Mu In, and Mu Si. After sending off the 3, Beigu led his men back to the city. Beigu was an old man in his 60s. He had a head full of white hair, but he was full of vigor. His face was dark and rosy, and he had a pair of spirited eyes. His bones were thick, and he was very strong. The morning wind was very cold. Beigu sat upright on the horse's back, but his back was perfectly straight. When he walked into the city gate, Yang Fan and the others consciously retreated to the roadside, wanting to wait for them to pass before going out of the city. However, a knight at the back of the Beigu guards looked around and suddenly fixed his eyes on the kosher chickens. This guard was called Gu, and he had seen Gaoshi chickens more than once. When the kosher chickens accompanied Yang Fan to visit Mu at Bachu's mansion, Yang Fan would disguise himself every time so that no one could see his face. The kosher chickens who disguised themselves as his bodyguards didn't need to do so, especially when Yang Fan was guarding at the entrance of the tent every time he visited Muin. Many people had seen him. Most of those people were Muin's bodyguards and had already set off with Muin. However, Bachu's bodyguards were also in charge of guarding at that time. Gu was the bodyguard responsible for the communication between Bachu and Muin. He happened to be one of the people who had seen the kosher chickens. This time, Yang Fan still lowered his head and was very careful. He never thought that he would be recognized as a kosher chicken. "Hey, aren't you Mu Si's bodyguard?" Gu reined in his horse and looked at the kosher chicken with a smile. "You are very close to Mu Si's bodyguard. Why didn't you go out with them?" As Gu spoke, he glanced at their traveling attire and then looked at the carriage. His eyes were filled with doubt, and he asked in a deep voice, "What's in the carriage? Where are you going?" Gu did not suspect that they were Tangs at this time, but suspected that they were deserters who wanted to escape with their belongings. Yang Fan held his hat with one hand and moved closer to Yin Jiha. He asked in a low voice, "What did he say?" Yin Jiha explained a few words to him in a low voice, and Yang Fan's heart suddenly tightened. At this time, Gu had already raised his voice and called out, "Hey, brothers, come back for a moment." Clang! The dragon's roar lingered in the air, and before it died away, a white light flashed in the air like a waterfall. Blood gushed out, and a human head fell to the ground with a thud. Gu's hand was still raised in the air. "Go!" Yang Fan shouted. He held the bloody knife in his hand and urged the horse to rush out. As soon as he heard Yin Jia's words, he knew that things were not good. If the group of bodyguards rushed back to surround them and check the things in their carriage, they would definitely be suspicious. As long as they were a little more careful and called the people Mu Si left here, they would know that the Gaoshi chicken was a fake. Moreover, he only pasted a beard on his face, and there was no change in his facial features. If the other party had already noticed them, it was hard to guarantee that they would not recognize his appearance. Therefore, Yang Fan made a prompt decision to immediately kill the Shui Yintuo warrior who discovered the abnormality. Although a fierce battle was inevitable, the other party did not know why they killed, and thus did not know their identity, so the secret would not be exposed. When the bodyguards heard the call of their companions, they all reined in their horses and turned back. As soon as they turned their heads, they saw Gu's head falling to the ground, and the headless body still riding on the horse. A group of murderers protected a carriage and rushed out of the city. The bodyguards were shocked and angry. One by one, they took out their bows and aimed at the group of people. The archery skills of these grassland men had almost become instinctive. Their first reaction was not to urge their horses to chase, but to use bows and arrows to subdue the enemy. At this time, Yang Fan's group had just rushed into the city gate and had nowhere to hide. Tin Ano, who had followed them all the way with a camel, was shocked. Without thinking, he leaped up and shook off the cloth wrapped around his sword in midair. The tip of his feet swiftly tapped on the horses. The sword light rustled, the arrows flew, the bowstrings broke, and the fingers were all over the ground. Tin Aino's body spun in midair, and he kicked away a bodyguard who was holding his hands and screaming miserably. He floated down onto his horse, kicked the stirrups, and rushed out. Her mission was to find out everything about Shunmu in the western region and report it truthfully to her master. Everything else had nothing to do with her. But she was not a machine that only knew how to carry out orders. She also had feelings. When she saw the dozens of bows aimed at the city gate, Yang Fan had nowhere to dodge and was likely to be shot to death. She didn't even have time to think and immediately pulled out her sword. Teneno cut off the bow and took the horse, galloping out. She was lying on the horse's back. Looking from behind, it seemed that she could only see a horse leaping like a dragon. Teneno urged the horse to gallop. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a simple and crude shed by the roadside. It was a shed built by a peddler. The wooden frame was used as a frame, and the top was covered with a leather canopy. Tin Aino shook his hand, and a string of silver chains flew out. He then pulled his wrist back, and the iron claws at the end of the chain clasped the leather canopy. The trides had already left. The peddler was planning to pack up and leave today. He untied the rope under the canopy, and with a whoosh, the entire leather canopy flew up like a dark cloud, following behind Tin Aino towards the city gate. Pung, 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 pung. They pushed away the injured guards and shot at the other guards aggressively. Their arrows all hit the cowhide tents that were floating in the air like clouds. The leather canopy was made of cowhide and was extremely heavy. It was only thanks to the strength of Tin Aino's wrists and the horse's strength that she was able to lift it. She rushed into the city gate with her horse and loosened the claw holding the leather canopy. Her horse felt the weight lighten and its speed increase. Like an arrow released from a bow, it charged out of the city gate. Yang Fan had already seen everything that was happening behind him. Yang Fan turned his head and saw a Turkic man suddenly leap up, his sword cutting through the bowstring to cover his retreat. Who was he? Yang Fan was flabbergasted. As his horse charged out of the city gate, he was still turning his head back to look. The sun was shining down on the city gate. In a flash, that Turkic man with a beautiful beard shot out like an arrow. Who are they? How dare they cause trouble and kill people in my city? Bega was enraged. Although the nomadic tribes were tough and often fought, it was rare to see someone dare to openly challenge the authority of a city lord like him. Begu pulled out his saber and pointed it outwards, shouting aggressively, "Chase! Whether alive or dead, not a single one is allowed to escape." His bodyguards immediately turned their horses and chased after them. Begu shouted to the guards that remained by his side, "Go! Mobilize the troops for me. Mobilize the troops to chase after them." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows fell like rain. Tin Aino, who was left behind, hugged the horse's neck and ran madly. Fortunately, the distance between the two sides was not too far, and the arrows were mostly straight shots. She was not worried that the arrows would hit her while she was on the horse's back. However, the horse's thigh was hit several times in a row. Feeling the pain, the horse ran even faster and quickly pulled away from the pursuers. However, the wolf fang arrows went deep into the horse's thigh. The faster it ran, the more painful it was. After a sudden sprint, the horse felt that it could not hold on any longer. At the right time, another arrow hit the horse's thigh. The horse neighed in sorrow and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yang Fan said to Big Bear and Yin Ji, who were protecting the carriage, "Keep going. We must deliver the news. Go quickly." Gao Shi Chicken drove the carriage and shouted, "Erlang, where are you going?" Yang Fan turned the horse and raised his saber, shouting, "I'm going to save them." Then, without waiting for their reply, he ran back the way he came. Since childhood, Yang Fan valued the word friendship the most. Back in Luoyang Palace, he was ridiculed by Guan Fuzi just because the little eunuch and the scholar praised him. He did not hesitate to use his status as an imperial guard to seek justice for those who appreciated him, not to mention that this was a life-saving favor. He did not know who this Turk was. He only knew that this person was saving him, and that was enough. Seeing the person in front of him fall off his horse, the Turk pursuer at the very front grinned, put away his longbow, and pulled out his snow-white saber. The person running on the ground looked very thin. He was confident that he could cut this person in half with a single strike. The sharp saber could cut through the skin and flesh, cut through the bones, and easily cut a person in half. What a delightful thing to do. His blood was boiling. Then he saw Yang Fan turn his horse around and charge back with the saber in his hand. He immediately changed his target. Killing a target that had the ability to resist would obviously give him a greater sense of satisfaction. This person is mine. No one is allowed to take him. He howled to his companions and kicked his stirrup to welcome Yang Fan. Screech! The two horses crossed, and the Turk cavalryman continued to charge forward. After charging 4 horse lengths, he gradually slowed down. His hand tightly gripped the hilt of his saber, his eyes focused on the saber in his hand. Only a small portion of the saber remained, and the majority of the blade was nowhere to be seen. He turned his eyes in shock. A gust of wind blew by, and the crooked beard on his left lip fluttered in the wind, scattering into strands. Then, a line of blood quickly spread from the right side of his forehead to the left corner of his mouth. He screamed and fell off the horse. Yang Fan, who had crossed paths with him, was already charging towards the Turkic man who was rushing towards him upon seeing that he had returned to help. Chapter 256. Yang Fan's saber wasn't any better than this Turkic soldier's, but even weapons forged from the same furnace could display different might in the hands of different people. Speed, strength, angle of attack, and the choice of where the weapon should be cut could turn a divine weapon into scrap metal, but it could also turn scrap metal into a divine weapon. With a single slash, Yang Fan had severed the Turkic soldier's saber and even split his head in two. Seeing that Yang Fan had boldly returned to reinforce them, the valiant Turkic soldiers put away their bows and unsheathed their sabers. Like a pack of wolves, they charged forward. There were more than 10 of them, and they loved the feeling of tearing someone to shreds. Clang, clang, clang. Yang Fan's saber moved like lightning, knocking aside 3 sabers in a row and slicing off a piece of flesh from another Turkic soldier's face. Reaching out, he pulled the Turkic soldier he was trying to save onto his horse. As soon as his hands clenched, Yang Fan felt that the other party's palms were soft and slender, not at all like those of a man's. He couldn't help but be taken aback, but he had no time to think. With a light wave of his saber, he knocked aside 2 more sabers that were stabbing at him. His buttocks left the back of his horse, and with a slash of his saber, he cut off the arm of a Turkic soldier. Flicking the saber-wielding arm behind him, he shouted, "Take it!" As soon as he said this, he realized that the person behind him might not understand his words. Unexpectedly, the person behind him didn't say a word, but instead caught the severed arm and drew his saber. Yang Fan was reassured. The 2 of them rode on the same horse, their sabers flying left and right, and began to fight with the dozen or so Turkic soldiers. In this chaotic battle, with sabers and spears at the same time, Yang Fan couldn't use his godly martial arts techniques like before. The 2 sides were in a melee, and no moves were of any use. They could only use the most direct slashes and stabs, competing in speed, strength, and agility. The 2 of them attacked left and right and beheaded 3 more people from their horses. Looking back, they saw that the Gasakis and the others were already far away. They could only see a faint black dot on the horizon. Yang Fan urged his horse and said, "Let's go." The 2 of them turned their horses around and fought their way out of the encirclement, fleeing into the wilderness. However, they did not flee in the direction of Koshiki and the others. The enemy had not been shaken off yet, so Yang Fan could not lure the enemy there. Seeing the 2 of them escape, the Turkic soldiers knew of their bravery from the chaotic battle. Not daring to rely on their superior numbers, the Turkic soldiers took out their bows and knocked their bowstrings to shoot at them. As the arrows flew past the 2, Tian Ai Nu used her saber to protect herself and struck the eagle feathers. Yang Fan saw that the 2 of them were riding together, and the speed of the horses was not fast. Arrows were flying around them, and if they were not careful, the two of them would be pierced by the other party's arrows. He was secretly anxious. Behind him, Tin Ano suddenly shouted, "Go that way! Charge into the sand dunes and shake them off." At this time, she did not conceal her voice. When Yang Fan heard the familiar female voice, he could not help but exclaim, "Anu! You are Anu?" Swoosh! Another arrow brushed past him. The Tian AI nudged him with her elbow and said angrily, "Hurry up and leave." Yang Fan did not have time to ask again and immediately urged his horse to charge into the sand dunes. At this time, a large number of men and horses were also chasing over. Seeing them and their pursuers rushing into the sand dunes one after another, they immediately followed. 7 or 8 Turks chased into the sand dunes. The rolling sand dunes provided excellent concealment. Their bows and arrows were useless in such a terrain. The Turks hung their bows and arrows, pulled out their sabers, and looked around. Suddenly, someone pointed forward and shouted, "There!" Hearing the voice, everyone looked over and saw the shadow of a horse disappear into the sand dunes in a flash. They immediately took up their horses and chased after it. Where did it go? A few of the Turkic soldiers were standing on the sand dune, surveying their surroundings. All of a sudden, the sand beside them moved and a huge cloud of sand flew towards them. Behind the cloud of sand were 2 gleaming blades. Yang Fan and the Tian AI Nu, who had buried themselves in the sand, suddenly attacked together. 2 of the Turkic soldiers who were caught off guard fell off their horses, and the 2 of them leaped onto their horses. "Kill!" The 2 of them shouted in unison and urged their horses forward. On the sand dunes, the flashes of sabers and shadows of swords clashed. A Turk's saber was knocked away, and he hurriedly fell off his horse. Only then did he escape the danger of having his abdomen sliced open. He rolled down the sand dune and climbed up pathetically. He saw one of his comrades sitting on a horse with a saber in one hand and the other covering his throat. His body swayed a few times and suddenly fell down the sand dune on his back. He slid halfway down the sand dune and stopped, blood gushing out from his throat. The Turk crawled over on all fours and snatched the saber from his dead comrade's hand. Carefully, he climbed up the sand dune and saw a pile of corpses. In the distance, 2 war horses had just passed through a hilly area. He looked at the corpses on the ground in a daze and turned his head back, only to see a large group of pursuers sweeping up a cloud of dust and charging towards them. "Anu, why are you here?" Under a sand dune, Yang Fan, who stopped to catch her breath, looked in surprise at Tin Ano, who was dressed as a man. Tin Ano was seriously inspecting the contents of the sacks on the back of the horse. After a round of inspection, Tin Ano turned around and said, "There is not much water and food in their sacks. We cannot stay in the desert for long. If there is a storm or a cloudy day, we will easily lose our way. Before we can get out, we will die of hunger or thirst here." Yang Fan pointed at her lips and said, "Your beard." Half of Tian AI Nu's mustache had fallen off during the fight, leaving only the other half sticking to his lips. Tian AI Nu reached out and tore off the remaining half of his mustache. He glared at Yang Fan and said, "Did you hear me?" Yang Fan asked, "Is it that young Master Jiang who asked you to spy on Shenmue?" Tin Ano snorted and did not answer. Yang Fan revealed a trace of smile and said softly, "I did not expect you to be here. Anu, you will save me." "I am very—" The Tian AI Nu suddenly interrupted him and said stiffly, "You've saved my life, and I'm just trying to repay your kindness. Let's not talk about this anymore. We need to leave this place while the sun is still up. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble if we get lost in the desert." Yang Fan's understanding of the desert was far less than Tin Ano. He did not have her cautious attitude. He smiled indifferently and walked a few steps forward. He pulled the reins and said, "Okay, then we will now." Just as he said this, Yang Fan's smile froze on his face. He was silent for a moment and took a deep breath. He turned to Tin Ano and said, "I am afraid we have to continue to escape into the depths of the desert." "Why?" Tin Ano followed his gaze and couldn't help but be stunned. After a moment, he rushed to another horse and said loudly, "Let's go." In the distance, a mixed team of knights composed of horses and camels had appeared on several sand ridges. It was not a caravan in the desert. There were no boxes of goods on the backs of the camels. There was only a knight and a knife. They were the warriors sent by Bayegu to search for them. The desert climate was like a child's face. It was changeable. In the evening of the same day, a strong wind blew. The strong wind carried an overwhelming amount of yellow sand, turning the entire world into a chaotic mess. The two of them covered their faces with a sand towel and hurried on their way in the midst of the chaos. The wind and sand helped them. Bayegu's pursuers completely lost their target, but they also lost their direction in the desert. In the desert without stars, moon, and sun, there were similar sand dunes everywhere. It could not be used as a reference. Even if you were familiar with the desert, you could not distinguish north from south with your naked eyes without the help of external objects. It was late at night, and the wind was still blowing. Yang Fan and Tin Ano rested under a sand dune. Although Yang Fan had lived in the grassland desert for more than 2 months, he rarely went deep into the desert. Occasionally, he went to the edge of the desert. There was an experienced guide to arrange everything. The team also carried enough water and food. Therefore, he had no idea how terrible the power of heaven and earth in the desert was. The two escaped from the pursuers and fought against the wind and sand. They were exhausted by the time they got here. The 2 horses belonged to Bayegu's bodyguard. Bayegu just went out of the city to give a farewell dinner to the army. Therefore, the bodyguard had nothing in his bag for a long journey. There was not enough water and food, and there was no sleeping bag for camping in the wild. The exhausted Yang Fan really wanted to sleep, but the desert night was too cold. His leather robe was frozen stiff, as if it had become a heavy armor. If he lay on the ground, he was afraid that he would become a frozen corpse before dawn. The sleepy Yang Fan could only hug the horse's neck, snuggle up to it, and doze like a horse. The half-asleep Yang Fan was awakened by the cold. When he woke up, he found that Tin Ano was not asleep. She stood in the sand, looking up at the gray sky that was still windy. Although it was dark, and he could not see her face clearly from her lonely back, Yang Fan could feel her deep worry in her heart. Yang Fan stood up, patted off the thick layer of sand that had fallen on his body, and walked over. He had never seen such a scene before. Sand dunes that were dozens of feet high surrounded him, and the wind raged through the dunes, making wolf-like howls. However, the lower part of the dunes was very quiet, and there was no wind at all. Yang Fan raised his head and could see the gray night sky faintly flowing over his head. In truth, it was not a night sky, but a scene of fierce winds sweeping sand across the dunes. Yang Fan pulled down the cloth covering his face and whispered, "What's wrong?" Tin Ano whispered back, "The weather is terrible. I'm worried that there won't be any sunlight tomorrow morning." Yang Fan could hear the deep worry and fear in her voice. He did not understand why this heroine, who was skilled in martial arts and dared to single-handedly pursue them to the Turks and kill people in Xianchuo City, had suddenly become so timid. He frowned and disapprovingly said, "It's only a day's journey into the desert, right? Even if there's no food or water, we could just go back the way we came. We won't starve to death even if we don't eat or drink for a day. Besides, we still have 2 bags of wine and some dried meat." Tin Ano lightly shook her head and worriedly said, "You don't understand the desert. If the wind doesn't stop, if we don't see the sun or the stars, we might get lost in the desert." Chapter 257. Tin Ano slowly turned around and explained to Yang Fan, "In the desert, the direction of the wind is uncertain. With such a strong wind, some of the sand dunes will change shape, and some will even move. If we don't have something to determine the direction, we won't even be able to find the way we came from." Yang Fan thought for a moment, then pointed behind him and said, "I remember we came down from this side. Should we go back in this direction tomorrow?" Tin Ano said in a low voice, "Always. That's just in your imagination. You don't even know if you are walking in a straight line. Maybe after walking for a day, when you are exhausted, you will come back here again." Yang Fan patted his forehead and said as if he realized something, "Oh, is this the so-called ghosts hit the wall?" Tin Ano did not speak, but silently turned around and said faintly, "My camel originally carried a lot of food." Hearing this, Yang Fan looked at her anxious face and suddenly remembered the tragic childhood she told him about. A skinny girl, walking in the wilderness full of starvation, suffering the abandonment of her family, dying by the roadside in fear, becoming food for wolves, wild dogs, and other refugees. Yang Fan did not know that there were psychological diseases like hunger phobia and hunger sequelae in the world, but he suddenly understood why Tin Ano was so afraid and anxious. He wanted to comfort Tin Ano, but he did not know what to say. Yang Fan looked up at the gray sky. Yang Fan only hoped that there would be a sun tomorrow. The sun meant the hope of survival. Anu, look, there's a tree stump here. Are we going to get out soon? Yang Fan found a lonely tree trunk on the sandy ground and immediately rushed over with joy. It's hard to say. Tin Ano also rushed over and bent down to take a look. The joy on his face disappeared, and he said, "This is a poplar tree. As the old saying goes, who young lives for 1,000 years without dying, dies for 1,000 years without falling, falls for 1,000 years without decaying for 1,000 years, falls for 1,000 years without decaying for 1,000 years. Who knows when this half of the tree stump will be?" Tin Ano bent down and observed the tree stump carefully. He touched the side that was relatively smooth and had fewer cracks and uneven bumps. He said, "This side should be facing the south. Let's go this way." Yang Fan did not ask her about the reason behind it. Along the way, he already knew that Tin Ano knew far more about survival in the desert than he did, so he had no objections. Tin Ano knocked a handful of the trunk from the stump and held it in his hand. Every now and then he would turn his head to look at the stump to make sure that he was not going astray. When the stump was completely out of sight and could not be seen again, he would thrust the splinter in his hand into the sand. Along the way, she used all the signs that she could use. She made a mark every time she walked to make sure that she was walking in a straight line. This was their 7th day in the desert. Unfortunately, the weather had not been good for the past few days. It was either stormy or cloudy. One of the 2 horses had already frozen to death on the 2nd day they entered the desert. The other horse had neither fodder to feed nor anything to keep out the cold. It had been suffering from diarrhea since the day before yesterday and was extremely tired. The storm that day was particularly fierce. The 2 of them could not stand still and could not see anything more than 5 steps away. Yang Fan supported the Tian AI Nu as they searched for a place to hide from the wind. When they finally arrived at a sandy valley, the half-dead horse suddenly broke free from Yang Fan's hand and disappeared into the vast sea of sand. Yang Fan was not sure if the sand hurt its eyes, but the half-dead horse suddenly broke free from Yang Fan's hand and quickly disappeared into the vast sea of sand. The horse that had died earlier, Tin Ano had gathered some horse meat and carried it on the horse's back. He was prepared to use it as food in case of an emergency, but it disappeared along with the horse. Fortunately, there was wine and dried meat in the bag. In order to avoid being cold and hard when eating, Yang Fan kept them in his arms. These became their only food. Of the 2 bags of wine, no matter how much they saved, they were only left with half a bag. Although the alcohol content of the wine was not high, it still had the effect of keeping out the cold. Relying on this wine, they could easily overcome the cold of the winter night. One could imagine how difficult it would be to live after they finished drinking the wine. The dried meat was almost finished. Although Tin Ano could still maintain her calm during the journey, the fear of hunger from her childhood had affected her greatly. Seeing that there was less and less food, the fear that had been deeply engraved in her heart since she was young could not go away. It made her extremely anxious. The winter night in the desert was too cold. The 2 wrapped themselves in everything that could keep out the cold, but it was useless. After losing the war horse, they had to hug each other tightly at night when they slept, trying their best not to expose their bodies to the biting cold. It was when they were hugging each other tightly that Yang Fan felt that she could not really fall asleep. Although she was forcibly suppressed by her strong will, the fear of hunger deep in her heart brought back the nightmarish memories of her childhood. She was constantly worried about the moment when they ran out of food. Perhaps when that moment came, her spirit would completely collapse. Yang Fan could see the fear hidden in the depths of her eyes. Such a journey in the desert, even with the company of a beautiful girl, was definitely not comfortable or romantic. Along the way, there was always an endless sea of sand. It was a kind of fear that made people despair. Even Yang Fan, who had always been optimistic, began to despair. He did not know how big the sea of sand was, nor did he know if they could get out of it. But as long as they could still walk, they must persevere. He was a man, and he could not show a broken expression at this time. Although Tin Ano had more experience than him in this desert, Yang Fan knew that he was now the support of Tin Ano's spirit. If he also collapsed, the tight string in Tin Ano's heart would immediately break. The two of them walked step by step in the boundless desert. Gradually, the sky darkened again. The two figures walking alone disappeared into the rolling sand dunes in the distance. The endless storm came again. This was the 10th day of their journey in the desert. Food and water had all been used up. The two were hungry and tired. Although the cold winter made the consumption of water not so fast, the feeling of hunger and thirst was still very strong. Yang Fan felt that his throat was so dry that it was about to smoke. His lips were already like cracked, dry tree bark. Tin Ano's situation was even worse than his. These days, she had been in fear and worry. Every time she ate, she was like a meticulous housewife. The distribution of food and water was accurate to an unimaginable degree. Even so, the dried meat and water were all eaten up. When there was no more water in the bag and the last piece of dried meat was eaten, Yang Fan saw the endless fear in the bottom of her eyes finally appear. The wind will not stop. Let's continue on our way. Fortunately, the wind is right now. If we walk faster, we won't get our eyes blinded. Yang Fan said to her with difficulty. His parched throat seemed to be filled with gravel. Every time he spoke, it would hurt. Tin Ano sat on the ground, holding the empty bag in a daze. Yang Fan frowned and said, "Anu, let's go. While we still have strength. We can't go. The food has been eaten up. We will die here. Starve to death here." Not only was Tin Ano's voice trembling, even her body was trembling. Her entire body and mind were immersed in endless fear. The various tragedies that she had personally witnessed in her childhood, all kinds of unforgettable fear that had been buried in her heart had all emerged at this moment. Yang Fan frowned. He knew why Tin Ano was afraid, but he could not imagine, nor could he imagine, how much trauma Tin Ano had suffered in her childhood. He could not understand the helplessness and extreme fear that Tin Ano was showing. At that moment, Tian Ai felt like she had returned to her tragic childhood. It was as if she had become a hungry, helpless, weak little girl who was abandoned by her family and coveted by countless people like food. She was surrounded by endless fear. "Anu, we can't go. We will starve to death. We will all starve to death." Tin Ano did not seem to hear what he was saying. She only muttered to herself. Yang Fan frowned and suddenly dragged her up. Tin Ano looked at him in surprise. Yang Fan shouted, "Go. Continue to go forward. Maybe we can get out of here soon. I don't believe that this desert has no end. Go. Continue to go." Tin Ano was like a helpless child. She was dragged forward step by step. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. In just a moment, the two of them were swept into the rolling yellow sand. They could no longer see their figures. They did not know how long they had been walking. In the middle, they stopped to sleep in each other's arms. They did not know how long they had slept. When they continued on their endless journey, the wind seemed to have lessened. But the two of them were so hungry and thirsty that they could not move a single step. "It's useless. We will starve to death here." Tin Ano's originally lively eyes became dull. The only thing she could repeat was this sentence. The only thought that lingered in her mind was starving to death. Yang Fan did not have the strength to refute her. He was like a moving zombie. He used his strong will to force his feet to move forward and backward. Apart from hunger and cold, the thick robes that were supposed to be able to block the wind and cold were no longer able to keep them warm. This was because their bodies were no longer emitting much heat. The extreme cold seemed to be able to seep into their bones. Yang Fan felt that his body was frozen stiff. Tian Ai was not the only one who was in despair. Even he himself was in despair. Suddenly, Yang Fan's legs went soft. He fell head first onto the sand dune. Tin Ano, who was being dragged by him, also fell down. The two of them rolled down the sand dune to the bottom. Yang Fan struggled to stand up, but he only managed to kneel on one leg. His vision went black, and he fell back onto the sand. Chapter 258. Tin Ano did not struggle. She quietly lay beside Yang Fan. Her face was covered in dust, her complexion haggard, and her chapped lips were bloodshot. However, she still looked delicate and delicate. Erlang, don't waste your energy, she suddenly spoke. Her voice was very clear, and there was no longer that feeling of stupidity. Yang Fan could not help but turn his head to look at her. The confusion and fear in Tin Ano's eyes had disappeared. Her eyes seemed to have recovered their clarity. She raised her face and looked at the gloomy sky. Listening to the whistling wind, she suddenly smiled at Yang Fan. Her smile was very peaceful. We are really going to die. This time, Yang Fan did not refute her words. He only stubbornly moved over and hugged her body. He wanted to pull her up, but his strength was almost exhausted. Erlang, do you know? And Yang Fan lowered his head. Tin Ano weakly nestled in his arms. She gently raised her hand and caressed his cheeks that had been polished by the sand. She weakly said, "Do you know, I think I like you." Yang Fan wanted to smile, but he could only grin. He felt a burst of pain from his chapped lips. His cheeks were so numb that he could no longer smile. It's true. Tin Ano leaned into his arms and closed her eyes. She softly said, I have never cared about someone so much. I worry about him, miss him, like to know about him, like to inquire about him, like to look at him, like to think about him, Tin Ano said to this point. She gently opened her eyes and gazed at Yang Fan. She softly said, This is probably what it means to like someone. Erlang, do you like me just a little bit? Yang Fan nodded his head. He nodded his head forcefully. Tin Ano smiled. That little face covered in dust. When she smiled, it was like a quietly blooming epiphyllum. It was quiet and holy. I once said, people don't love slaves. Tin Ano. But today, even the heavens don't love me. Tin Ano slightly turned her head to look at the gray sky. She then turned to Yang Fan. She gazed at his face. Her fingers gently rubbed the stubble on his chin. She quietly said, Fortunately, there is still you who love me. You really love me, right? Yang Fan nodded his head forcefully. His throat was dry and his eyes were hot. The Tian AI heaved a sigh of relief and said softly, I can't do it anymore. You should leave by yourself. I only beg you to bury me. Bury me deep. I don't want to be eaten by humans or birds. I'm scared. I'm really scared. Under the sand dune, Ano had fallen asleep. In the past few days, she had not slept at all. When she had completely given up, the demon in her heart was no longer effective. She had already calmly accepted death. She was only asleep and breathing weakly, but once she slept, it was very likely that she would never wake up. Yang Fan hugged her tightly in his arms. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Yang Fan gently put Tin Ano down. He took out the knife from his waist. He wanted to dig a deep hole while he still had some strength. He wanted to bury both him and Tin Ano inside. Many years ago, when he was still a child, he had dug a grave for Nyonyo's mother. The sorrow he felt then was completely different. Now, he was digging a grave for himself. Many years ago, when he was still a child, he had once dug the grave for Nyonyo's mother. The sorrow at that time was completely different from his current mood. Now, he was digging his own grave. Cha, cha, cha. In the moaning wind, there was only the sound of the cold blade stabbing into the sand. It was dry, monotonous, and cold. The wind seemed to soften. It blew on his face. It was slightly cold. It was not cold. It was really a kind of chill. Yang Fan gently wiped his cheeks with the back of his palm. He felt a touch of wetness. Did I cry? Yang Fan stopped the knife and raised his face. Another piece of something stuck to his cheeks. It quickly turned into a wet mark. Yang Fan was stunned. After a while, he suddenly dropped the knife and climbed up the sand dune with his hands and feet. Yang Fan climbed up the sand dune, gasping for breath. The wind blew against his face, making him feel cold. It was really cold, damp, and moist. A snowflake hit his face again. Yang Fan touched his cheeks and suddenly laughed. He laughed and rolled down the sand dune. He rushed to Tin Ano's side. He picked her up and shouted, "Anu, it's snowing. It's snowing. We are at the edge. Let's go out. Anu." Anu's body seemed to be frozen stiff. No matter how loudly Yang Fan shouted, she still didn't speak or move. Her consciousness had already fallen asleep. Apart from an undetectable wisp of breath, she was now no different from a corpse. Yang Fan patted her frozen face and shouted, "Anu, Anu." Tin Ano still did not respond. She was very hungry, thirsty, and sleepy. She no longer had to worry about the fear of not having food. She wanted to sleep in a world without hunger. The snow was really coming. It was getting heavier and heavier. Some snowflakes were blown by the wind and rolled into the sand valley. Although it was not much, it brought hope. But Tin Ano still did not wake up. Tin Ano fell asleep. She could no longer feel the cold, the hunger, the thirst, or the fear. In her dream, she vaguely returned to her carefree childhood. She happily chased the chickens in the yard, making them squeak as they ran around. Her mother chased after her with a bowl of hot porridge. She laughed and scolded her angrily, telling her to stop eating. She suddenly smelled a fragrant aroma and immediately felt hungry, so she obediently stopped eating. The porridge was very fragrant and sweet. She held the bowl and swallowed the porridge in big mouthfuls. Suddenly, a swarm of locusts flew over. The ground cracked, and the trees were all eaten. There was not a single drop of porridge left in the bowl. The whole yard was ruined and empty. "No!" Tin Ano screamed and opened her eyes. Then, she found that she was still lying in the cold desert in Yang Fan's arms. Yang Fan was half squatting, holding her. His wrist was right next to her mouth. Tin Ano felt a fishy and sweet taste in her mouth. It was the taste of blood. Tin Ano suddenly understood. "He is saving me." He cut his wrist and used his blood to save me. Yang Fan saw that she woke up and was pleasantly surprised. "Anu, we are saved. We are already at the edge. Look, it's snowing. There are really snowflakes." Tin Ano did not look at the sky at all, nor did she feel if there were snowflakes. She threw herself into Yang Fan's arms and burst into tears. She was not afraid of death. What she was afraid of was not hunger. What she was afraid of was the kind of family and humanity that had been completely wiped out by hunger. In that hunger, people turned into beasts. They ate others and even ate their own relatives. She could not forget the helplessness, fear, sadness, and despair when she was pushed into the dry well by her father. That scene became an unconquerable heart demon that had been buried deep in her heart. At this moment, that heart demon was finally completely destroyed by Yang Fan's blood. The ice in her heart finally melted. These were tears of joy. Tears of the knot in her heart was finally untied. The heavy burden that had been pressing on her heart was finally relieved. She cried her heart out, as if all the years of suffering had been poured out at this moment. Exhausted, the two of them stood up again and supported each other as they walked towards the direction where the snowflakes were coming from. In fact, there were two things that Yang Fan did not understand. One was that his blood could not quench Tin Ano's thirst. It was not the problem of the salt in the blood that people usually thought. How much salt was there in the blood? More than 90% of it was water. The problem was that unless you cut your artery and poured all your blood into someone else's, that little bit of water was not enough to save a person's life. However, Tin Ano's was mainly broken. When the warm blood woke her up, when she saw that Yang Fan was willing to give up his life for her, the knot in her heart was untied, and she also had the will and courage to live. The second thing that Yang Fan did not know was that it was not always snowing in the desert. The snowy area might not necessarily be at the edge of the desert, but fortunately, they had indeed walked to the edge of the desert. The two of them supported each other and walked for half the night. The sand under their feet was white, and there was already a layer of snow. They ate some snow, replenished their water and strength, and continued walking. When the two of them could not hold on any longer, their feet stepped on solid ground. In front of them was a desert, and there was a yurt in the desert. The two of them almost fell on the soft snow at the same time, and their hearts immediately calmed down. Flying Fox Pass was the first pass of the Turks' southern invasion of Lanya. The baiting army had a total of 15,000 soldiers, of which 5,000 were stationed at Flying Fox Pass, and the other 10,000 were stationed at Mingwei Garrison. In front of Mingwei Garrison were two lakes, Xiutu Swamp and Riding Sea, which were connected to Liangzhou through the Mocking River. The Great Wall was built at Mingwei Garrison according to the geographical situation. This was the first solid line of defense for the Liangzhou army. However, there were two lakes in front of Mingwei Garrison, and the surrounding water and grass were very lush. Some small tribes that belonged to the Tang dynasty lived here, so the Tang army extended the first line of defense to Flying Fox Pass. Unless a large Turkic army arrived, small troops or horse bandits would not be able to enter and raid the border residents. The Flying Fox Pass was a gap formed by the Helan mountain range. As the gap was relatively large, the terrain on both sides of the pass was relatively flat. If one wanted to build a castle here to connect the two mountains, it would require a huge amount of manpower and resources, as well as a lot of money. Therefore, no one had built a castle here. Otherwise, Liangzhou's first line of defense would have been established here long ago. The two mountains in Flying Fox Pass had a military camp with 5,000 soldiers, specially set up to deal with small raiding Turkic tribes and horse bandits. The commander in charge was an Ingyang lieutenant general named Su Yixing. Lieutenant General Su Yixing was in his early 30s, with handsome features and 3 strands of mustache on his chin. He looked elegant and had the demeanor of a scholarly general. At this moment, Su Yixing had his hands behind his back, suspiciously walking around a few Turkic men who were tied up in front of him. These men dressed in Turkic attire were Gao Sheiji, Big Bear, Yin Jihe, and the others. Chapter 259. Gao Shichikin's hands were tied behind his back, and he anxiously said, "Commander Su, everything we said is true. Didn't you check our waist tags?" Commander Su waved his hand and said, "Whether you are really our scouts or not, we will know when the people from Shanzhou come to verify it. Don't worry, before the truth is known, I will only restrict your freedom and will not mistreat you." Gao Shichikin anxiously said, "The Turkic army is traveling day and night and will arrive in no time. They are all cavalry and are not much slower than us. There is no place to defend here. The garrison must quickly retreat to Mingwei Garrison." Commander Su chuckled coldly and said, "Your waist tokens are real, but how do I know that you didn't capture our scouts and impersonate them to lure this general away so that you can plunder the local shepherds? I have the responsibility to defend the land. How can I abandon my duty just because of a few words from you?" Big Bear stamped his feet and said, "If Commander Su is worried about this, you can immediately inform all the big and small tribes to move back to Mingwei Garrison. These tribes have all left. If we are thieves, what can we rob?" Commander Su rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think it is so easy to migrate the tribes? If the news is not true, who will appease the tribes and compensate them? Who will answer to the superior's questions? Who will bear the responsibility of leaving without permission?" Yin Jihe was not a soldier, but he did not care how high his rank was. He angrily said, "Bullsh asterisk T. We took such a big risk to deliver the news to you, and you, a dog official, still have doubts. Aren't you afraid that the news is true, and when the Turkic army arrives, they will swallow all of you in one bite?" Commander Su angrily pointed at his nose and said, "Bastard, you dare to speak to a superior like this?" Yin Jihe puffed out his chest and said, "I am not your subordinate. Why should I be afraid of you? Who are you?" "I'm a horse bandit." Commander Su's eyes suddenly revealed a fierce light. Gao Shichikin hurriedly said, "They were called over by us to help." Commander Su smiled and said, "Aren't you a scout? When did our scouts become so extravagant that they actually had the money to bribe the horse bandits?" Big Bear angrily rolled his eyes. Stamping his feet, he said, "We can't explain these things in a short time, but I do know that the Turkic army is about to arrive. If we don't retreat now, it will be too late." Commander Su sneered. 2 days ago, This commander received news that the Turks had truly launched an attack on our border army. The Koshiki's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "You already know?" Commander Su proudly declared, "Of course, the Turks are attacking GNC, not White Pavilion." "Umph. Are you trying to fish in troubled waters?" Gaushi Chicken was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, "Didn't I tell you just now that they were pretending to attack GNC? Why did you still fall for it?" Su Lang Jiang sneered and pointed at them, saying, "You are telling me not to believe in the fire beacon signal, but to believe in the words of the few of you who are unknown highwaymen, scouts, or spies of the Turks?" Commander Su did not wait for him to reply. With a stern face, he waved his hand and said, "Arrest them and send them to the Liang prefecture to be dealt with." The soldiers waiting in the tent immediately dragged Gao, Shi Chicken, and the others away. Gao Shi Chicken anxiously jumped and shouted, Commander Su, no matter what, you should send someone to investigate the situation." Commander Su. The tent was empty. Commander Su paced around with his hands behind his back and called, "Guards!" A personal guard entered the tent and cupped his fists. "Commander Su." Su Yisheng said, "Send a few brothers to the mountain pass to investigate." Deputy General Xiao Ningfeng asked, "Commander Su believes their words?" Commander Su said in a deep voice, "This is a serious matter. It is better to believe than not. Send a few men to the mountain to take a look." Tin Ano slowly woke up and felt a strong warmth hitting her face. She opened her eyes and saw a bonfire not far in front of her. Yang Fan sat beside the bonfire and was putting 2 pieces of dried cow dung into the fire. The flickering light from the fire reflected on his face, sometimes bright and sometimes dark, as if it was shining on the blade of a knife. After more than 2 months of being tempered by the wind and sand in the snowy plains and desert, after so long of wandering, Yang Fan had lost a lot of weight. However, because of this, his entire person was refined and his aura was somewhat sharp. His hair was unkempt. The messy beard under his chin and sideburns that had not been shaved for a long time added a hint of wildness to his handsomeness. Quietly looking at him, Tin Ano's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of shyness. She remembered the confession she made to Yang Fan before she died. She really wanted to close her eyes and not open them again to avoid the awkwardness when facing him. However, when her gaze swept past Yang Fan's wrist and saw the bandages wrapped around it, she suddenly remembered his injury and couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Yang Fan suddenly turned his head and happily said, "You're awake." "Yes." Tin Ano was still dressed neatly, but she still shyly pulled the soft sheepskin coat over her shoulders and said in a low voice, "Your injury. How is it?" Yang Fan said, "It's nothing, just a small injury. When we saw the yurt, you fainted. I also couldn't drag you and had to crawl all the way to the yurt and ask someone to save you. Just now, I fed you a bowl of barley paste. Are you feeling better now?" "Yes." The Tian AI Nu still replied gently and asked, "Where is this place?" Yang Fan said, "This area is already under the jurisdiction of the White Pavilion. This is a Chang tribe. Mu En and Mu Si's armies are taking a different route, so they won't pass through here. However, Zhu Tu's army will definitely pass through here. I want to advise them to evacuate as soon as possible. However, I just talked with them. They don't speak Chinese very well, and I don't understand their language." "I could do that." Tin Ano turned around and sat up. After thinking for a moment, she said, "The Chang people who live in the White Pavilion area are quite loyal to the Tang dynasty. Where's their leader? I'll go see him." Tin Ano struggled to stand up, but Yang Fan hurriedly supported her and said, "Don't worry. They roughly understood a few words and have already gone to find their leader." Hearing this, Tin Ano relaxed and sat down. Her body was still rather weak, and whenever she stood up, her ears would ring and her heart would race. Right now, it was indeed not suitable for her to exercise. Hearing that this was a Chang tribe that belonged to the White Pavilion, Tin Ano was not worried. The Chang people were a large ethnic group in the western regions. In fact, their population was even larger than the Tuyuhun or Turkic kingdoms. However, The Chang people did not have a unified government and were very loosely organized. In order to fight for control of the plains, the various Chang tribes constantly fought against each other. As a result, they were later ruled by the Tuyuhun and Turkic tribes. The Chang people and Turkic tribes had always been at odds, and the Tuyuhun people and Chang people had also been at odds. However, the Tuyuhun kings gradually tried to integrate and win over the Chang people. Later on, when the Tang people fought with the Tuyuhun people, many of the Chang tribes killed the Tang officials and defected to the Tuyuhun people. The Tang people could not be considered harmonious here. However, the Tuyuhun people had already been annexed by the Tuyuhun people, and even the Tuyuhun royal family had been reduced to second-class citizens. The Tuyuhun people were no longer attractive to the Chang people. At present, the Chang people were the closest to the Han people among the various ethnic groups that remained in the Tang territory. At present, there were many nomadic tribes like the Sogdians, Turks, Tuans, and Chang people in the Tang territory. The government was trying to change their nomadic habits and get them to try farming. As a result, there were new conflicts between the tribes. It wasn't just the traditional shepherds who couldn't accept it. Even their leaders couldn't accept it, because once farming became their main mode of production, their ruling power over the entire tribe would be shaken, and they would be easily taken over by the government. However, this conflict was mainly between the Sogdians and the Turks. The Chang people had been familiar with farming for a long time, and they did not have a strong ruling class like the Turks and the Sogdians. Therefore, among all the ethnic groups in the western regions, the Chang people had the best relationship with the Tang people. Erling, Teneno sat down again, speechless. She wanted to say something to Yongfan, but she felt a little shy and did not want to say anything to Yongfan. The silence in the tent made her panic. It took her a lot of effort to muster up the courage to say something. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Yongfan handed her a wooden bowl and said, "Drink some more porridge. There's some meat in it. We've been starving for a few days. Let your stomach get used to it first." "Oh." Teneno's words were interrupted. She obediently took the wooden bowl and sipped the porridge. She always felt that she should say something to Yongfan. At least, she had confessed her feelings to Yongfan. In fact, this feeling had always been hazy in her heart. It was not until the moment of death that it suddenly became clear. And now, she had already told Yongfan about it, and Yongfan had nodded his head vigorously. She remembered this scene very clearly. She always felt that the relationship between the two of them was a little different from before, but she didn't know why. She felt that she and Yongfan seemed to have become more distant. In the past, when she saw Yongfan would always find an opportunity to flirt with her. But now that they had crossed the desert together, drank together, slept in each other's arms, and after that confession at the moment of death, he should be closer to her. Why did he seem to be avoiding her? Teneno sipped the porridge and occasionally glanced at Yongfan. Yongfan was still facing the fire, adding cow dung and firewood. His expression was no longer as relaxed and natural as before she woke up. His concentration seemed to be an act, as if he was afraid to face her or talk to her. Teneno gradually became uneasy. Could it be that he was just brushing me off? Thinking of this, Teneno suddenly felt an incomparable panic in her heart. The nightmare of being abandoned and hurt by her loved ones when she was young had always affected her. She did not dare to completely trust anyone, nor did she dare to fall in love with anyone. It was only when she was waiting for death in despair that Yongfan used his hot blood to lift the curse in her heart. So, Teneno poured all the emotions that she had suppressed for more than 10 years into one person. That love was different from anyone else. It was a kind of fanaticism, a power that she could no longer control. But Yongfan's attitude made her inexplicably panic. Could it be that he actually doesn't like me? Chapter 260. Teneno was very hungry. The porridge in the bowl was very fragrant, but she suddenly didn't have the appetite to eat. She put down the bowl and stared at the side of Yongfan's face. She nervously asked, "Erlang Yua, right? You still haven't told me. Did you appear in Mo Bay under young Master Zhang's orders?" It seemed like Yongfan had been waiting for her to speak. The moment Teneno opened her mouth, Yang Fan's question blurted out. He spoke quickly and fluently. Tin Ano stared at him for a long time until Yang Fan guiltily looked away. Tin Ano sighed softly in her heart. She had never been an aggressive girl. She knew that Yang Fan was intentionally changing the topic, but she didn't want to ask and didn't dare to. If she didn't ask clearly, she could have a glimmer of hope in her heart. She was worried that if she asked, it would shatter this hope. This girl was never as strong as her appearance showed. In fact, ever since she had cracked open the hard shell that was both hurting and protecting her from new harm, she had become more sensitive and vulnerable than ever before. After a long silence, Tin Ano softly said, "I told you before, young master and Shun Mu belong to a very, very large family. In reality, it is formed by the alliance of several very, very large families. Their goal is to protect the safety of the entire family from the outside and in the dark. Just like if there is a sun, there is a moon. If there is day, there is night. This power is also divided into the light and the dark. Actually, compared to the large families themselves, the light side is also hidden in the dark. It is just that it is not as mysterious and unpredictable as the dark side." Yang Fan quietly listened, and a trace of guilt rose in his heart. Of course, he knew that Tin Ano had seen through his intentions, but he really didn't know how to face Tin Ano. Accept her love? Then what about Wan? Yang Fan knew that Tin Ano was a cute girl. Even before he fell in love with Wan, he had fantasized about her being his woman more than once. But now that he was asked to accept it, he did not know how to arrange these two women, so he could only escape. Tin Ano was still explaining. This faction, the one in the light, is called the Obvious Faction, and the sect master is Young Master Jiang. Of course, Young Master Jiang was just an alias, and so was Shin Mu. This hidden faction was called the Hidden Sect, and the patriarch of the Hidden Sect was Shun Mu. According to the rules, the Hidden Sect had to obey and assist the Obvious Sect. They would only be asked to do things that the Obvious Sect couldn't do. But Tin Ano took a light breath and said, "To do things, one must have money, authority, and manpower. If there are some things that even the Obvious Sect couldn't do, then the difficulty of it is imaginable. If the Hidden Sect wants to do these things, they must give them a lot of money, a lot of authority, and a lot of manpower. The Hidden Sect has to maintain its secrecy in order to have an advantage that the aristocratic clans and the Obvious Sect don't have. Thus, even among the aristocratic clans and the Obvious Sect, there are only a few people who know of its existence. This way, if the Hidden Sect wants to do something, if they don't say it themselves, it will be hard for others to know. The Hidden Sect has a lot of money, manpower, and authority. They also have an advantage of secrecy that no other faction can compare to. No one is able to figure out their depth or what they are doing. Then, would the Hidden Sect's patriarch be willing to be a subordinate of the Obvious Sect's patriarch?" Yang Fan listened and couldn't help but interrupt. "Does young Master Jiang think that Shun Mu is doing something behind his back without his permission, or developing his own faction?" Tin Ano glanced at him and said softly, "Young Master was only suspicious at first, which was why he asked me to take a look. Now, I'm almost certain." "What do you mean?" "Young Master possesses wealth that can rival a country. In the imperial court and in the wilderness, there are many officials, famous scholars, and aristocratic clans that work for him. But if you ask young Master to suddenly gather an armed force that can move unhindered in Longyu, to ask him to transfer thousands of troops from a Turkic tribe, and to ask him to arrange thousands of troops to enter and leave Tufan, Hushi, and the Turkic Khaganate, he won't be able to do it. But Shinmu did it. He must be developing his own faction in Longyu, managing his connections, and establishing his territory." Yang Fan's brows slightly knitted together. Tin Ano looked at him and said, "So, I didn't approve of you being together with Shinmu back then." "That's right. Shinmu can give you many things. But even though he has secretly developed his own faction, he still doesn't have the power to go against Young Master. After all, Young Master's authority is given by the family, and Shun Mu is still unable to leave the family. Otherwise, he won't have enough financial and material resources to support his business." Tin Ano hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, young master admires you very much. If I tell him, he can also give you what Shinmu can give you, or even more." At this point, Tin Ano's eyes suddenly flashed with an extremely obscure shyness. She suddenly thought of herself. If young master is willing to put young Fan in an important position, then as long as he asks, young master will give her to him, right? After all, she is just a little maid, and it is common for rich and powerful families to give beautiful maids to their friends and important subordinates. Anu, you can't say. Yang Fan shook his head. Tin Ano raised her brows slightly and waited for his explanation. Yang Fan went silent for a moment before he said, "Actually, Shenmu's actions weren't a violation of the clan that he represented. The more power he has, the better he can protect the family." Tin Ano said, "This is not something we can consider. Just like the Turks, whether it is Great Yavamosh or Gulu Lu's sons, they all want the Turks to be better and stronger. But will they give up fighting for power because of this?" Yang Fan became somewhat anxious. Young Master Zhang's thoughts and concerns are all for his own family. Tin Ano looked at him in amusement and said, "Could it be that Shun Mu is doing this for the country and the people?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I do know that his vision is much further than young Master Zhang's. Regardless of whether his original intention is for himself or for his family, his actions are beneficial to himself, the family behind him, the country, and the common people. Anu, you have seen along the way that the western region is much more difficult than the central plains. The common people here live very hard. If Shenmu's actions are successful, this place can be stabilized. I don't dare to think about lasting for thousands of generations, nor do I have the ability to do so. But even if we can stabilize this place for 100 years or so, then we can let 2 or 3 generations of people live well here, free from the pain of war." Tin Ano stared at him without saying a word. Seeing her expression, Yang Fan became even more anxious. "Yes, what Shinmu can give me, young Master Jiang can too. But if I want to take it, I must be able to live up to my conscience." Tin Ano faintly said, "You don't want me to tell young master?" Nodding his head anxiously, Yang Fan said, "Yes, you cannot tell him. If young master Jiang knows about it, there will be a fight between him and Shun Mu, which will affect Longyu." Tin Ano could not be bothered to listen to what he said next. She is only a little girl, and her heart is very small. How can she contain the whole world? How can she contain the millions of common people? That small heart can only contain one man. Since her man asked her not to say it, then she will not say it. Tin Ano said in a low voice, "If you do not allow me to say it, then I will not say it. This will affect the situation in Longyu. By then, there will be war everywhere." What did you say?" Delighted, Yang Fan said, "Really?" Tin Ano gently lowered her eyelids and said faintly, "I have promised you, and I will definitely do it." Hearing this, Yang Fan felt ashamed. It seems that when they were in the desert, he also promised her something. Quickly dispelling the guilt in his heart, Yang Fan said, "Anu, if the hundreds of thousands of people in Longyu are safe, it is all because of your merit." Tin Ano did not speak, and only glanced at Yang Fan with a pair of big eyes that can speak. Yang Fan could not take it anymore and said softly, "I thank you too." The corner of Tin Ano's lips slightly curled up. Back then, when she was pushed to the bottom of the well by her biological father, who threw a lot of rubble and bricks in an attempt to bury her alive, she was still a 7-year-old girl. Her head was bleeding, her face was covered in tears, and her fingers were bleeding from the friction, but she still climbed out of the well. On the way to escape, many people fell to the side of the road and never got up again. She still gritted her teeth, gnawed on tree bark, swallowed guanine clay, and moved out of the disaster area step by step. She is not a girl who gives up easily. If he owes too many favors, it will become a debt, and a debt must be paid. At this moment, the curtain of the tent was lifted and a few men in leather robes walked in, accompanied by a snowstorm. "You are a Tang scout? You said that the Turks are going to attack White Pavilion through this?" In the middle of the group, A middle-aged man with snow-white eyebrows and a red face stared at Yongfan with a pair of sharp eyes and asked in a very standard Han language, "Today is a rare day of good weather. The sky that has been cloudy for many days has cleared up. In the snowy plains in the distance, a group of faint black dots suddenly appeared. The black dots gradually became clearer. It turned out to be a group of neatly dressed border soldiers of the Tang dynasty. They wore light leather armor with red halves on the outside, and their helmets were bright red tassels. In the snow-covered plains, they were as eye-catching as a ball of fire. Flying Fox Garrison Commander Su Yixing has brought a group of bodyguards out to hunt. The weather has been bad for several days. Sometimes it was windy, sometimes it was snowing, and sometimes there were strong gales mixed with snowstorms. Su Langjiang has been cooped up in the camp for many days and did not even leave his room. Now that there is finally a sunny day, he took the opportunity to bring a group of bodyguards out to relax. Riding a horse on the snowy plains was indescribably carefree. Su Langjiang's mood was also very good. Haha, it's been a few days of wind and snow. It's really suffocating. Riding a horse like this is really incomparably enjoyable. One of the bodyguards laughed and said, "The wind and snow for several days, we can't stand it, and those wild beasts can't stand it either. Now that the weather is cleared up, it is time for those wild beasts to come out to look for food. With Longjiang's divine arrows, we will definitely be able to return with a full load today." Su Langjiang laughed loudly and pointed his longbow at the bodyguard. "You little brat, you really know how to talk, haha. Today we will hunt a few deer back to give our brothers a sumptuous feast." He had just arrived when a soldier who was looking around suddenly called out, "Langjiang, there is movement over there." Su Langjiang thought that the soldier had discovered some wild beast. With a flip of his hand, he took out an arrow from his quiver and knocked it on the bowstring. Following the sound, he said, "What did you see?" The soldier pressed his hands on the saddle and actually leaped onto the horse's back. With one hand on his head, he squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. He shouted, "There are people, so many people."